his mind. All right. All right, I love you too.
Hey, Mom. You're not gonna believe what happened today.
Ooh, let me guess. Get in a fight? A week of in-school suspension? Did I miss anything?
But how?
I put you in the Scouts so you wouldn't get in trouble, and that's all you've been doing.
But I had to help my friends. There was a bully picking on Aaron, so...
You're gonna take a break from the Scouts.
That's not fair.
Tristan Jermaine Foster, get out of my face.
What's up, man? Nah, I quit that scout stuff. It's just not for me. Nah, you got it. Alright. Be easy.
Any word?
No answer.
Hey, nice job. How much do I owe you?
$350 like we agreed.
All right. Thanks. You can keep the supplies.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Dang, man. Look at that. It's sick, bro. Ay, qué bonito.
What are you guys doing?
Boy Coco told us we could find you here. Get him to check on you, man.
I'm good. Nobody asked y'all to come looking for me.
What do you mean? You stopped coming to Scouts? You ain't been to school all week. We didn't know if you were sick or dead or something. Yeah.
Well, as you can see, I'm still breathing. Everything's good.
Look, man, something's going on.
Get off, man.
Man, chill out.
Chill, fellas.
Look, why are you flexing? We just trying to help.
I don't need no help. You always think you can go around and fix something, but you can't fix this. Look around you, man. This crap is the unfixable. So just let me be. You don't belong here. None of y'all do. So I suggest that you get on your bikes and kick rocks.
Tristan.
We're your friends.
Yeah, man. That's what we're here for. Yeah, T. A friend is someone that understands your past, believes in your future, accepts you just the way you are. So let us be your friend, right? Yeah, let us.
Just get out of here.
Yo, Rico, you just pull those coats off your butt or something?
Sometimes.
Yesterday is gone. Please don't shed another tear. Hold on. Tomorrow will soon be here. Raindrops in the sky. Spread your wings
I'm standing in front of a vigil for 17-year-old Sean Thomas, who was shot dead hours ago.
To me, in my heart, you'll always be in my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity. In my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity. Yesterday is gone. Please don't start another fight. Be strong. Tomorrow will bring new light. Raindrops in the sky. Spread your wings so you can fly. Angels.
Yeah, meet me at 4 p.m. Don't be late, all right? Yeah, they coming too. For sure. Bet. Appreciate it, man.
Son, I know that it seems like life is complicated. It all boils down to three things: choices, chances, and consequences. The decisions that you make or don't make, they're gonna determine your future.
Hey, baby.
Hey, Mom. I'm in the kitchen.
I like the sound of that.
Mom, I have something for you.
What is it? Where did you get this?
I did some painting. Look, I know times are hard, but I just want to help.
Thank you, sweetie, but I don't want you worrying about money. I'd rather you just have fun and be my little boy. Okay?
Does that mean that I can...
Yes. You can go back to Scouts. What is it?
There's something else I need to talk to you about.
Baby, what is it? I'm proud of you, Tristan. Your father would be too. You know I love you.
I know. I love you too.
You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's just go the other way.
No, Mom. Don't be afraid. This is our street, too.
It ain't my friend. How you doing, Mrs. Foster? Remember me?
She ain't got nothing to say to you.
Why is that, huh, Mrs. Foster? You been running your mouth, little nigga? What'd I tell you about that?
Death before dishonor. Remember? Like you said.
Just let us pass.
See, I can't let you do that. You gonna snitch on me, little nigga?
T, what's good?
Sorry, baby. Stop.
Hey, come on, bro. Let's go.
Oh, dang, is that a real gun?
What the hell is going on here?
You got enough bullets?
Freeze! Put the gun down. Down! Nobody set your stupid ass up. Set you up for what? I'm driving down the street and I see a man pointing a gun at a bunch of scouts. That's easy. I get paid extra to lock up fools like you. I hope you have a permit for this. Can't wait to run ballistics on this bad boy. See what fun you've been up to. Ruining my day off.
That was epic.
Yeah, man, I'm so cool, dude. Yeah, man, I gotta update my status. Survive being held at gunpoint.
That was foolish. You're lucky I was here. How'd you know he wasn't gonna shoot you?
Choices, chances, consequences. I figure you've been hawking me ever since I left the station. You wouldn't let that happen.
That's quite a big gamble.
Living out here every day is a gamble. Always gotta be prepared. That's why I had my backup.
My son, a real live Eagle Jank.
Not an Eagle Scout yet, Pops. I got a long way to go before I get there.
But he can do it.
Ooh, I know he can.
It's a Scout's Medal of Honor. Supposed to get it tonight at the award ceremony. He let me have it early so I could show you.
They said Tristan was the first ever in the troop's history to get the award.
Oh, man, this is impressive, son. I'm so proud of you, man. You know, I was thinking about our conversation the last time that you came to talk about the code and everything. I ran it up to my OG in here. He said that code's been all twisted now. It was supposed to be protecting our community from the inside and out. Take care of our own. Police our own.
Whatever happened to the code?
Fools flipped it. Took advantage of the code. Preying on it. When you start abusing your own, you are not deserving of the code of protection. You, son, you are different. That's what you are, son. A protector of the code. Of the community. Yeah, my son. Keeper of the light for others to know which way to go.
Today, we congratulate Tristan Jermaine Foster III for completing the Citizenship in the Community Merit Badge. In addition, it is with great honor that I award Tristan the Medal of Honor. This young man has shown courage and leadership, exemplifying the principles of scouting. I truly look forward to watching Tristan excel through the Scout ranks.
Congratulations, Tristan.
Thank you.
This is my son, Prince. He thinks he's a rapper. I'm thinking about signing him up for the Scouts. What do you think?
It's an adventure of a lifetime.
Tris, you a fool, man.
Come on, I'm tired. Can we go now?
Don't you see I'm talking?
Hey, yo, what up, T? Yeah, I heard you could rap. Go ask Bit something for me.
Hey, yo, proud drop that beat. What's up, Tristan? Muddy Lion, Rico, Melvin, Aaron, Kashif, Coco Puffs. Shout out to the Breakfast Munch. Hey, Aaron, I want your sister. Yeah, how y'all doing? Let's get into it. Some in the trusses in the streets I walk. Bound to end up in jail if you hear them talks. In our short years, we seen a lot. My boy Tristan witnessed a man get shot. Then the life so cool became oh so hot. But let me take it back, I'ma start from the top. One day in the hood, man, shots rang out. Tristan mama got scared and signed him up for the Scouts. He didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 4-9 to run. He didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 4-9 to run. 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 Trusts get made whether right or wrong. You gotta deal with the outcome, weak or strong. Breakfast bunch of the mud and lions. The lessons from the truth they trying to keep
Shoot 491. 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 Shoot 491.
Should I do my homework or go out and play? Somebody please show me the way. Should I hang with my friends that can't stay straight? Somebody please show me the way. What's right or wrong or what's cool or lame? Somebody please show me the way. Should I play to win or stay out the game? Somebody please show me the way. Should I do my homework or go out and play? Somebody please show me the way. Should I hang with my friends that can't stay straight? Somebody please show me the way. What's right or wrong or what's cool or lame? Somebody please show me the way. Should I play to win or stay out the game? Somebody please show me the way.
You didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 491. You didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 491. 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 Shoot 491.
I know the world done messed our head up. Word. I know the system got us fed up. Word. We chasing money, but it's fed up. And we ain't got none left. My city like shiny things. And everybody bite they tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. All about the shiny things. And everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. Can't hold the city if their grief is on my back. But I can't stand to watch them pledge allegiance to the whack. Picture that. The fight that put the city on the map is being lost to people living in the city where I'm at. My ability to rap don't mean a thing. Unless I take them out the trap and put some fingers on their rings. Look. So how I'm supposed to preach to a killer when life ain't nothing sweet for a killer, huh? Look, they want the honey from somebody with a buzz. So out of town people steady getting all the love. That rich city cobblestone that Nick talked about, it's messing up the tires on the road to make it out. So you better have some heart and a whole lot of drive. Four-wheel homie, cause this here a rough ride. So at rap superstardom's all we aspire to. We ain't gon' have no doctors to heal this kind of wound. I know the world done messed our head up. Word. I know the system got us fed up. Word. We chasing money, but it's fed up. And we ain't got none left. My city like shiny things. And everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. All about the shiny things. And everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. See, I was born and raised in the West End. Somebody hit a stick up off your shoulder, check him. I came to get this chip up off our shoulder, amen. So we can make our city take control of they spins. And Noah said I got it before I drop a project. Make sure that my message get these people out the projects. People here is heartless, heartless. Gold crowns in their mouth for toddlers. A prince without a father is never gonna rule. And we was kings up in this. Before Jordan had a couple rings up in this. Before we only knew basketball and rap. Some teams on fitted caps and putting spinners on a lag. While we speak on flipping crack, different swag and this and that. This and cats a diamond ring, a wrist and match, remember that? And rap superstardom's all we aspire to. We ain't gon' have no doctors to heal these kind of wounds. I know the world done messed our head up. Word. I know the system got us fed up. Word. We chasing money, but it's fed up. And we ain't got none left. My city like shiny things. And everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. All about the shiny things. And everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. We ain't on the corner, we just having fun. We ain't looking for no drama.
We ain't acting free, just getting fly, but I'm pretty young lady.
We ain't even messing with y'all. We ain't even messing with y'all. We ain't even messing with y'all.
Hide up in the kitchen, burn you with the quickness. Hating is a sickness. You see them over there gritting while I'm dipping with these vixens. Been through my convictions, so don't envy my position. I work for all that I'm getting. Stop talking, man, and just listen. That's how folks end up missing. These streets is oh so vicious, man. There's people in the James, and they ain't doing no fishing. No dreams, doing no wishes. In critical condition, I'm so sad I had to witness. Folks in trunks and ditches in these streets, you gon' have to run. I hope you work on your fitness. Stay out there. I can see them in my vision. I know the streets be talking. Tell me, do they ever listen?
We ain't on the corner, we just having fun. We ain't looking for no drama.
We ain't acting free, just getting fly, but I'm pretty young lady.
We ain't even messing with y'all. We ain't even messing with y'all. We ain't even messing with y'all.
If you out here in the streets
and you doing your dirt, make sure you know how to do it. And do it right, cause we got the little kids out here. And if you got a gun, make sure you go to the shooting range and get your aim right. Cause we got these kids out here. And we out here.
Yesterday is gone. Please don't shed another tear. Hold on. Tomorrow will soon be here. Raindrops in the sky. Spread your wings so you can fly. Angel, you are to me. In my heart, you'll always be. In my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity. In my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity. Yesterday is gone. Please don't start another fight. Be strong. Tomorrow will bring new light. Raindrops in the sky.
How you doing? Come on, Cape Town, how you doing? All right. We are Jazz Funk Soul, and this is our first trip to Cape Town, and we're so happy to be here. What a beautiful audience, what a wonderful sight. You're really packing in this place. And have you had fun all day? Have you had fun? You want to keep having fun? I'll tell you what, you give us some love, and we'll give it right back to you. Because we certainly love being back in the motherland. That was a song from our first CD entitled Silver Lining. It featured Mr. Jeff Lorber on the keyboards and Mr. Paul Jackson Jr. on the guitar. My name is Everett Hart, and you're going to be hearing from our wonderful rhythm section throughout the night, and I'll introduce them in a little bit. We're going to do a song from one of my earlier records, a song entitled All Jazzed Up and Nowhere to Go. Jeff Lomer. Thank you.
All right, how you guys doing? This is my second time here, and I'm so glad to be back. Great to see this fantastic crowd. Very glad to be part of this incredible festival. There's so much great music, so many great musicians. We were hanging out at the hotel and just overwhelmed with how much talent we were just seeing all day. We're going to do a song for you off of our latest record, which is called More Serious Business, and this song is entitled Connections.
How about another hand for Mr. Paul Jackson on the guitar? Now, Jazz Funk Soul has been comprised of mainly with Jeff Lorber, myself, and another wonderful guitarist named Chuck Loeb. He had a conflict tonight. He wasn't able to be here with us, and we want to thank Paul for coming in and making the shoes even bigger. And we're just having some fun. Are you having fun? Are you sure? You know what I loved earlier when you guys went off after the previous act was on? And she was wonderful. How about another hand for her? I don't remember her name, but she was wonderful. When you guys went over here and started singing, you don't hear stuff like that in the States. You just don't get it like that. It was just beautiful. It's a wonderful spirit here, and we're very happy to be part of it. We're going to do a song from our very first record, Jazz Funk Soul. And this particular song is called Serious Business.
How about another hand for Mr. Everett Hart?
Thank you.
Had the pleasure of doing a project this year, and a lot of it with Mr. Jeff Lorber. The title of the project is Stories from Stompin' Willie. Stompin' Willie was a nickname given to me by the late, great George Duke. So there's a song that we put together, myself and Jeff Lorber. This is from the CD, my new CD, Stories from Stompin' Willie. This is a song called Down the Road. It's all about a groove, y'all.
Jackson Jr. You guys still doing okay? I see they turned up the lights so I can see you now. What a beautiful crowd. Give yourselves a hand. Is that as much as you like yourself? Come on, you can give yourself a bigger hand. If you don't like yourself that much, we can't expect much. But Paul brought up a person that was very influential to just about all of us up here. And I had the pleasure of having him as my mentor, best friend, and just an all-around great guy. He passed away 3 years ago, but he is the one that got me started on my solo career and produced my first and last record. I'm talking about George Duke. We miss him terribly. He died about 3 years ago, and it just feels like yesterday we were laughing and talking with him. We're going to do a song now that I had the pleasure of writing with him on my last record. And it's a song that, well, I'm not going to go into the long story about it, but it really kind of describes where a lot of us who are our age of here, 35, 36. Why are you laughing?
Why you think they're laughing?
We've experienced losses in our lives around this time, as I'm sure a lot of you have experienced losses. And it's a period of transition, you know, at this point where we become the adults. Our parents are gone, and we're the adults in the room. And this song aptly describes the transition that a lot of us are going through, and I certainly went through when George passed away. It's a song we call Going Through Changes. Thank you. All right, we can do one or two more for you. What do you want? One? You one? Somebody said four, five. Well, good. At least a handful of people are enjoying themselves. How about another? I'm sorry. How about another hand for Mr. Jeff Lorber on the keyboards? Mr. Paul Jackson on the guitar. Stompin' Willie. On the drums in the back, we have the pleasure of having him play with us for the first time. Incredible drummer who's played with so many people. Mr. Tony Moore on the drums. We're going to feature this wonderful bassist on this song. We like to call him Buttercup. His name is Ron Jenkins. This is a song from our latest release, Jazz Funk Soul's More Serious Business, a song called You'll Know When You Know. Ron Buttercup Jenkins.
All right. Hey, it's been such a pleasure playing for you guys. I think we got one more for you. This one's called Monday Speaks.
Dancing on. Mr. Jeff Lorber. Paul Jackson Jr., thank you so much, Cape Town Jazz Festival. We love you, hope to see you soon.
All right, let's hold on to play one more.
Now, somebody said that South Africa, specifically Cape Town, was the party capital of the world. I don't know. They say that Nashville is Music City, but somebody said that Cape Town is Music City.
Thank you again, Ron Jenkins on the bass, Mr. Tony Moore on the drums. We are Jazz Funk Soul. God bless you. Hope to see you again soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Hey, welcome to the show. It is D.L. Hughley Uncut.
It is graduation season.
It is.
Yeah.
I've never seen as many, well, obviously, I would not see this because this has never happened before. Right. But all of the signs in the yard of people who are graduating, right, and they want you to honk your horn, right, as you pass by, yeah, so that the students will feel like, oh, I did have a graduation.
It's almost like walking across the stage.
What does that feel like?
I don't know. I got a GED.
I do.
Yeah.
Do you guys walk when you get a GED?
No.
You
we
don't?
Walk right to the Waffle House.
Oh, wow, that's terrible.
I just it's very sad, and it's one of the examples of where we are as a country, yeah, where people can't be together. And I feel bad for these people because these young people work really hard and And first off, let's face it. I don't know if young people are as inspired by the graduating process as the people who pay for it. Like parents are the ones.
Yeah.
And we only want to go to hear our kid's name.
That's true, but you got to wait a long time too.
Yeah, that's
right?
it. Like virtual works just as good for us. It might not be as gratifying for people who worked hard.
Right, because you think about it though, you want to be with all of your friends and your fellow students. You want to throw your hat.
Right.
You want to do something buffoonish when you walk across the stage, whether it's high five somebody or flip or whatever.
We don't have
you get none of that.
We don't have none of that.
None of that.
And I can't do it. It was weird because he and I graduated together.
And they called his name before mine.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Well, because he came first, no?
No. It's just because I paid the money.
Because you paid for it.
No, he got the honorary doctorate because they really wanted to get somebody else, but he was in town, so they were just like, all right.
Thanks for the truth, Kyle.
Wait.
Thanks for the truth. We appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I too honest?
You weren't supposed to say
Charlie Sheen's not available, so let's get this dude. And it was the closest I ever came. But I really do. I feel bad. I feel bad for all these people because now people are, and some very innovative things. Like there have been principals in, I think, North Carolina. He went to everybody's,
that's right. I
home,
saw that too.
People are taking billboards like on our radio show.
Yep.
We're calling people's names out.
Trying to make people feel good.
Right.
It's tough. And you think about this. I read this great article in the New York Times talking about not only will these students who are just now graduating have a difficult time with understanding and processing that they won't get to experience all of that. Now, eventually, whenever we get back to this new normal, they will be going into a workforce where people who lost their jobs will be trying to come back and get those jobs. Right. So now the competition is even greater than it would have been before.
Hey, look here, Errol. This motherfucker who never graduated got your job.
Right, pretty much.
Nobody knew him, and don't nobody know you either.
It's terrible, though.
It is.
Psychologically, it's gonna be rough.
I never graduated, so I don't really understand it. But I know that there have been a lot of virtual commencement speeches.
Yeah.
And I got to say, when Barack Obama gave the virtual one.
Didn't he give it?
Didn't you kind of wish that he was in charge right now?
I do.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, though, I wish he was in charge.
Right.
When I see him, and I really appreciate, not that I didn't before, but after watching the clown who is in office now, that's what I said. It's interesting when you listen to Barack Obama speak, and he's so compassionate about the people who lost family members, and he's so compassionate about and passionate about making sure that we put ourselves in a position so that we can get through this quickly but safely.
It pisses me off.
Yeah.
And it pisses me off for reasons probably it doesn't piss you off.
Well, what reasons does it piss you off?
It's like you with somebody and you miss them and then they look better than they did when they were with you.
Yeah.
Like America misses Obama, but there's very little evidence that he misses us.
Oh, yeah, because he always looks good.
He's all tan and fit. He's like, hey,
and happy,
smiling.
I'm sorry you got to live with your abusive mama, but
I got a new life, and it ain't you.
I'm on with my new.
It is pretty sad.
Like it's just like the father that left and don't quite have time for you now.
I mean,
what about me, Daddy?
I mean, we never really showed America as a whole never really gave him the credit I think he deserved, and they never really appreciated him. And you don't really appreciate what you have until you don't have it anymore.
And then he let you know it.
Yeah,
he let you know.
As
it's
he
like
should.
You break up with a woman, she's like gang. Like it's like when you break up with somebody, and they're wearing the jersey of your sports hero, but they really date the sports hero now. Like now you can't even wear Michael Jordan's jersey anymore because the woman with him.
This sounds oddly personal.
It's like if your woman had a Stokely.
Welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. You know what time it is.
Yeah, it's my favorite part of the show.
It is. I've never seen you get more excited than you do
it's my
around
favorite
this time.
of the year.
Yes. Well, we have a tweet from Donald Trump Jr. regarding Joe Biden, basically alluding to the fact that he's a pedophile. You see this? See you later, alligator. In a while, pedophile. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It is time for
this
nigga here.
Yeah.
Can I have that one more time? Yeah. Just because I think it's so dope. Wait, just like a nigga jumped early. Damn it.
Well, listen,
Jesus
jumping
Christ.
is good for you, right? Well, what's interesting is he tried to say that he was joking around, and he was like the 3 laughing emojis should indicate that he was kidding.
Right.
But then he also added, if the media doesn't want people mocking and making jokes about how creepy Joe is, then maybe he should stop the unwanted touching and keep his hands to himself. He posted all of these pictures of Joe Biden allegedly, I guess, too close to women, at least in his mind.
Now, he's Donald Trump's son, right?
He is.
Isn't he, his father used to have the beauty pageants with 15-year-old girls? And
yes.
He would
go
get
backstage
in early to watch them in
when they were half dressed.
Isn't he the son of the man that used to regularly hang out and party with Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't he the one that supported Roy Moore Jr. in Alabama?
1,000%. You got him.
Who was an actual pedophile?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Roy Moore Jr. was such a pedophile? This motherfucker couldn't go to the mall.
Now you know that's bad. He could not. No, seriously.
No, I'm not even
banned
kidding.
from going to the mall.
When you can't go to the food court.
That's something about you. That's pretty creepy.
I don't, because everything they say and do, they don't realize has an implication to something his father's done.
Oh, for sure. You mean kind of like the way that Joe Biden is facing that, allegation, right?
Right.
And initially, Trump Jr. was trying to make light of that, considering his father has so many allegations against him.
His father has children by 3 different women. If he wasn't president, he'd be in the NBA.
But you know what? Yeah. But the nerve of him
this
to step
dude
out that.
has so many kids by different women.
Yeah.
He could be the 6th string on the Cleveland. He could be the 6th man on the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, and just like them, he doesn't recognize one. He doesn't recognize. How about that?
Well, that happens.
That's true. That's what I'm saying.
I can't perfect my jump shot and know this little motherfucker right here. Who is this?
I can't babysit her. Yeah, it's a lot. But he's got a lot of nerve.
Do you remember my mother? Yes, it was Ontario, Canada.
That's terrible.
It's June.
That's pretty bad.
I don't understand. Here's the thing. I am not making light of what happened, but you do realize who your father.
Yes, he grew up with this man.
Yeah.
He knows the stuff that he's done.
But
well,
Roy Moore Jr. was running for the Senate in Alabama, and he was a known pedophile.
Yes.
And he came within a few.
He almost won.
The only reason Roy Moore Jr. didn't win is because he rode to the horse on a pole, rode to the poles on a horse.
He did.
And black people wasn't even going to over like, is this nigga on a horse? And his horse name was Trigger, and that sounds too much like nigga for us.
Black one was like, no.
Only in Alabama would a pedophile losing be a shock.
I just think it's pretty sad that Donald Trump Jr. actually got on Twitter, right, and posted this meme as if we wouldn't say, hold on there, cowboy.
He has like pictures and dialogue being with Jeffrey Epstein. Like his father has pictures and dialogue.
Proudly being with him.
He when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and in jail under his Justice Department.
Yes.
He blamed it on Hillary, even though he
Those Trumps, man, I gotta tell you. You can't even make this up.
Oh, it's hilarious.
You can't make it up, I'm telling you.
Listen, the one thing we shouldn't talk about is pedophilia. We shouldn't talk about that. Let's stick to other stuff you can pronounce.
Like what?
I don't know.
We'd be in trouble that they can pronounce.
Your father had a fake university just to attract unwitting children. Are you crazy?
There you go. Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today hosts one of the popular nationally syndicated radio show, The Breakfast Club. You know who it is. It's Charlamagne the God.
What's up, Big Daddy?
Hey, Charlamagne.
Yo, Jasmine, how are y'all?
Doing
Excellent,
good.
man.
What about you?
I am blessed, black, and highly favored.
There it is. It's interesting because you had several incarnations. What were you, and what are you?
What was I? Man, I think we all come here just a spiritual being living a human existence, right? And I think as you grow throughout time, you know, sometimes, you know, more of the human existence starts to appear than the spiritual existence. And I think as you get older, you start to go right back to the spiritual, you know? So I think I've always been a spiritual being living a human existence. It's just that sometimes you're more consciously aware of that.
But a lot of people aren't. A lot of people don't evolve. A lot of people, like I remember when you worked with Wendy. I remember when you first started in the Breakfast Club. I remember some of the things you said. Now I remember you have such an expansive thing that you're actually a hyphenate now. Now no one can say, like nobody can say what you are. Like nobody can. I couldn't. But most people don't evolve like that. Most people are the thing they started out as.
Well, you know, yesterday was Malcolm X's birthday, and I always say that's the greatest example of evolution on the planet. Like when you read the autobiography of Malcolm X, that shows you that change is the only constant in life, right? So you should be evolving and growing all the time. Like I'm 41 years old now. If I'm the same at 41 that I was at 21, then I wasted 20 years of my life.
What do you think has been the impetus for that? Like, is it success? Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it love? Is it hope? What has been the impetus for your involvement?
I think it's all of that, right? I mean, you know, I'm a married man. I got 3 daughters. You know,
that's fear right there, goddamn it. That's
definitely like I call that parental paranoia. It's a lot of anxiety that goes into that, but it's just like, you know, I've always wanted to challenge myself, and plus, growing up, like one of the first books my dad ever gave me was "Message to the Black Man" by Elijah Muhammad, and then it was the autobiography of Malcolm X. So I've always been close to the NOI. You watch them brothers and you watch them sisters, man, they'll take the worst amongst us, you know, or the worst society may have to offer and make them into evolved, civilized human beings. So I've never been afraid of the growth part of it. Right. That's never been a thing to me. I think when you get into the industry, you know, yeah, you could be doing something that works for you.
Right.
But it works for you on a professional level. It don't work for you on a personal level. And for me, I gotta sleep well at night. So something that I'm doing is causing me to lose sleep, I gotta switch it up.
You said something I was watching you, Alex, with. Like I'm not very intrigued by a lot of people, like at all. Like I'm like most people, but I always want you because you say the shit I wish I would have, and then I want to assassinate you. That's not the point. And
you said it.
Let's not turn it into that. But on Alex Witt, about 2 weeks ago, you said that all black people should be armed. All black people.
I said that, you know, a black person in America having a legal firearm is a form of self-care, you know, and you know, unbeknownst to me, well, I can't say unbeknownst to me, I just like to act loose in front of white people. I thought the Constitution was for everybody.
Right.
Even though we know that the Constitution doesn't apply to us in the same way, but the Second Amendment, like I'm from the South, like, you know, we always, you know, had guns, some legal, some illegal, but now I'm old enough to understand we can have legal firearms, we have the right to bear arms, and it is supposed to protect us against those militias. Like if you read the Second Amendment, it says that you cannot be a part of a militia and have a firearm. If you've ever filled out a permit to purchase a gun, they ask you if you're a part of a militia. When you look around now, all of these white supremacists...
A well-regulated militia. Yeah. It's supposed to be a well-regulated militia. It's supposed to have some rules and regulations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but they won't respond to us the same way. We know constitutionally it is our right to bear arms, right? But we saw Philando Castile. We saw situations where black people are legally armed and still they get hassled. The result is not the same for us. How do we change that?
I don't know if you can change it. You know what I mean? But I tell you what my daddy told me. My daddy told me that he'd rather get caught with it than get caught without it.
All right, right, for sure. Right. I'd rather be called witness than DOA. I know that.
Yeah. I would rather be in jail fighting for my freedom because, you know, I defended myself as opposed to my wife and my kids and my family crying over me in a casket.
Why is it you think it's come to that? Like, because now the way between the idea, our idea of the way things should work, and the stated mission of America of the way things should work, is at odds with the reality of the way things do work. Why do you think that is? I mean, I have my idea why I think it, but why do you think it is?
I think America is working just fine for the people that it was designed to work for. You know, because if we're really being honest when it comes to America, everything that America is founded on needs to be remixed. Like the Constitution has never applied to black people in that way. Any law that was, you know, created by a white person, any piece of legislation that was passed by a white person is usually to impact white America. And, you know, the rest of us get the short end of the stick. So
That's why they don't see anything wrong.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
But
That's why
nothing
they
is
never
wrong.
see anything wrong. They think everything is perfect.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, the Constitution always had us labeled as 3/5 of a human being. So that shit was never for us, ever. So America's working perfectly fine for the people who were designed
But
to work.
then if it's running like the way it's supposed to, then why is there so much angst? Like, because it can't be running the way it's supposed to if everything's crumbling around. Like if it was running like it was supposed to, everything wouldn't be in such disrepair and such uncertainty.
Well, if you have a country that's founded on murder, rape, the blood of Africans, you know, if you have, you know, raped and pillaged to build this society, that was never a stable foundation to begin with. I still believe in the law of energy. I still believe in the law of karma. I think a lot of times, man, we might be getting in the way of America's karma. I'm honest with you. When I look at Donald Trump, I'm like, that's what America deserves.
I think exactly the same thing. I think that America needs to understand that Barack Obama was real. It happened. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't a dream. It really happened, and nothing you do will erase that memory. You can't. It's like, listen, white dude, your daughter slept with a black dude. Ain't nothing you can do. It's nothing you can do. She fucked a nigga. It just happened. It's nothing you can do. You can't undo it. And I think America is in this weird position where it is just leveling all abandon, just erasing all abandon to try to make this thing that happened not have happened, and it did.
Minister Farrakhan said in early 2015, I think it's when Donald Trump had first started his campaign, Minister Farrakhan said, if America elects Donald Trump is going to send America to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
Shit. It looked like it's a hand delivery going on.
It's true, but that's probably why it's in shambles as well, because I would imagine the election of Barack Obama, first of all, obliterated, their narrative about the black man, just blacks in general, that he could be so articulate, he could be so classy and all of these things. Then when you talked about, white women sleeping with black men, I think they feel like it's slipping away from them. And so now you see these people protesting and they're trying their best to figure out, how can we make sure that these black people don't take over? I think that's why it's crumbling.
Yeah, they're trying to hold on to what was. I love, it's a movie, Avengers Endgame, right? And in the movie, Thanos, the villain, Thanos said, Thanos snapped his fingers to wipe away half the population. But he said that, I know what I got to do now. Now I got to get rid of everybody. Because as long as you have people around who remember what was, never grasp the concept of what will be.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we've been sitting around waiting for all these old white people to die. Now they still around, and now they teaching their kids.
Right. Yep. Right.
So as long as they can remember what was, they'll never grasp what will be. And Barack Obama showed them what could be.
Absolutely.
Hillary Clinton scared the hell out of them. They were like, what? Now a black man, a woman president? Right. Oh, hell no. We got to take this all the way back. And that's where the whole Make America Great Again and everything came from. Also with Trump, man, Trump is like the Frankenstein of America, because he's everything that we've let run rampant, or America has let run rampant. White privilege, a racist, a bigot, one of those rich old white men that just feels like he's above the law. And now Donald Trump is out white man and the white man.
Yeah. It's funny because you said something that was very true. This disease is getting rid of everything America really didn't want. They don't want old white people around. They want their houses. They do. They want the shit they built. They don't want black men around. They don't want poor black, poor brown people around. They don't want people in prison around. So this disease kind of is giving them the thing that they always wanted And it's interesting because you can tell, and we talked about this when we were on the show, America's not sad. 90,000 people, or it'd be 100,000 people by the time this air. They're not sad. It ain't no, it's no flags at half mast. It's no day of mourning. It's like, hey, nigga, go to work. It's really, no one, because the people that we're losing are the people that we never cared about really anyway. It's
they
like,
old, they black,
yep.
they brown. And you know what it reminds me of, I was talking about this earlier with somebody, like the 94 crime bill, like that comes up a lot nowadays. And you'll hear people say, well, there was a lot of other good things in the bill that we needed and that we had to vote for. And it's just like, damn. So they looked at all this other stuff in the bill, and even though they knew that this was going to affect on black and brown people, they said, well, let's vote for the stuff we want anyway. So they always willing to sacrifice us.
Yeah.
They always have.
Yeah. Every compromise, every compromise, when America compromise, it means niggas is going to be fucked. It really does. That's what it means. It really does. Missouri compromise, compromise means niggas is in trouble. You really did something. But the bravest thing, out of all the shit I've heard you say, all the things I've watched you do, the bravest thing I've ever seen you do is embrace your struggle with mental health. Like the idea, because black people actually think you could pray shit away or pretend like it ain't there, and it's good. But I've never seen another person with, like, if you're an athlete who has made tens of millions of dollars and your future is set, but a guy who is still in the fight, saying that these things exist for me was one of the bravest things I've ever seen from an entertainment perspective.
I appreciate that. I mean, that came from my wife, and that came from, like, my sisters around me, like Angela Rye and Amanda Seals. Like they were people that I saw constantly doing the inner work on themselves, and they started to challenge me, like, saying, like, man, black men don't like to admit that they're damaged. Black men don't like to admit that they're trauma. They got trauma, My wife knew about my panic attacks and stuff like that. So a few years ago, I just decided to start going. And, it's really changed my life in a real way. And I tell people all the time, it's just like going to the gym, man. Like if you go to the gym to work on your physical, you got to go sit down with somebody to work on your mental.
What would you
and when you talk about growth and evolution, that's part of it, right?
It really look. I'm telling you, what would you say? Because you're a young dude, you're in the game, you got a lot of stuff happening, and you've done it unflinchingly. What would you say that black men have permission to do that they never knew that they did?
Feel. What's that? Feel. You know what I mean? Like, we get these emotions, and, whether it's sadness, whether it's anger, whether it's frustration,
anxiety.
Anxiety. Like, we get all of these feelings, and you can't tell nobody. Like, I come up in the air, my dad punched me in the chest, tell me to man up. That's it. Forget what I'm going through. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Rub some dirt on it, nigga. Keep going.
But you know what? My father was dealing with his own issues. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing that therapy taught me. It taught me that, we got to be patient with our parents because they were just doing the best that they could.
Okay.
My father dealt with his own substance abuse issues. My father dealt with his own mental health issues. My father tried to kill himself 30 years ago. He said he's tried 10 to 12 different medications prescribed to him by a therapist. He was going to a therapist, psychiatrist 2 and 3 times a week. So these are things that he told me once he saw me doing the work on myself. And I remember going to my mom and telling my mom, like, yo, Pops was going through all this. And she was like, I just thought he was playing crazy to get a check. That's just how it was growing up in the South.
Can you imagine how powerful it is to tell men, black men, they have permission to feel. They have permission to go through what they're going through and have an assessment of that. That's an amazing thing, man. And if that was all you did, if that was it, that'd be a hell of a thing, man. That's a dope thing to think.
Because we walk around, especially the era I grew up in, we had to be hardcore. Yep. Like there literally was a genre of hip hop called hardcore.
Yeah.
Which meant be as tough and gangster as possible. So that's no vulnerability. You ain't supposed to feel nothing, and you're supposed to take anybody's head off that messes with you. Now that's the easiest thing to do when you're a hurt person, right?
Right.
When you're a hurt individual, hurt people hurt people. When you're a healed person, healed people heal people. So when we think about like the violence that would go on in our communities, man, I think 95% of that came from the white man kicking our ass, and then us coming back to our communities to kick our own folks.
Yeah.
I mean? So it's just like, I would rather be and I don't know if you ever do get it, all the way healed. I think it's a process.
Yeah.
You know,
but even the best athletes that work, I don't care what athlete you're talking about, how great they are. No athlete says they're 100% healthy. No, nobody. They don't ever go. If you playing 80% healthy, motherfucker, you could play. So I think humanity's like that too.
Because I think it's impossible. Like, it's impossible not to wake up some mornings and you just be down. You know, you're in a funk and you don't know why. It's impossible to not have panic attacks. You know, I know what they are now, so I'm able to control them a little bit better. But yeah, things get to you all the time. You know, every single one of us. We're only human at the end of the day.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever had a panic.
I have.
I didn't even know what they were. You know what I thought it was? You know what I thought it was? These motherfuckers is on my nerves. I gotta come. That's a hell of a thing. And you were gonna say, what were you gonna say, Charlamagne?
No, that nerve thing is real because, like, you know, my whole life, my grandmother suffered from bad anxiety, but I didn't know what it was. Now that I look back on it, I knew that she was having real bad panic attacks. But she used to say the same thing. They're getting on my nerves. I need my nerve pills.
Yeah.
You know, like, but that was really anxiety medication. I didn't know back then, though.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just interesting how you get more information and you can look back on your life and have a lot more empathy for the people who raised you, because you realize that they were dealing with a lot of the issues that they're dealing with a lot of undiagnosed issues. And, you know, for me, I don't take for granted the fact that we're the first generation who has the luxury of healing.
Yeah.
The generation before us was just scratching and surviving on some good time shit. We have the actually healing, and I don't take that for granted.
But we also weren't talking to each other. Like, you know, my grandparents and my parents, they were having issues, but they never talked about those things because they did not know what they were because their parents didn't tell them. So it just became this constant thing about, you know, oh, you're getting on my nerves, or don't tell my business. And so it made it impossible to have a safe space to even come out and say, you know, I'm having issues. I know I've had anxiety for the past, I don't know how many years. And when I first met DL, I would not tell him because I thought, he's a dude. He's going to laugh about it. He's not going to take it seriously. And so when you came out and began to talk about, I'd never heard, not just a dude, but a black dude say, I'm having this particular issue and here is how I deal with it. So I thought it was huge. And I've known you for a long time, you know, and we've had several conversations, but never talked about that. So I commend you for saying that.
Absolutely. No, it's real.
I'll say this. And I appreciate what you're saying right now, and I appreciate what you're saying, but it does not negate the fact that some motherfuckers just get on your nerves. That's just
it. And you should be allowed to express that.
Right.
Oh, he does.
For me to tell you, get the fuck away from me because you're getting on my goddamn nerves is a form of self-care.
Right.
When all of us were growing up, we had some adult that would kick us out the goddamn house.
Right. Where I'm gonna play, nigga, on the train tracks. I don't give a fuck where you go. Get up. All right, Charlamagne.
Thanks,
I love you, man.
Charlamagne.
Take care, boss. Take care.
Talk to you soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. It's
gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, uncut. Hey, now, I'm D.L. Hughley. Welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. That's Jasmine Sanders. We call her Smanders.
Yeah,
Sanders.
well, it's what you call me.
There she is, DJ Lucci, and there he is, Black Blade.
Black Blade. You look kind of mad today.
Kyle grew his hair out and let his beard grow, and I almost didn't let that nigga in the house last night.
Well, he said he was embracing his blackness. Remember?
He got a white woman.
That's all I was going to say. That's how happens to get a white woman.
Oh, well. Sorry, Kyle.
Go.
Well, all right.
We are still, I guess, Well, people that where the states still give a fuck about their people, we're still in quarantine. But other people,
yes, yeah. You saw where Ohio is like, listen, we're going to reopen too.
Of course,
let's just join the crew.
Of course. Well, obviously, listen. I think it's interesting that people who are now called essential were once called immigrants and get the fuck out, but now somebody got to scoop these lima beans up.
Facts. Come to work.
Somebody got to do it. We are. It's just I don't know how we'll come out. Or what'll happen, but now of course even here everybody has to wear a mask. When we're not broadcasting, everybody has to be socially distant. If you exhibit any symptoms, then we cut your pay.
That's all I have to say.
Well, first of all, we stop you from coming in the building.
No, we do. we cut your pay. It's I thought this was very interesting that people who are married to immigrants in terms of stimulus checks,
yes,
won't get a stimulus check.
You get nothing. That's basically what the government is saying.
But yet, Donald Trump is married to an immigrant.
Yes. But a lot of
we don't mean her though. We mean everybody else.
But a lot of the policies that they talk about that I guess relate to immigrants. She was just naturalized not that long ago. So all of the things should have applied to her, but they don't.
Right. Well, because I think we're very hypocritical. When you understand the fact, the truth of the matter is, America's always needed someone to take advantage of. Always. It's the reason they had slavery. It's the reason they had, the Irish come and dig tunnels and the Chinese, the railroads. But they've always had somebody to take advantage of. And the problem is that the people now, and we do it for various reasons, like brown people. Poor brown people do our intellectual labor, and poor brown people do our physical labor. Like if you can't pick a strawberry and you can't write an app, we don't really use you.
Well, the sad thing too, though, is they do it right to your face.
Yeah.
Because think about it. It is the immigrants and a lot of the black and brown people that we need at this very moment. But while we need them and we're asking them to show up for work, we're also saying, but we're not going to give you a stimulus check.
Right.
You don't get that.
And after that, you got to leave.
Yeah.
Like if we
But
kicked out
sweep
all
up first. That's
yeah.
basically what they're saying.
If we kicked out all the brown people and black people who served us, like right now in during this pandemic, like if we kicked them all out, like thank God they weren't successful kicking out the Muslims and the Latins,
right?
Because we wouldn't have doctors or food.
No,
that's true.
Like I'm serious. Like everybody that you see on the news talking about who's an infectious disease doctor or anybody, epidemiologist, all these people who are very learned, their last name look like the last line of an eye chart.
It's true. And you trust just about all of them except for Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, Dr. Fauci.
We ain't trusting. He's a different group.
I'm so tired. A lot of people think they trust him. First off, I think that he's allowed Donald Trump to say things that he should have checked him on. And second off, I can't trust a dude to stand on phone books to tell me about a pandemic. I can't do it.
Well, what do you say to him saying, listen, what am I supposed to do? Just go up and, push the mic away from him?
Well, no. What you're supposed to do is to adhere to the oath you took.
Yeah.
It's the Hippocratic Oath.
That's right.
Do no harm.
Right.
Donald Trump is doing harm. When he says things that are patently true, here's the unspoken truth. The only reason that you are able to speak in a Trump anything, administration or a conference or a press conference or anything, is because you will say what he thinks what he wants you to.
Yep.
If you challenge him in any way, you won't be there. And it's the reason why we're in the shape we're in.
I don't even know how you get sidelined when there's so many different platforms you can go on. Like, you could literally go on live on your Instagram and people would tune in. So it's just like,
But
just
that's
tell
the
the
scary
truth.
part, because that means that people are out there like Trump himself, from the Oval Office nonetheless, just peddling these lies. The fact that he says, okay, well, you can drink disinfectant, you can do this, you can do that, or hey, how about we check into light? Can't you shine a light on it and it just dissipates? Like, where are you getting this information?
Well,
and people believe
the
it.
fact that the broad with the Chanel scarf on,
up to here,
looking like Diane English from Murphy Brown, like her.
Yeah.
Like the fact that she didn't say anything.
Right.
I think that a lot of people who want certain things and want, like any level of personal achievement, they want to be appointed to something, and they forget that their basic charge, the idea that the reason their tenant, their calling was to take care of people. I think that there's so much selfishness, but ultimately, if we are in a pandemic, I think I've seen things that I don't understand. Like if you can't get a check if you're married to an immigrant, or you can't get a check if you owe child support, or if you can't get it. Like, the bottom line is, first off, everybody should get a check no matter what.
Right.
And the other thing is, we should stop with this special dispensation. Look, we're all in this together. Whether you are an immigrant, whether you owe child support, whether you're behind on your bills, we're all in this together. And if that money is to bail you out, or to help you out, or to help you kind of get you through, then there shouldn't be these kind of limitations.
And honestly, there need to be multiple checks. It shouldn't just be one. Here's $1,200. That'll last you for the rest of this pandemic.
Yeah.
Add to the fact that it's your money.
Right.
How about add that to it? Because you're going to pay for it one way or the other. So give me my money.
So the government it ain't the government. It's J.G. Wentworth.
It's my money. I want it now.
Honestly, I'd rather them freeze my rent.
I'd rather them freeze your rent too.
Thank you. Just freeze my rent. Like, you're not paying your mortgage. Freeze my rent.
That's what I don't understand. Even the people. One thing I will say is that even when this first happened, I got my business manager got calls from our mortgage. Like I own a place here in New York and then Santa Barbara, and they said we're gonna, so what they'll do is take care of people that they think can pay.
Right.
But they won't take care of people that are having financial hardships. It's like the very people that we're depending on to live, to exist, are the very people we malign all the time.
Right.
Well, it's true, because what they're doing is they're offering support and help if you have a mortgage. But the majority of the people in this country pay rent. There is no help for you.
Yeah.
You have to pay that
Call
rent.
J.G. Wentworth.
He ain't got your money.
So we're going to run out of beef and pork. Is a
and
food
chicken.
shortage. Yeah,
Everything.
chicken.
Yeah.
And they say it's a food shortage, and they say it's because basically, first off, we're not running out of meat because the pandemic has basically compromised the plants. We're running out of meat because Americans are home and we're fat asses and we're eating them all.
That's not true.
I don't think that's the story.
Stop it.
That's
Stop
true.
it.
That's not
You
true.
can't leave America. You can't have 97% of America at home with nothing to do and think some shit ain't gonna get ate up.
Yeah. Well, that part is true.
That's true.
But they won't get fatter, because the problem is they don't have any way to get like the pigs and the chickens and the cattle to the places. So what they're doing is they're aborting a lot of,
I thought they didn't like that.
only when it benefits them. They love it. But they're doing that. They're also throwing away, just hundreds of thousands of pounds of food
So it's
instead of
food
feeding
shortage.
people. Yeah. It
We ain't running out of spinach.
Nah,
we run out of broccoli and a cauliflower. It'll never be a lettuce shortage.
Because ain't nobody eating that.
It's because, and first off, I'm tired of this. I've never seen so many fat-ass vegans in my life.
It's
so the
true.
one great thing about this, we'll get the chance to tell if all these vegans is telling the truth. Ain't no tofu pepperoni.
Tofurkey.
Sit your fat ass down.
That is true. I never really thought about that.
Of
but
course.
most vegetarians and vegans, they're a little on the
If you
fluffy
don't
side.
sit your burly ass down, let me finish this pork chop
before they're gone.
As I say, you're not gonna be eating one. No more mastros for us.
No. It's interesting because we are in a food shortage, not because the plants are compromised, but because of one, I think we consume a lot when you're home, you ain't working. And the other is that the people who produce those things would rather slaughter the chickens and pigs and cows if they can't sell them and dump food than feed people.
Yeah, that's because we're selfish.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
That's American.
It's mine.
That's really is. And I'm telling you, I swear to God, we'll get the chance to see who will be, because you can't get an ass that big just eating radishes. I'm just going to tell you.
Well. Hey there, welcome back. It is DL Hughley Uncut.
Hey there, welcome back.
Hey there. Yeah, that's my cool talk. Hey there.
That wasn't
welcome
hey
back.
there.
It was cool in my world. You're silly.
DJ Lucci over there.
Yes.
It's interesting because did you so you are nervous about this pandemic?
Yes.
What scares you the most?
You guys getting sick.
No.
Yeah,
No.
actually. I
Really?
feel like I might bounce back. Like I
promise I'll be all right.
Yeah, but
I all this alcohol I drink, I sanitize from the inside.
for sure, Papa getting sick though. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Oh, your grandfather?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
that,
weird.
That nigga burned my house down, so I'm ready for him to go.
I'm not. I'd let him burn several houses down for him to stay.
I got to get the full story on that.
Yeah, my wife's father, he made barbecue one day. So it's the same thing. I come home from work and he's a great cook, but he barbecues. And what happens is he takes the coals, puts them in the Amazon box.
Even though there's a tin can
right, and then puts
there.
them in the trash can, and before I even got home. So about 12 o'clock at night, he come in there. Dale, there's a fire in the back, and the whole backyard is literally on fire. And I'm like, if only we had a fire extinguisher. Here comes LaDonna. I have fire extinguishers.
Several.
Because she has everything.
She was prepared.
So we put out the fire. We were trying to battle in the fire. And I had to let him go in the house because the fire department came and they go, somebody put charcoals in the briquettes, the charcoal briquettes in the trash can. And if this would have been June or July, it would have been dry up. This whole place would have. And he ain't said one thing.
He hasn't apologized yet.
He hasn't.
Maybe he didn't listen. Maybe he was doing it old school. Maybe there was no such thing as little bins where you put the
old school ain't burning your son,
he didn't do it on
daughter's
purpose.
house. No, he ain't doing it on purpose. And I like him. They mad at him. I'm not.
Well, because he can cook, I'm sure.
Well, he can cook and he can burn too.
Didn't he almost do it again?
He almost did it again.
Oh, you can't do it twice.
He almost did it again.
You can't do it twice. Now, that's too much. That's too much. Listen, we were talking about how some crazy things are going on during this pandemic, right? A lot of people doing things they shouldn't. I want you to check out this clip from Central City News. It's Pastor Tony Spell out of Baton Rouge. Check this out.
We're not hiding anymore. We're not hiding anymore. It's a dirty, rotten, crying shame when you have to hide in America.
This nigga here.
Yes.
Here's, I understand that people are very religious and people turn. And this isn't about oppression of religion. It's about the fact that large groups of people gathered in small spaces lend themselves to the spread of COVID. So there are a lot of ways that you can worship your God and praise your Lord and still be safe. And I think shoe booty ass dudes like that, recently there have been as many people that got it going to church, to religious services, went to the bar.
Ooh.
Like, who'd have thought Chili's was safer than a benediction?
Yeah.
But the interesting thing about this particular case for me isn't really about him practicing religious freedom. It is really more about, well, first of all, my question is, how do you preach from the pulpit on Sunday, then get out in a bus and try to run over a protester?
Right.
That's why he had the ankle bracelet on, for assault.
Yeah, so running over somebody, if you run over somebody and you're white, you're a preacher. If you run over somebody, you're black, you Suge Knight.
You Suge Knight. Fainting in court.
I think that either we're going to all abide by the same rules, and I think there's always these hypocritical stances we take. So everybody, we had the protesters that showed up, and they had assault rifles, and they were saying, let us free, and they were congregating together, and they were saying that COVID doesn't exist, and they were treated with deference. But you had people, and I'm not, I dig it, I think that they're all wrong, but then you had, kids partying in Philly and Chicago, and they were all arrested. And I think that the idea that we're all kind of, they'll paint them as reckless and irresponsible, but the people who still have religious services knowing what could happen. There was a preacher in Virginia that had, a religious service, and he came down with COVID and passed on. His wife had it. That's irresponsible.
Well, not only that, I think it's also a blatant showing of how they use the Constitution at will.
Right.
Because for the protesters, it is them exercising their constitutional right, right? But also, you have the right for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Right.
Maybe your happiness is a party.
Right.
So that's really your constitutional right as well. But look how they were met. Law enforcement, guns drawn on them.
I think that people have even with religion, bars are closed, but church services in some states was open.
Right.
And what's gonna happen is the alcoholic gonna go to church service just for the wine.
Well, on first Sunday for sure.
The little cracker and wine.
You gonna get that? Like appetizer.
Fuck Applebee's. I'm just gonna come to Mount Calvary. But it's these lines that we draw. Like I remember we had a situation where Easter, fell when we were all, and so it was crazy because they were telling people to stay home on Easter, which is a very religious holiday, and it's crazy. It's simple. Like you should have stayed your ass home for Easter because Jesus rose from the dead, but you won't.
So true. All right, welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. I won't say hey there. I'll just say welcome back since you guys gave me so much grief about that. So listen, this next guest on the show, comedy tours sold out, comedy specials, TV shows, movies, you name it. He's done it. We all know him. Legendary, iconic, all of that. Welcome to the show, Sinbad.
There he is. What's up, Bad?
What up? What up, man?
How you doing,
man? Look at y'all wearing hats. I got a hat.
And I got hair. I got
hair. Hold on. They got hats, Jack. Hold on.
They got, you gonna get your hat. He gonna get his hat. Oh, damn.
Now, I'm gonna tell you what Sinbad did. Was on a plane one time. So if the plane was on with a crash, a lot of comedy would have been gone that day.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
But
we was all on that.
He was gonna get me a hat.
Okay.
He said, "I'm gonna get you a hat, man. I know you love hats." And that nigga never got me a hat.
Never got the hat. You know what happened? I'm gonna tell you what happened. You like that blue hat that I got from the hat right now? I ordered that hat for you. I liked it so much I never gave it to you.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get you another one.
Another hat I will never see.
That hat came. I said, I see why he liked this hat.
That's acceptable.
I said, I'm keeping this hat for myself.
That hat is fly on you, bruh.
Do you know how many times I've seen you on planes going to gigs? It's got to be a couple dozen.
We live in. You taught me. See, Jazz, I be on planes going to gigs. DL got special people who take you parts of the airport. I don't know nothing
about. Yes, he does. Right? Special cars.
They get your feet. The person worked on my feet, checked my eyes, got me some new contacts.
Yeah.
I said, I've been flying forever. What is this?
Yeah.
Do you miss being on the road right now?
Man, when it first started, say the first week, I said, oh man, what I'm gonna do? More of you miss the money. The first thing is like, wait a minute, my daughter's getting married in September. I said, I got to pay for my daughter getting married. I had these dates picked. I had these dates set up just for that.
Right.
But you know what? All that's going to take care of itself. And now that I'm home, dude, I'm like this. I got a chance to work on software I ain't had a chance to touch in 2 years. Right. I go to all these tech shows. I've been doing shows with my son. I've been doing shows with my daughter. I got a brand new grandson here. I'm like this. I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great way to look at it, though.
But you don't. I gotta admit this. I'm not having as bad. Like I thought it would be miserable. Like, but I'm not having as bad a time as I thought I would. Like I'm not miserable.
How about the people around you, though?
Yeah, I'm miserable.
but I do miss. One of the things I've always loved about you is that I could always tell what was going on by what you talked about. So this is an incredibly important time. And then the voices that you count on to kind of guide you through them are not able, like in front of a live audience to kind of illustrate it.
Exactly. And know what else is not happening? I don't know the weather anywhere but L.A. See, Dale, we travel so much. I know, okay, on the East Coast, it's raining in the Midwest, they have a tornado. All I know is, like, it's hot.
Right.
They get jacked up. I didn't know that. Because I'm local. Right. And I've never just been a local. Right. I've been more of a global. And it's my world. And only thing right now that the problem is the homeless. I'm so angry at the people who lead this country who just robbing people right now.
But why? Okay, a lot of people say that, but what specifically are you angry about?
I'm angry about, man, you got a stimulus check and you stop the check, put your name on it. You got small business, that PPP loan. The Lakers accidentally got $4.8 million. The big corporation took all the money. So people are sitting home thinking they're going to get this. You got banks lying to people because they got the CARES program. They can't throw you out your house. So I'm like, but I got the people in Michigan. I'm from Michigan, and dude had a Confederate flag. Since when was Michigan in the South?
Right.
And they're carrying guns because they want to go get barbecue. I said, You're confusing what's happening. It goes back to the whole Republican Party. They showing up with guns. This ain't the second right rally. Right. You just want to go get your hair. Why'd you bring your gun to shoot coronavirus? What you gonna?
That's a good point.
Don't you understand? I think that what happens to us is that we just start to take ourselves too seriously, and what happens to cats like you, who've been just able to navigate. Like, obviously, it's a very serious thing. No one is kind of undermining that or underplaying that. But humor has a way of crystallizing things, and even music has a way of crystallizing things. And I think that there's some things that you just find because you're able to go out in it. And now I think, obviously with you adherence to safety rules, but there is an amount of art and illustration that is being diminished because people are sequestered.
We can't get out there and talk about these people. I'm sitting at home trying to do it on a. We screaming on live. but can I say this? If one more Negro get a podcast or a live stream or go live and join me live and TikTok dance with me, I swear to God, everybody needs to go back to what they normally do.
Would you?
You ain't no dancer in your fake cooking show and clean my house and my TikTok clean the house. I don't care. I don't care. I don't.
But it's fun.
I don't. I don't. I don't.
What do you care about? What's cooking in Sinbad's head right now?
Man, now right now I'm just figuring out. Everybody says when we're gonna go back to how it was. If it goes back to how it was, we failed. This is I call this Sinbad 2.0. This is the world 2.0. If we go back to the way it was, we didn't learn anything. We just saw a pandemic shut this country down. We got to look at, hey, man, how am I going to spend? I need to save up some more money. I need to look at this different. How do I get a hold of my loved ones? And if I can find time to be home and Zoom and talk to my family, why can't I do that when I'm working? Why can't I show that kind of love when I'm working? So I'm like this. I don't want to work the way I did before. I don't want to live. I know we live that, hey, man, I'm on the grind. Every time you see somebody at the airport, I'm on the grind. What you doing, man? I'm on the grind. I'm on the grind. You ain't on. First of all, you ain't on the grind because that comes from people who work in factories that were grinders. When I was in the factory, they grinded, and that's a hard job, and it's a beastly job. That's an 8-hour job. So when you're saying the grind as an entertainer, now we're having a good time. Even on our grind, on our worst day, it's a great day.
Right.
It's a great day. The fact that we're in the airport talking about, I'm on my grind, get ready to jump into first class and get something to eat.
I'm waiting for Sinbad to bring me my hat, nigga. It's ready to go up. As soon as Sinbad bring me that hat.
I'm on the grind with a warm
I'm on my
towel.
grind to get you that hat. I'm on that grind to get you that hat.
How has, because you're an artist. Like I think a long time ago you were probably a comedian, just that if that were the hyphenate. But you play as much music as you do comedy. So, like, what would you say you were?
You know, man, I call myself Renaissance man. I used to love Renaissance men. People that, remember, you talk back in the days of Sammy Davis Jr. and everything. Yeah. You know, guys say, hey, I sing, or a guy says, I sing lead, or a guy says, I play guitar lead. Back then, cats had to be a multi-hyphenate. If you didn't, they're like, I sing. Well, I sing too. What else do you do? You have to be able to do a lot of things. I'm like this. I'm interested in everything. I'm interested in tech. I'm interested in art. I love music. You know, I like doing comedy. But dude, there's not much that doesn't interest me, man. The problem is with this ADHD, I want to do it all. I want to do it.
And now you're just home, not giving me my hat. No. That's what it is.
I got your hat. My hat is like right around this corner on a hat stand.
What
hasn't been working.
Do you, obviously art is impacted by environment. And I do think, I know we're going to be significantly different. I know that, like, culturally, I think nationally, I think intrinsically we're going to be a different place. And there is an opportunity for, different doesn't mean worse or doesn't mean better, but I think we're going to be different. And I think that there are ways that we can be different that elevate us, and there are ways that we can be different that don't. And I think one of the things I've said about this is this disease affects all the things that capitalism and greed did. It affects the poor, the old, the weak, the underprivileged. Yeah. So I think this disease just really kind of exposed what we believe, what we cherish.
Well, you know, it's funny because you got people marching. You got the one cat from North Carolina that was leading the march. on fake COVID. He got it this week.
Right.
Can't write that joke. I can't write that joke for you. You're talking loud and saying nothing. But what it impacts is this. Would you also show this though, man?
I can't hear you. What did he say?
Island. They went out and bought an island.
Right.
And then everybody was going to the Hamptons. Like COVID can't find you. Like COVID said, "Oh man, where'd the rich folks go?" Right. It's like you can't outrun it. You can't hide from it. And another thing I learned, rich people quit going on Twitter and Instagram acting like you know how to be poor, going like, "Hey, we're all in this together." And then I see your yard goes overlooking mountains, and you got horses in the background.
It's different.
Hey, don't go outside. And then you rent a gym. You rent out a gym for you and your husband to go work out by yourself. Hey, keep moving.
Stay home. That'll be enough, Jeeves.
Right.
That'll be enough.
Yes.
Different for sure.
Man, you know what? Don't fake. If you ain't been broke in a little while, you really don't understand it. You gotta look at poor people to mimic the mannerisms, so you can at least do it right. Right. You do this with it, man. Just mimic the mannerisms.
Ask a poor person.
Ask a poor person.
You gotta watch the poor in their own habitat.
Yes, you got to. It's like going to the zoo. Like, let's look at the zoo.
How can they cook with no electricity? What happened right there? They're
How
amazing.
are they getting groceries with no money? How are they getting groceries with no money?
That if God didn't want us to have groceries with no money, He wouldn't have gave us guns. That's what I'm telling you. What's funny to you? Like, what cracks you up?
Now or like anytime?
Anytime, like ever.
People trying to hide the dumb stuff. You know the dumb stuff we do that you should embrace. Remember, like we outside as a kid, you almost fall, and by trying not to fall, you look dumber. Just fall, man, and get up and bow to the people, because when you can do that, no one can hurt you. I try to hide imperfections. I laugh at the imperfection hiding. I laugh at people trying to be something they're not. I laugh at all of this surgery and all this stuff we're trying to create something, man. I'm like, you can't hide from who you are.
Right.
And I'm a comic. I'll find it. I'll find an old picture. Don't make me go look for you. I'll find you. I'll find you.
What would the sin be? Because you're evolved. Like you've evolved. You've been through things. You won. You lost. You've had. Now you were just talking about your daughter getting ready to get married. That's Paige, right? Is Paige getting ready to get married? That's her. Paige.
Yeah.
So
Paige get married.
So you won. You've lost. Now, what would you the more settled you, the more nuanced you tell the younger you? What would you say to you?
The most precious commodity is time. When they say that when you're young, you don't understand what that means because you think forever. I look at these kids say, "You only live once." Yeah, dummy. So don't waste it. You act like y'all found something. Yeah, you only live once, but you can shorten that. You can shorten that once by doing dumb stuff. So I look back, since I have a limited amount of time, I'm gonna do as much with my time as I can, and I'm not worried about what people think. I'm gonna do what I want to do, and it's not about having the big house, and it wasn't about having the car. It was about, man, having the damn experience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
it's
right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
You said that you look like one of them game show.
Yeah, I'm like Vanna Black.
D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And then I turn to you.
What's behind
and then
number
you say
one?
Nothing,
nigga.
Stupid. It's the same thing every show.
Well, you do. You pizzazz the joint up.
Well, I try to do what I can.
Like Jay, he's just like he's here.
Furniture.
Yeah, furniture is necessary. Just so you know. It's good to laugh a little bit though. It's been a lot going on lately.
It is
with this George Floyd situation.
Yes.
video has gone viral, of course.
Right.
People are rioting in the streets in Minneapolis, and of course, what are the police doing? They are throwing, tear gas at them and basically manhandling them as they often do.
Do we have the video?
Because we do.
I've had a hard time. I'm going to see if I can get it.
You ain't even resisting the rest.
I cannot breathe.
You just a grown. You're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting the rest, bro.
His whole nose.
You know fight with him, bro. But why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
This is why you don't do drugs, kids. It ain't about drugs, bro.
I can't really. But there's not a police expert that will tell you that that's allowed. Putting your knee on the neck of a suspect is allowed anywhere, is trained anywhere on any police department in the United States of America. And he had his knee on that man's neck for 7 minutes. It takes 6 minutes to strangle a human being. Generally, the average is 6 minutes before that. He was 7 minutes, and he basically had to feel that man's life leave his body. And what kind of people are populating our police departments where no matter what's going on, you can see that and not understand that what we witnessed was a murder in high def. And even if you look at his facial expressions, it didn't look like an officer who was worried. It didn't look like an officer who was trying to. It looked like an officer who was unbothered. When you murder somebody on TV, live in front of witnesses, you are generally unconcerned.
Well, not only unconcerned, but you think about how inhumane he was. Every time, George Floyd would beg for his life, the officer would kind of lean in even more, as if he was getting off on the fact that he knew he held this man's life in his hands.
Or feet, or knee. What is the point of putting your knee on another human being's neck for 7 minutes?
None.
I don't get it. And what's very sad for me is every black person has felt that fear. I'm not talking that this could be a reality. And I don't care. I'm talking about everyone that has ever existed in the United States of America from the time we got here till now has always had that as a fear. And that was a lynching this is the same. I guarantee you that scenario has played itself out in this country thousands of times from our introduction here till now, and it always is the same thing, and no one really cares. And I think it's just frightening that we're seeing this more and more, where men and women are being slaughtered in front of us, and people were. I guarantee you, more people were angry about not being able to go to the mall than will get angry about that.
So true. And you watch the other officers just sit and do nothing, not even check the guy to say, hey, look, he's in distress, or hey, that's improper, don't do that. They just sat, encouraged it, and told everybody else to step back.
Well, what they did was a bad murder.
That's the worst part to me. If you can sit there with your back, like making sure nobody bothers you as your boy kills somebody in cold blood right there, you deserve every bit of the penalty as anybody else.
I don't understand what it is. What needs to happen is, one, I think that what's even more assaulting is those men are fired. If they're tried for anything, they will then use a union, which uses money from the community. So the community that pays taxes will be paying for the defense of those officers. And I think that if you're going to make decisions like that, you should have a financial responsibility. What I know for sure is going to happen, for sure, is that there'll be millions of dollars that city pays out. And there'll be like anywhere from $1 to $5 million
in a civil suit,
in a civil suit. They'll pay it before it even starts.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, George Floyd won't get his life back.
No, he will not get his life back.
His children will still suffer. His parents will still suffer. And then if nothing is done and these officers are not brought to account for this, then it will happen again.
Imagine if they gave him $1 million or $2 million or $5 million. And the officers that were involved in that were responsible for 15% of it, out of their own money. I guarantee, okay, we're gonna pay this because that's obviously contractually we're obligated. but your part of that is 15%. So now if it's $1 million, you owe $150,000.
Yeah. Maybe then they'll think twice.
I guarantee you that knowing that man looked around like he knew that nothing could happen to him. And do you know who his lawyer is, the lawyer who's representing him? The very lawyer who represented the officer that killed Philando Castile is his representative. So he has very good reason to believe that he's in good hands. Very good reason. That's what that officer, that's what that lawyer does.
Yo, 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 welcome back to the show. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Wait a minute.
Is that better?
What is this? MTV Raps?
Well, I wanted to, add a little, variety to it.
You scared the hell out of Charlie, my dog.
That was spicy right there, yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to throw some flavor to it.
All right, well, yeah.
Every now and then you have to do something to spice things up, right?
Yeah.
No?
That was the perfect thing.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm so spiced up right now.
Listen, speaking of spiced up, yeah, listen, did you see what Jimmy Fallon did? I mean, it happened a long time ago, but people are talking about it. They're upset, and he actually apologized because he appeared on, I think it was a Tonight Show or something, in blackface as Chris Rock.
Comedy's off. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. Like, I think if you were a politician or a police officer, or a professor or somebody, that we later on find out, like a governor, and then we found out that while you were in medical school, you tried to dress like Michael Jackson, which was weird because when you dressed like Michael Jackson was whiter than y'all. So I don't get why.
Yeah.
But I think comedy is its own thing, and one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
Oh,
that shit was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
He killed that. Yeah.
He
was in blackface.
Yeah,
yes,
he was so good in blackface. That nigga almost won a Soul Train award. After that, he became a Muslim. I'm telling you, this nigga, that was hilarious. I mean, I just think comedy has its own thing, and I think it's not one of those things you have to explain or I have a committee about. It was funny, and I think now, I remember Soul Man I forgot C. Thomas Howell played in Soul Man. Funny movie. Was hilarious.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think comedy is the irony and just being avant-garde is just funny there, and it takes on a different connotation if you're not trying to be funny and you're trying to be hurtful.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to get ahead of it or if perhaps social media, the backlash was so swift, but he did issue an apology. And he said, there is no excuse for this. I am very sorry for making this, and thank you all for holding me accountable.
Shut the fuck up, Jimmy.
Well, that's what he said.
I mean,
and if he was a black dude, there's no way he was going to be early for it. You're a black dude. You're supposed to be late and not know what happened.
And then not apologize.
Pop up and say, oh, my bad.
I didn't know y'all was mad. But y'all mad? Why are we going back in time and adjudicating things like that whole Eddie Murphy thing? Is we laughed at it, and now we're going back when it's gauged by today's prism. I think comedy is its own thing. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. We're not trying to be what you are. And whether you know if I'm telling a joke or not, I think that, comedy is its own different thing. And I think I don't think you should ever apologize because somebody didn't like what you said. That was funny. Your intent was to be funny. It didn't work, and that I'm apologize for it.
It didn't hurt the person who he was trying to imitate.
Right.
That
he was imitating his friend.
Anything, yeah,
that was Chris Rock he was doing.
Right.
So it's like if Chris laughed and says, "I'll go ahead," then why
right,
can't we?
Yeah. Right. And why are we waiting 20 years? Oh, he is black. It wasn't.
Well, Jamie Foxx came to his defense and he said, listen, we did a show called In Living Color and we played every race. Let this go. He was like, we've got bigger fish to fry. I think he's got a great point.
And he's frying fish. He is black. I just think that some things are not the same as they are in society. I really do. I think if you're a police officer and you wear something that's in blackface, and you're trying to demean somebody and you're calling somebody that needed you for help and you call them a Katrina victim, that's a different thing. But if you are having, like I remember when Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg at the Friars Club wore blackface. Well,
Right.
Whoopi, hers was a little authentic.
Yeah,
See, her
it's
blackface
different.
was so nice, it didn't come off.
Yeah, she still got it. Yeah.
At the View, they were like, hey, Whoopi, it's time. We get it. It's over. let go now. It's real.
Oh, that's you.
But I think that society is comedy and art doesn't subscribe to the same norms of society. If you do that in the office, at the office party, okay. You do that at the high school play, okay. But you do that on Broadway.
Yeah, it is different.
You do that,
Way
on a skit on TV, and he wasn't even trying. Obviously, he wasn't trying to hide. You didn't find it on Facebook, motherfucker. You Googled it. It was right there.
Right, that's the problem.
You know what I mean?
It has something to do with the person too. Like if the person doesn't have any type of other bad effects on his record when it comes to things like if you're not a suspect of being racist in the first, like I don't think Jimmy Fallon has a problem. He hired the Roots.
Right.
This dude ain't
Well, they
racist.
tried to bring up the whole Megyn Kelly situation and her take on blackface. They tried to lump all of this in one.
No, there's a difference between being a racist bitch and a comedian. Megyn Kelly was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly said some racist thing about Santa being white. She said stuff about Michelle
Jesus
Obama
and
and Jesus
Christmas,
being white.
yeah.
So that's a whole different thing. She editorialized. He tried to tell a joke.
Right.
He was telling a joke amongst that would be like, and it was between them. Why are we in it?
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The impersonation was pretty good to me.
Robert Downey Jr. is the best nigga I've ever seen.
Who you calling me?
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian, writer, and producer. He has a special that's available on Netflix right now. It's called Fat Ballerina. And I took his stand-up comedy class. Oh, yeah. Please welcome David Arnold to the show.
Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Hey, you motherfucker. Let me.
That's how you start that.
Okay, let me tell you what happens. What's been happening to us recently.
Yeah.
This is what's been happening.
Drop the scenario.
So we're like, man, Jasmine's getting funny. What the fuck is this? And I was like, wow. I just think it's from years of being around us. Finally, she's
wearing off.
Yeah, she started to get.
I had a life before you.
See, even that ain't funny. So
it wasn't funny. That was the point.
She would just like really funny shit. Not shit that you think is funny just so they shut the fuck up. It's like funny. Right. And we were talking about, man, Jasmine really got funny. Then I found out she took your fucking class and you didn't say shit about it. You apple eating son of a bitch.
Hey, listen, I told her, I said, you come with me. After a while, we're going to get you your own show. Fuck D.L. Hughley.
That part. And I was like, well, where do I sign up?
She's really, like, funny. Like,
you know, this is what's funny, D. As you know, and Jay know, everybody who funny ain't comedian. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because uncles at the barbecue be funny. And a lot of people that take my class, I always tell them, I can't make you funny. Only thing I can do is point you in a direction. Your ass got to go out there and get on stage and do the work. I'm not going to lie. She went out there and got on stage. She
went on stage?
I did.
She got on stage several times. And when I thought you was going to come to the show.
He didn't show up. He flaked out on me.
No.
He flaked out.
I thought she was bullshitting. I promise you. I swear to God.
She did it and killed. I was because I'm not going to lie to you. I thought when she took the class, I was like, she doing this shit for a day or it ain't going to work out.
Yeah.
So put in week 3, she finished that shit and finished strong. It's good. I'm glad to see that you out here getting their attention. What's up, Jack?
I'm like, we joke about how she comes down from her pedestal because she's kind of one of them highbrow.
That's not true.
And consorts with the common folk.
I'll come down here and make you laugh briefly, and I'll go back to my perch.
Right.
I don't want to get dirty,
And then it's a broom, and she's out.
Not a broom. God damn.
Don't listen.
I didn't just see, but I saw your Netflix special. I remember I was in New York, before the world ended.
Right.
And
right.
when I could actually go there, and you were fucking hysterical, and not that I always knew you were funny, but I think that there's sometimes when people will like take a step back, like you were writing a lot, you were teaching classes a lot, and for the most part, that's a symbol that you're taking on, that you're gonna seek a different path. Like most people do that are doing something else.
Well, you know what? That first of all, thanks. That's the reason why I didn't for a long time want to teach stand-up classes, because they say those who teach because they can't do it.
Right.
And for me, I let that mess with my ego. And one day I just decided, you know what? I can change the narrative around that. And I teach because I know what I'm doing and I do well.
Right.
And I think that's the reason why that class has 300 and something waiting people on the list. I get to it when I can. But stand-up is my first passion. I write and produce television also because I can. But if I have a choice between teaching a class, writing a TV show, or going on tour, you're going to see me on tour every single time.
I would say most people doing what you're doing right now and straddling those worlds wouldn't feel like that. I think most people who become writers and, producers just kind of are, they're proficient enough at stand-up, but it ain't what they really want to do.
No, man. I'm a comedian. Like that, you're one of the people, and I remember when you and I talked, you gave me a call after the special came out, which was one of the dopest moments for me, because I've told you this many times, and I don't know if you ever gonna get it. But when I was getting ready to get out the military, and I saw that special that you did with that clock on the stage.
Right.
Nothing ever moved me more than that moment.
Oh man, that
made me go, I gotta fucking try this. Like that was the thing that made me go, I gotta try this. And if you see videos from my first 2 years of doing stand-up, I'm doing all DL giggling. I like, got the voice and the tempo and the movement. I was like, I'm about to do this shit.
Thanks for taking my Netflix special, you son of a bitch. I appreciate it. You are, it's a different world now. It is. Yeah. I know for me, I've never, ever in my career, been away from the stage this long. Ever. Like, there's nowhere to go. Yes. Nowhere. If you live in Los Angeles, if you live damn near anywhere, there's no way you can perform live. Even in some places, even if it's just too recently.
Right.
It is going to be a different world. Is that something you're factoring in? It's going to look different. It's going to
you mean like the way we perform, the way we tour, what the crowds are going to look like? That is that what you mean?
I mean, just the whole aspect. Because now there's such a, I've been places where people were afraid of an event, like there was a hurricane or 9/11 or an earthquake. Right. But now there's a pervasive sense of fear and uncertainty that is in the country, and that's one of the things that really make you a performer is to being able to perform in these kind of climates. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that we will eventually get back to where we were. It might take a little longer.
Yeah.
And they might separate the tables, and the crowds might not be as packed on top of each other as they are in the beginning. But we're gonna they need us. We are the relief to society. Look what's going on in our society right now. Every time something happens, the country goes through one thing, and comedians, our voice, our point of view on life is needed. So, I mean, for me, I'm trying to find a way to touch people through my social media, you know what I mean, and bring laughter and insight that way. But as far as touring is concerned, listen, if they come out and say, we're doing 10 tables in each room, everybody 30 feet apart, if they showing up, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's the point.
But I think that's what's going to happen. I think people are going to adapt. I think the thing that makes this so different and so scary is unlike a hurricane and unlike, a tornado. Those are things that you can see and you can actually put a name on it. But this is something that you can't see. So it's almost like you are afraid of a monster that you don't know where it is or where it's moving. But I think like anything else, we adapt, we evolve, we learn to adapt to a new normal, if you will.
I 100% agree. And this is another thing. See, I used to be a registered nurse before I did all of this stand-up. So one of the things
you are the roughest looking nurse I've ever seen in my fucking life. If I woke up from a coma, I'd be like, that nigga did it.
Get out of here.
I can save your life, but I'm going to talk shit to you the whole time.
You just don't seem like Florence Nightingale. I don't get it.
No, you know
David
what
Arnold's concerned about saving people. Yeah, that's it.
No, you will get to a point. We will come out of this differently. You'll wash your hands. Maybe the meet and greets won't be what they used to be after the show. It's like, yeah, I'll take a picture with you, but you stand your ass over there and I'll stand right here. Like, I think things will be a little different, but I don't think that it won't go back to what we're used to, because what we do is needed, and society will be a little, maybe you start washing your hands. I don't mind the mask. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can walk around. Some of these faces, some of these mouths that ain't been to the dentist in years, that ain't some of that shit is needed. So I'm cool with it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But even if we're not even just talking about stand-up now. You're a writer too, and I would imagine you're gonna sell a sitcom, and you like, I mean, just like even the way we're doing this right now, like this is no one's ever seen this before. Like that, some things aren't necessary are going to be obsolete.
I'm in the middle of producing a television show for Nickelodeon for these two YouTubers, and we got shut down in the middle of doing it. But we're about to come back and do the writer's room virtually. And so you're right. Some people going to find out the way we did stuff is not necessarily the way we need to do things.
But a writer's room is here's the thing. I think you need the synergy of the intimacy of a writer's room.
Mm-hmm.
I think that product will suffer because the ancillary there's nothing like being in a writer's room and being exhausted and shooting ideas of each other and ordering shitty food.
Right.
But that whole part of it is gonna be gone.
Well, this is the deal. I think they will come back. Maybe they won't be on top of each other. Maybe they'll have to wear masks for a while. You know what I mean? But I agree. I'm working with John Beck and Ron Hart,
who did my TV show. Yeah.
They talk about you all the time.
Yeah.
And they
were writers' assistants, and I went, you motherfuckers is funny. I'm gonna make them niggas writers, and now they won't hire me to say they fucking life, sons of bitches. And you too. All these people I inspired, I ain't getting on the show. I see all that shit.
Yeah, there's a little dose of truth.
The thing is that we are definitely going to find a way to do the writer's room. It might be different for a while, but I agree. We've got to be back. I'm literally developing 3 shows right now.
Yeah, that's a good part. That's a good part. I mean, this much time has I think open compartments in your brain you're not necessarily using. You and your wife are hilarious. Hilarious.
I love Julie.
Hilarious.
I love her.
So,
she be checking you too.
Hilarious.
I love it.
I think that there is, because of the kind of entertainer you are and the kind of person you are, there is a level of openness that you have. Because most people only want to be seen, like most people only want to wear a cape. They only want to wear a white hat. They only want to be seen in a certain light. But nigga, you be eating apples. You ain't putting no goddamn makeup on. You know.
I don't comb my hair.
I'm like, this nigga doesn't care.
You know what it is?
There's quarantine, and then there's this shit. This is not.
You know what it is? So I think what's tripped out about it is that it started with me just with no agenda. I captured, my stand-up. If you know my stand-up has always been about family, relationships, life. So when I started to, lean into my social media, which was like 18 months ago, I had, 1,200 followers. Now I got over 1 million. And I got on TikTok 4 weeks ago. I hit 100,000 followers literally in 4 weeks.
Right.
My kids are so pissed off. But I think people respond to the realness. People respond. Me and my wife, we not putting on no air. We're not Boris and Nicole. And I'm not saying Boris and Nicole not real, but Boris and Nicole have an image. They're beautiful people.
Right.
They always gotta be beautiful. that shit is exhausting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. You don't have to worry, nigga. You all right. You know, no one gonna confuse you with Boy Scouts.
But I do think people enjoy seeing the whole authenticity of you, and not just Julie, but your girls. And, you know, you show, you know, how I remember I saw an episode where one of the girls had pretended to have her phone plugged up downstairs because I guess there's a rule in the house you can't take the phone to the bed, and she had kind of jimmied it so it looked like it was her phone and it wasn't, and you got on. Like, all of those things we like to see because we like to see daddies in action, and we really don't get an opportunity to see black fathers, you know, in action like that with such love, but also funny.
I love doing it because it's not us putting on airs. It's effortless. It's working. And it is. We real with my daughter. I'm very real with my daughters. You know, my wife is the perfect balance to me. You know, Julie is, you know, she's as rough as I am. She's the complete opposite. And I think that's what we're developing actually a reality show right now with Bone and Murray. So we'll see what happens. You know, you develop shit, you don't never know what's going to happen. We going through it, we'll see.
But you're already doing a reality show. That's the thing. It just, I just think that now the one thing that kind of curtain has been stripped off this whole thing, and you already are producing. What makes you laugh?
Authenticity, truth, real shit. People who can find comedy in places where comedy probably should not exist. People who are not afraid to be transparent. People who are original. People who love what they do, and even if everybody is not laughing with them, they still find the humor in what they're doing, and that is what drives them. Those are the kind of things that make me laugh.
I always say that comedy is selfish. It is a very selfish thing. Like, I'm glad you're laughing. I'm glad you came, nigga, but I'd be doing this anyway. So it is a very selfish art form. Very selfish.
It's a selfish art form because we have to do it by ourselves. Like, you and I can be friends and we can talk, and me and you and Jay can go to the club and bullshit and laugh. But when they call your name, you going up there alone. And there's nothing we can do about it. So good, we hope it's good, and we hope it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not, don't road as comedians alone. And even our wives and boyfriends and people in our lives, our kids, they're all subjected to what is our truth. And none of it is off limits. If you want to, somebody asked me the other day, what do you have to do to be with a comedian? I said, you gotta get the fuck out of the way and let them grow.
Yeah, you do.
That's true. Know what I mean? Like, that's what you gotta do. You know, I tell people this all the time. The two things that I've seen take people out of comedy: drugs and alcohol, and relationships.
Yeah.
Them is the two things.
Well, a bad relationship will lead you to drugs and alcohol. It will.
Right.
Are you excited?
You gotta love it, man.
Are you excited about like, because as nervous as I am about the way things look, and you know, as apprehensive as I am, I'm excited about the opportunity of crafting a kind of a new way. Are you excited about like kind of what lays ahead?
I'm excited. I just got a deal to do another stand-up special.
If you brag about one more deal you got, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
I love it. Keep bragging.
I got another deal.
No, damn.
You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about finding a way to continue to share my comedic voice in this climate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I feel like people who are like, look at you. Look what you doing. You ain't stopped.
No.
You play the shit out there. And it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop because that's what you do. This is what we do. We comedians. We got to get this shit out of our head or somebody around us going to pay for it.
Yeah, right.
So we travel into Black Africa to learn the story of the Nile Valley, a story generally told from Egypt. Today we're going to tell the story from a place that thrived before Egypt, alongside Egypt, and after Egypt.
The lands to the south of Egypt, generally called Nubia, had 5 important golden ages. The first golden age, which was called Tarseti, some people call that, in translation, the land of the bow. This civilization was older than First Dynasty Egypt by about 200 years.
They also domesticated animals here first and before Egypt, so pastoralism was very important. Depending on how far back, if you say 9,000 years ago, then you can say yes, it was probably more developed than Egypt. But starting from the 4th millennium BC, the center really is in Egypt and develops from there.
Sudan was often ahead of Egypt in terms of developing technology because it had perhaps a smaller population. In Egypt, there's not much need for human economy. You don't need to save on human labor because every time the Nile flooded in midsummer, you had a huge reservoir of human labor as long as you were feeding them a living wage.
The ancient Egyptians themselves said that they came from the south of Kemet, ancient Egypt, which is further up, higher up the Nile Valley, closer to the source. And they identified the mountains of the moon, which are in modern-day Uganda, as their place of origin.
Most historians now accept, even the European Eurocentric ones, that it is the movement of the peoples from the south to the north that gave birth to Kemet. However, what they fail to recognize that is not just the movement of these one set of Africans traveling from the south to the north, but also movements of other Africans coming from the west to the east. They met and collected together in what is now Kemet. That's why that civilization was so powerful, because it was a multicultural expression of the African experience. It was several sets of different Africans coming together in one place and creating a civilization.
We travel through Sudan, the largest country in Africa, to learn about a world that was already old before our world had even begun. The ancient land once known as Tarseti, Kerma, and Kush, home to the Nubians. This is a place where early Europeans came to study and learn from Africans, and to study from the oldest people in the world, Africans.
So when you hear recent discussions on who were the black pharaohs, referring in particular to the Nubian pharaohs or the Cushitic pharaohs, those pharaohs they often call black pharaohs in a way to try and distinguish them from the others, but they can't be, because as we said, all the early dynastic and intermediate pharaohs were black.
This is home to the world's oldest recorded religion, a place whose kingship and political system continued to bring harmony and prosperity to its people for over 3,000 years. Today, Sudan is the largest country in Africa, rich in oil and other natural resources, but a country culturally split by the Arab African North and the African South. In recent times, this country has been greatly affected by civil wars and droughts. This is a place where the great Blue and White Nile meet to form the famous River Nile that runs through Egypt. This is an amazing land that predates Egypt, but for many is just another part of our world's hidden history. The question is, what happened? What was this ancient civilization about, and what left it in ruin? Why do we only know the story of the Nile Valley from Egypt? And why do we think that Egypt is somewhere separate from Africa? What do we still have and use today that was connected to this time period? We're going to peel back the pages of time and find out. I'm standing here on ancient holy ground, in an area that was once part of the Napatan Kingdom. Today this place is known as Jebel Barkul, which is an Arabic term that means holy mountain. It goes by this term because in ancient times, for over 1,000 years, this area was the Kemetic and Kushite religious center of the world. Home to the Nubians, ancient Egyptians, and other traveling Africans.
Jebel Barkal is a very important site, both in the history of Kush and in the history of Egypt, or Kemet if you prefer. The mountain had a particular shape, and both the Egyptians and the Kushites regarded this mountain as the holy mountain. That's what the Egyptians called it, the holy mountain.
So at Jebel Barkal you have this great ritual religious complex which is set up in a monumental form that we see first when the ruler of Kemet conquers it, when Tutmosis III is building his great temple there, and then it continues, and it's in that area that Napata is.
The city of Napata becomes a very important capital during this golden age of Kush. The site has a long history. We can trace it back to the 18th dynasty period of ancient Egypt, where the ancient Egyptians saw it as sacred to their deity Amen.
Really remarkable point in the landscape, and again you have to be in the landscape, or you have to have the photograph of the landscape to understand how different it is and why it attracts attention. And people have different theories about that, but they don't tell us. They just call it the Juwa'ab, and they saw there a certain kind of form of sacredness.
So the influence of the Sudanese Nubians in Egypt is quite clear, but on the other hand, the influence of the Egyptians themselves in traditions, in religion, is still people having different minds of is it originated from there, or is it being acquired or adopted as gods by the Nubians?
So here at Jebel Barkal, in between Upper Kemet and Lower Nubia, we find much shared culture. And there's much debate around whether it started deep in Africa, at the heart of the Nile, and spread upwards, or if it started in the north of Africa, at the bottom of the Nile, and spread down into Africa.
We must have in mind that these political borders were not there.
But the boundaries were constantly shifting in any case, and there'd always been a lot of trade between these two separate states, if you like.
When you talk about Lower and Upper Nubia, you're talking about a span of land where people have got blood relations, and they have got some sort of culturation and acculturation always happening there.
There'd always been a very strong relationship, and to me, the more I look at the cultures from these two separate states, the more similar they actually become. And I think we need to try and move away from some of the images that we see that show Nubia in particular as a very different country. We know for a fact that, as I've said, there was a lot of trade between the two, and that also many of the people would move across the borders effectively over time. So there's always a very strong, close relationship, and at certain times, you know, they were the same thing. They were just one.
It's like the relationship between America and England. England is the mother and father of America. The population of America are predominantly English American. The presidents of America are English American. Even though America is an expression of the European consciousness, the vast majority of people are European, the predominant power is the heritage that England has given it. The Americans acknowledge this. They trace their lineage, if they can, back to England and come back to here. The relationship is a special relationship of power. Though America has power on this earth, England is its mother and father and recognized as such. That is precisely the way that one should look at the relationship between Kemet and Nubia.
The religion of the Kushites is quite interesting. one of the important deities was Amen. Now, Amen is the pronunciation that the Hebrews give it, and some scholars agree to use that pronunciation. Amun is the pronunciation given to it by one of the old European scholars, Plutarch.
In the language of Kemet, the word for hidden is Imen, or Amun is the way that we put it in English. And Amun is the name of God as creator who is everywhere and hidden, combined with Ra'ah, who's the energy of the sun. That's the metaphor for the creator, so Amun Ra'ah. But Amun is the hidden part, very much like the Christian, Jewish, Muslim concept of God as everywhere and invisible.
The sun, the symbol of the creator, was reborn every morning. It reached its highest position in the day at noon, where it was known as Re. Re represented the creator, God, the sustainer of life on high at its highest point. When the sun set in the west, it was known as Amen. Amen is a Kemetic word which means hidden or concealed.
Amen was supposed to be unseen and therefore very all-powerful also, because Amen was responsible for creation. Amen was responsible for everything, knew everything, understood everything, could foretell everything, and so on, the great omnipotent and omnipresent divinity.
At this religious center, one of the main temples that is still here to be seen today was a temple that was dedicated to Amun. The ram was a sign that was always associated to the worship of Amun. It has been claimed that during the time of these temples, it was the astrological age of the ram, what we know as Aries, and that's why the ram was represented.
They all worshipped God Amun, who was the same god as in Egypt, the state god of the pharaohs, whose main temple was in fact in Napata.
Their deity Amen, they make it quite clear. Amen is a deity coming from Cush. And then during the Kushite Golden Age, they resurrect that same belief system, and then they build monuments sacred to Amen, and then Amen's wife, or Amen's consort, Mut. Mut was the goddess of Amen. What's important here is that same site, the Egyptians had their belief that that's where Amen and Mut came from. So that becomes a very, very important center.
Within the African systems, be they in Kemet, be they in Nubia, or be they in Kush, the male god has an equal and opposite female god. We see this representation in all African cultural systems that flow.
Every Netcher in Kemet had his female counterpart. So I reference Asar and Aset. They were Netcher who complemented each other. They were co-equals.
They are usually together in families, producing children. We have a man and a woman and a child produced as the union.
We tend to think of the deities as a family. It's not quite so biological, it's more religious.
In the beginning there was only noon, the original ocean of chaos that contained the beginning of everything to come. Ra, the sun, was born and appeared to rise from the surface of the water. Ra then gave birth to two children, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Shu and Tefnut then had two more children, Nut, the goddess of sky, and Geb, the god of earth. And so with them the physical universe was created. From the union of Geb and Nut, 4 human children were born, and so the story of civilization begun.
The Egyptian creation story, in many respects, represents the development of a civilization and the growing of Egypt, I suppose. And it's coming out of something that's very simple and coming out of nature, and then is being developed by man and being developed also into obviously one of the greatest civilizations that there ever was.
the spiritual world represented the physical world. So as it was in heaven, so as it was on earth. The Africans came together in Kemet to build a heaven on earth.
So what you see is this combination of balance and harmony. The essence of what we find within traditional African society is an understanding of the totality of life that is literally matrilineal and is paired with the masculine energy in order to maintain its force and its operation throughout society. If you suppress the female, you suppress 50% of the power of the creator.
It seems to be really important, and in many respects the sort of male and female seem to represent the two different forces coming together. And I suppose it's a bit like the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt in some respects.
Because they understood that it wasn't just about gender. It was about the understanding of the energy and how it moves, how masculine energy moves and how feminine energy moves, and how to marry the two, which created balance, life.
The idea was to create a land which was like the land that was up in the skies and beneath the earth. And in that sense, they saw that how they were arranged in families was also how the gods must also be arranged in families, and how the spiritual energies of the universe must also be arranged in families because they are arranged in families.
Three of the most important Neteru in Kemet were Asar, Aset, and Heru.
Or to give them the more usual names, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. These three deities originally came from Kush.
These are very, very important triumvirate.
Their stories are as much mythology as they are history.
Now, according to Diodorus Siculus, who was one of the ancient Greek historians, Osiris was originally a community leader of very early Kush. He doesn't call him a king of Kush, but he makes it quite clear he was a leader.
Asar is regarded as the founding father of Kemet. He unified the two lands. He established the first nation-state in the recorded history of humanity. He is said to have introduced writing, the writing which the ancient Kemites referred to as Medu Neter, or the writing of God when it was written, or the words of God when it was spoken. He is also said to have introduced agriculture and theology.
Also decided to take civilization to certain parts of the Nile Valley as well as to other parts of the world.
Asar married a beautiful Nubian woman by the name of Aset, who was his co-regent, not his inferior, his co-regent. And when Asar decided that he was going to travel to other parts of Africa to share his technology with his brothers and sisters on the continent, he left his wife Aset to run their nation.
And he was very successful, very admired, and this provoked the jealousy of his brother, Set.
And Set then plotted to overthrow his brother Asar.
Set, or Sete in ancient Egyptian, murdered his brother, dismembered his body into 14 pieces, and then scattered those 14 pieces throughout Kemet.
When Aset learned of the murder and dismemberment of her husband, she fled for her life, and then she went searching for the missing parts of her husband's body. Aset found 13 of the 14 parts of Asar's body, and as she found each body part, she cleaned it, she anointed it with oils, and she laid all 13 parts out, and she literally remembered her husband, wrapped his entire body in bandages, and created the first mummy in the recorded history of humanity. As Aset was preparing to bury her husband, she grieved because she was about to bury the man that she loved. She grieved because she was still a virgin. They had never consummated their marriage, and thus she would never bear children by the man that she loved. And according to the story written on many papyri in Kemet, carved on several temples in Kemet, the spirit of Asar came and impregnated his virgin wife, Aset. And then 9 months later, the virgin Aset gave birth to their son, Heru.
Now, in the case of Isis or Set, She is the original Virgin Mother, and she is seen suckling Horus. He is shown as a child suckling his mother, and he's wearing the pharaonic headdress, making it clear that he was born a king.
Haru is the son of Osiris, and he's the embodiment of order. He has to take over the kingship, and he has to do that through a struggle.
So Heru was born, the son of a virgin. He was born with a specific purpose in life. That was to restore his father's kingdom, to do battle with his uncle Set and reclaim his father's throne.
Heru would then take up his father's struggle, in a way, against his uncle Seth.
One of those classic battles, not so much between good and evil, it's more a battle between order and anarchy.
And Heru eventually triumphs over Set.
At that moment, Heru was miraculously transformed into a falcon. He flew into heaven to meet with his father Asar, told Asar of his victory over Set. His father blessed him, and Heru then returned to Kemet as the legitimate heir to the throne. And when he ascended to the throne, the symbol of the Heru Badet, the winged sun disk, was a symbol that was carved above the entrance of every temple in Kemet to serve as a reminder of Heru fulfilling the reasons for which he was born. And at the moment Heru reclaimed his father's throne and was crowned the king of Kemet, his father Asar was resurrected from the dead and took his place on the throne of judgment.
According to Plutarch, what he says about Osiris is that Osiris was associated with the moon, and the moon has its lunar cycle and then disappears at the end of the lunar month, and then 3 days later is then reborn, and this is then the resurrection of Osiris after being dead for 3 days. So Osiris is then the god of death and resurrection.
And Seth, or Zetesh, is never thrown away. He's an important part of the whole series of gods. He's not the annihilating factor.
Set was not purely evil. Set represented the forces of discordance.
Zetesh still has to be there. If you take him away, you're taking away part of reality. But he shouldn't be king. So that balance between Hor and Zetesh is one where Hor, Heru, is meant to be very much on top and ruling.
And our ancestors were very inclusive. And they knew for certain that, as I said, there was a little bit of good in the worst of us and a little bit of bad in the best of us. And they represented that in this way.
So the reigning ruler in Kemet, and this is taken over to an extent in Kush, the reigning king is Horus because he's managed to take over and rule.
I'm here at Naga, at one of the Kushites' most well-preserved sites here today in Sudan.
Temples were really important, both in Kemet and in Kush.
When you begin to look at the development of temples, the temples that we find in Nubia, the temples that we find in Egypt, the temples were universities.
In many respects, they were kind of mini universities. So you have your Egyptian elite living in the temples. They were developing languages, they were developing mythology, they were developing the religion.
There were places where the so-called priests, who were actually priest scholars, part of a system of learning.
And the fact that the temples not only acted as places of worship, but places of learning also.
One was the house of the book, and the other one was the house of life, Per Ankh, meaning house of the life, house of life.
The education was holistic. So you couldn't study maths without studying geography or biology. Everything was interconnected.
These priests that came out of these systems were to be the guardians or the custodians of this cultural practice. They were not theoretical religious people. They were individuals who were both warriors, both scholars, and both priests at the same time.
It might be important to look at the system of education as a system of formal learning and the system of socialization as a way or the way in which one generation was socialized into the fundamental values and rituals and meaning of life of the community and therefore of the society.
The belief was that you weren't born man or born woman, you were born male or born female. And through the process of passage, then you became male or you became female. The passage was intended to be arduous, rigorous.
They would have had to have gone to the temple and gone through certain rites of passage.
The socialization has to do with becoming an adult, with knowing your roles as an adult.
And the training was both physical, both mental, and both spiritual.
And a lot of this came to rest in the temple, where you had schools in the temple.
The temple itself was not to be worshipped. The people themselves understood that they were the most sacred thing, not the temple.
All the professions were premised upon somebody having completed what is called scribal training. To become a scribe was really to achieve the platform from which other careers took off.
What I also find very interesting and very attractive about the Kushite civilization was that, unlike in Egypt, where it was only the educated classes and the priesthood and so on who could read and write, in Kush they achieved a high level of literacy. That meant that humble people could actually read and write and were encouraged to do so.
In actual fact, I don't think there's any modern equivalent to one of these temples. They were both centres of scholarship, but they were also the centres of religion.
So the custodian, the intellectual custodian, was also a spiritual custodian. Was also the warrior custodian. In times of war, it was they that pulled up their cloth and went to war. It was also they that kept the spirit of that nation alive. It was also they who kept the intellect of that nation alive in books and study. So there was no separation. Kemetian philosophy is so monotheistic. All of it was part of the one science, which is life. This science was not separate from religion. So the science and the religion were combined together.
And it's that understanding that everything is interconnected, which is the spirituality.
Everything in the cosmos, in the universe, is related to everything else. We're all interconnected.
There is an understanding that there is one central energy source, but with different aspects. The aspects are represented by how we call in the Western world gods. But there is never a thinking that there isn't one monotheistic central source or power. There is the understanding, whether you're in Kemet, whether you're in Nubia or in Kush or in any of these kingdoms in the Nile Valley or any of the African kingdoms that follow subsequently, that there is one central source or energy from which everything comes from.
Clearly, they share the same religious beliefs as with the Egyptians, with some additions, so to speak. Some local gods were worshipped, like god Apedemak, a lion god. And you have to remember that lions were common here up until the early 19th century.
These historical sites found here in Africa are all that's left of the Nubian and Kushite cultures of people who lived all along the Nile Valley. These ruins are evidence of some of the world's earliest highly developed civilized cultures. These people had an understanding of astrology, medicine, philosophy. They had mapped out the world. They had circumnavigated and understood the planet that they lived on.
We find that the people of the Nile Valley were responsible for developing the first calendar of 365.25 days.
Now, because of the tropical or semi-tropical condition in the Nile Valley, there were clear nights and people could see the stars and the other heavenly bodies. And it is very clear that humanity began to notice patterns. Think about this. How long would it take, for example, for us to understand the movement of the moon?
The moon travels around the Earth every 27.322 days. Because of this, the ancients based their month around a 30-day cycle.
How long will it take for us to work out that the Earth goes around the sun once in every 365.25 days?
The calendar was utilized as late as 4,230 BCE. Now, in order to come to that definitive understanding of how long it takes the Earth to rotate on its orbit around the sun, you have to be able to make celestial observations for at least 1,000 years to identify the patterns, to then correct the patterns, to come up with the most accurate calendar that has ever been used by human beings.
The ancients of the Nile Valley based their year and months around the natural cycles of the universe. Each of their months was connected to an astrological sign, like our zodiac, and so their yearly calendar became a map of the Earth's human, earthly, and heavenly cycles.
And this is where the sense of time, the whole question of the calendar, the year, different months came out of.
So you had groups of people who had time on their hand to observe their environment and then to produce great works that recorded their observations. So you had astronomers.
In terms of astrology, that was always, again, very important to the ancient Egyptians. And when people were born, they would actually have their charts drawn up.
We see water irrigation, we see aqueducts, we see underground heating, swimming pools, we see heated swimming pools.
We had people who studied rocks and minerals, geology.
These very brightly polished ones, that's again a classic Sudanese. I think that particular colour combination, those happen to be the colours of the modern Egyptian flag, but actually it's a very, to me, very Sudanese combination, that clear white with dark and red. Earlier in the history of Kemet, you get a lot of carnelian, the red stone, coming out of Nubia.
Precision drilling, iron smelting, precision iron smelting.
You had people who studied plant cycles, agriculture.
We see papyrus paper, we see glass making, we see stained glass, we see use of gunpowder, not in weaponry, but in religious services and religious rites.
You had people who studied building, how to build structures, what materials are best used to build structures.
This was a great golden age of pyramids, of temples, of writing, scholarship.
We see elements and a good deal of evidence, perhaps of electricity.
You had artisans who were responsible for creating great works of art, sculptures, paintings.
Gold smelting, silver smelting, the creation of refined industries.
These are classic faience beads. This is the colour that most of the material in this tray should look. Faience is simply desert sand, it's quartz sand, but it's ground down and fused at a fairly high temperature, and you add the colour from adding ingredients, so that amazing blue will come from copper filings that have been added in. So there's a very close link between the artists who are producing all of this material and the metal workers, because they're using the filings from the metal workers' floor. So the underpinning of order in Egyptian religious art and in the language is a pedestal. It's a block that looks a bit like kind of a carpenter's plane, something to make things smooth. And the word in the language of Kemet is ma'at. Ma'a is smooth, and it's trying to make things on a smooth path. That seems to be the metaphor they use. And ma'at almost means what is good.
One of the most significant aspects of spirituality in Kemet had to do with the concept of ma'at. Ma'at represented the ubiquitous powers that flow throughout the universe, that maintain the balance, the harmony, and the order throughout the universe and on planet Earth. Ma'at was represented by a female figure with wings and an ostrich feather. One later came to recognize this figure of a human being with wings as a prototype for angels within Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Ma'at was fundamental to the Nile Valley because it was its moral code.
The ancient Kemetians believed, as did the Africans from the south, that when one passed from this existence to another, there was a point of spiritual judging. This spiritual judging was to weigh your heart with a feather. The heart had to measure itself and be balanced against a feather.
And you quite literally get the heart being weighed on scales to see if a person is worthy of going through to the next life.
We can actually still see Nubians wearing the feather of Ma'at, showing their connection to this moral order.
The people and the pharaohs tried to establish and maintain Ma'at. And they didn't have a word for evil, because that's, I think, what people think, good and evil, light and dark, do you know what I mean? But the opposite of Ma'at was Isfet, which was unbalanced.
Ma'at, the feather, would then be weighed against a person's heart. And if your heart is heavy and it tips against the feather, it shows that you have done things to have a heavy heart, meaning you're a guilty person.
The idea of the feather was a representation of the female aspect and also of air, but also of the lightness of being, the idea that your heart was not heavy. We still say it now. My heart is not heavy. My heart was light. I had a light heart, a clean soul.
They declare their innocence by reciting the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, some of which would sound very familiar to Jews and Christians. Those 42 admonitions were: I have not stolen. I have not committed adultery. I have not polluted myself. For I have not polluted the land. I have not spoken ill of my neighbor. I have not spoken ill against God. I have not defrauded offerings. As a person's heart was weighed on the scale of Ma'at, as they recited these 42 declarations, if they were true to these declarations, then their heart would be as light as a feather. This is where the concept comes from. And so it means that they would be pronounced Ma'at Keru, true of voice.
The clean soul was the fundamental aspect. We see it represented in all the Kemetian philosophies, which they had taken from their mother from the south.
So the idea then of Ma'at is she represents keeping the law, keeping truth, keeping justice, keeping righteousness, keeping reciprocity.
And what this basically meant is that we had to say that we didn't do these 42 cardinal sins. And once we lived a life that didn't contribute to those, we lived a good life, a righteous life.
This event was recorded in the Book of Judgment by Jehuti, and then in the next scene of this very important document, of which thousands and thousands were produced, because every person who died wanted to have this document to help them be able to recall these 42 admonitions. One of the very last panels shows Heru, the son of Asar, leading the vindicated soul of this person to his father. And it brings to mind the passage in the Bible, I think it's John. So Heru was the way, Heru was the truth, Heru was the light through which the soul of man was brought before the Lord of judgment, and then proceeded to go into heaven or hell to experience the next life.
Ma'at is also called Sit Ra'a, the daughter of Ra'a, the sun god, the creator. And although you find parallels for that in European Christianity, the church is called the daughter of God, so you can see that kind of idea that the great force that protects good is related to the creator.
So Ma'at represented the means by which a person can achieve their highest spiritual level of understanding.
This wasn't about religion, this was a way of life, of being, of relating to each other, because relationships was our highest value, how we related to ourselves. So before you can relate to somebody else, you have to relate to yourself.
It's often used as a kind of unique force that you don't find in any other society in the world. I'm not sure I believe that, because I think every society defines itself by what it thinks is right. So in Kemet, the word of the language of Kemet for what is right is Ma'at.
All of these ideas and concepts can be traced back to the Nile Valley, to Kemet, to Nubia, at least 1,000 years before the advent of Judaism.
Talking about the importance of spirituality and of spirituality itself, not only to Kemet, Kush, and other places in the Nile Valley, but to all African society that remain African, even unto today. And I think it's important for us to understand that to be African is to be a spiritual being, because our ancestors recognized being spiritual as the fundamental of human existence.
From the start, whether we look at the Nile Valley during the Tar Seti, Kemetan, or Kushite period, we see a unifying system of understanding that gave the people their moral core. An understanding that may have changed slightly from generation to generation, but a knowledge of a divine force greater than themselves continued to be at the center of their civilization. Debates still rage about the length and continuation of the Nile Valley cultures and how interconnected they were. What we do know is that over time rulership changed between the different black rulers along the banks of the Nile. It appears that Kemet was roughly 3,000 years old before it had any interference from cultures outside of Africa. Asiatic people known as the Hyksos melted into the Northern Nile society at first, and then by chance took full control of Lower Kemet and ruled for roughly 100 years. During this time, Kemet was inflicted with corruption and a depraved form of leadership. There's still debate around whether they were fully kicked out or not. Society in the Lower Nile Valley continued to come under attack from groups outside of Africa.
When the Assyrians took over Kemet, they attempted to separate Egypt or Kemet from Nubia. Now, this was a hard thing to do since both sets of people were entwined. Their families, their culture, their religion was part of the same culture and religion.
In about 1,000 years BC, the Nubians moved in and took full control of Lower Kemet, bringing the whole region under Kushite protection.
When Kemet got into difficulties, it was the Nubians from the south who came from the south to the north to rescue Kemet.
The Kushites, they decided to go into Egypt and to take control of the situation, to sort things out, to restore traditions, to restore religion, to restore law and order, and to basically remind the people in Egypt who they really were.
They were trying to retake Kemet because Kemet was theirs. It was their bloodline. They were not foreign invaders. They were individuals who were part of the original bloodline, attempting to retake the bloodline and the land which was once their own. So that line of 7 or 8 Nubian kings was an attempt to give an African renaissance, to return Kemet back to African hands after the Assyrians were attempting to cut off Kemet from the Sudan or cut off Kemet from Nubia.
During the period of Kushite rule in Egypt, the way they administered that country was quite interesting. What would happen is the male pharaohs would then rule from the city of Napata. Female rulers would then rule from Waset, which is in Egypt.
In Africa, women didn't rule and men didn't rule. Men and women ruled equally. It was a co-rulership with different functions, where the woman was fully vested and the man was fully vested.
And what I find interesting and very attractive about this civilization is the fact that women could actually rule in their own right. So they didn't have to be, rulers because they were waiting for a boy king to grow up, or they weren't ruling behind the scenes while, the guy was the king and he was the official ruler. They actually ruled in and of themselves.
Now, who were these female rulers? Some people say that they were the wives of the Kushite pharaohs. Some people say that they were the sisters of the Kushite pharaohs. Whichever be the case, they formed a parallel dynasty, and that dynasty would be aunt being succeeded by her niece, and that kind of line. Iron, the center of that industry, was of course Meroe.
Meroe is already a city, a royal city, when the capital is further north at Napata.
The royal city of Meroe is very important to our understanding of the achievements of the Kushites because it was actually a planned city. It was planned, it had a water sanctuary, which are known as the baths, it had temples, and it also had spacious homes on the scale of aristocrats.
Today at this ancient site of Meroe, we can see the most amazing arrangement of pyramids. Here, like in other parts of the Nile Valley, it's still debated whether the pyramids were used just for burials or if they were astrological markers and places for holy rituals.
The city of Meroe dates back to about the 10th century BC, although this is controversial. If one looks at some of the older writers writing in the 19th century, they argue that Meroe is so old that it even predates ancient Egypt. But let's get with the conservative dates, 10th century BC. Scholars who have been to Meroe have all pointed out the same thing, the huge amounts of iron slag.
Meroe was a massive industrial center of antiquity and clearly a major center of iron production.
As a production center, it's long before the Industrial Revolution, but in a certain way it's an industrial city.
In fact, the early explorers call it Birmingham of Africa.
Now, why the Birmingham of Africa? Well, Birmingham, back in the day, was the center of England's iron working industry.
As an industrial centre, it was very, very important. The main thing that people think about when they talk about Meroe is iron. There was iron production there. Some people have even said they had steel production.
In this area, it was rich in iron ore, so it allowed Meroe to develop not just as a major political and, with Amun Temple, religious center, but also as a major industrial center, which perhaps traded with countries elsewhere.
There are reports that the Kingdom of Kush had trade routes going as far as India, and that many Nubians settled there, creating an area called Indus Kush.
That makes you look at how people inside Meroe related to one another and to the outside world in a new way.
Meroe has a whole series of pyramids in a very good state of preservation. There are at least 84 pyramids, and it's quite possible that many more have since been found.
I'm standing here in the pyramid complex of Meroe. Here in Sudan, there are over 200 pyramids that have been found here to date. This is almost twice as many as its neighbor in Egypt. These pyramids were built by the Nubians. And this is just one of the complexes that can be seen here today.
Gold and iron were two most important trading products in Kush. Gold has a long history because the reason why Nubia got the name Nubia in the first place is derived from the ancient Egyptian word nub, which means gold.
And what the ancient Egyptians are saying is that this is the land of gold. This is where we get gold from.
There was a reputation that the Egyptians had that gold was as plentiful as dust. Wasn't true, but this was a reputation that it developed. But where did the Egyptians get their gold from in the first place? They got them from the Kushite gold mines.
They traded with each other.
Herodotus mentions that gold was used to enchain prisoners. Now, he may well be exaggerating, but since there are images of even mundane things like golden tweezers, the fact that gold would then be used to make tweezers, that shows that it's not a far stretch of the imagination for Herodotus to say that gold would then be used to enchain prisoners.
Many of the things that we think of as advanced culture or advanced technology has its root within Kemet.
We know that pottery was first used in Sudan rather than in Egypt.
The Kushites throughout their whole history were always very good at making pottery. They were very artistic, and their pottery is some of the best in the ancient world. That was also manufactured at Meroe.
This is the great glory of Meroe, the pottery. Much of this has been conserved and restored. What's extraordinary is how thin they're able to make this pottery and how they choose every tradition open to them.
What's amazing here is this pottery is over 2,500 years old, and much of it is still usable today.
This is much more an Egyptian form. That's a little baby feeding cup. That's just the mud of the Nile.
Now, the last ruler, Shepenupet II, was on the throne when the Assyrians conquered Egypt. They made their conquest in 663 BC.
When the last of the Nubian kings, Tawentameni, fought his last conflict with Ashurbanipal, who was the Assyrian king in 664 BCE, we see Kemet being split from the African world, or an attempt to split Kemet from the African world. As the subsequent more barbarous invaders took control of Egypt, the kings of Kush were afraid that their central kingdom would be attacked, would be destroyed. So they moved their capital from Napata to Meroe, which is why Meroe grows when Napata declines.
The kings moved their burial ground, their pyramids, to Meroe, and perhaps they moved the capital city even earlier, around 500–600 BC.
So this dividing line that was set up by the Kushite kings was a matter of defense, a matter of safety.
After this, there are no more black rulers of Egypt. The rulers are now Assyrians or Assyrian puppets.
And essentially the northern part of Kemet became part of the culture and history and civilization of Assyria. Assyria became the focal point, the married line, the feminine line, the female line of Kemet was deliberately usurped by the Assyrian kings.
And therefore Shepenupet II was the last independent black ruler of Egypt.
As the Assyrian kings took control of Kemet, then we have a resurgence in consciousness in Nubia. The Kushite people, the Nubian people in the south, resurged because after 664, perhaps by 590 BCE, there were no further attempts by the Nubians, by the Kushites, to retake Kemet. That's why Meroe had a second renaissance. It had a renaissance before, but that's why it had a second renaissance, because the Kushite kings, the Nubian kings, were no longer trying to take back Kemet. That's why the Meroitic script was resurged.
Now, during the time of Kushite pharaoh Natarsen, the Kushites invent this script which scholars call Meroitic.
And interestingly, they also borrowed from Egyptians the signs for writing their language.
But let's be quite clear. Egyptian hieroglyphics themselves date back to the Tarseti period, which is the first golden age of Nubia. So if we wanted to trace the origin of Egyptian hieroglyphics, we have to go back to very early Nubia.
Basically, for the longest time in Kushite history that we find evidence of writing, they were using the same hieroglyphs as the Egyptians were using. Both cultures used the same. But later on, when the kingdom became more centered in Meroe, they devised their own script.
But they borrow 23 hieroglyphic signs and a number of other demotic signs to write in their own language, which is the second oldest written language in Africa, Meroitic language.
They actually devised two scripts. One is known as the cursive script, and the other one is known now as the Meroitic hieroglyphs.
The script had 23 letters, of which 19 were consonants and 4 were vowels. There was also a word divider, so scholars know when the words began, when the words ended.
And it's only partly deciphered, so there's lots of mysteries in the work.
And there are 900 books and inscriptions written in this old script.
In terms of understanding the language, it hasn't been translated yet, and so that really hampers our understanding of the culture and the religion, and basically how the people saw themselves and what they'd like to say about themselves. There are a couple of people who are trying to decipher the language, and one of the ways that they wanted to do it was to speak to people who today speak what may have been a related language.
Time is running out because a lot of the languages of Africa are not spoken by more than literally sometimes a dozen people. And as the elders die and people don't capture these languages, we won't have that link. People in the landscape won't know what the sound was.
It appears that the Nubian Kushites created this new language to protect the last of their secrets from the invading foreigners. In doing so, they created a greater divide between them and their lost gem of the Nile Valley, Egypt.
Then Egypt is conquered by the Persians in 525 BC.
The Persian kings, like Cambyses, a ruthless and genocidal ruler who took over Persian rulership and then took over rulership in Kemet. This Cambyses attempted to invade Nubia and failed. His army died in the Nubian desert. That which was left was destroyed by the Nubian bows. If you don't know, then you should know that the Nubians were famous for having the longbow. Even before the 14th century Englishman said he created the longbow, I don't know how he came out with creating the English longbow. The longbow was the famous weapon of choice for the Nubian, the Kushite warriors.
Then it's conquered by the Greeks in 332 BC.
Then, of course, after the Battle of Gargamella, in 323 or 325 BCE, Alexander the Great, a Greek, a Macedonian, defeated Darius III. In defeating Darius III, Alexander the Great then became a pharaoh of Egypt.
He took charge of Egypt, which is what we get the name from the ancient Greeks. That's what they called the country.
So the Egyptian world becomes part then of the Greek world.
And following his death, when his kingdom, which was so big it had to be divided up amongst his generals, a general called Ptolemy took charge of Egypt, and initially as a satrap, as an official who was ruling there, and then later as a king.
The Macedonian rulerships, Ptolemy, etc., was a Macedonian Greek general, married into the Egyptian bloodline. Married into the female Egyptian bloodline, producing Egyptians who are Greek and Egyptian at the same time and facing towards Greece.
And he founded really the last resident dynasty of pharaohs.
So then Egypt then became even more divorced. And then, of course, there is the classic story. Whether or not there is historical accuracy to it is another matter, although we do have references to it, of Alexander's attempt to invade Nubia and the Candace Amerinus with elephants and warriors preventing him from invading Nubia. We have that recorded under several Greek scholars. The Macedonian rulers of Egypt did not conquer Nubia. Nubia remained essentially intact.
The Greeks had had a lot of contact with Kemet, and they saw Kemet as a place where they would go to learn. So many of the famous Greek philosophers, mathematicians, scientists, playwrights, all went to Egypt to actually learn from the Egyptian priests.
The Greek rulership did not affect the religious systems in the same way that Christianity and Islam did.
The Romans started to interfere with Egypt about 100 BC. And that was because this Ptolemaic dynasty, the dynasty Cleopatra was the last ruler of that dynasty, had started to have a lot of dynastic feuds. So brothers and sisters had been sort of arguing and vying for the throne. One person would be exiled, somebody else would take control. And the Romans were starting to become increasingly powerful, and quite often the ruler who'd been exiled would actually run to the Romans and ask them to put them back on the throne.
Then it's conquered by the Romans in 30 BC.
For the Greeks and Romans, the Egyptians were Africans, and when you get depictions of Egyptians, they're always shown people with black skin, afro hair, sort of small noses, broad faces, full mouths. So they actually sort of have a caricature almost of what they see as an Egyptian. And the Greeks often confused Egypt with Ethiopia, so they'll quite often call the Egyptians Ethiopians. So obviously somebody with a dark face. And when they showed Ethiopians, they showed them in exactly the same way that they showed Egyptians as Africans. So there was no question at all that Egypt was an African country. It certainly wasn't seen to be European by either the Greeks or the Romans.
Now, the Romans and the Greeks and the Assyrians and the Persians came to Egypt because Egypt was the breadbasket of the world. The control of Egypt and the granaries of Egypt was fundamental to the control of any civilization that attempted to control the world. Not only that, but Egypt, through its trade relations with the South, had control and access to the minerals of the South, the iron, the copper, the gold, the silver. The Roman system of coinage was based on gold and silver. Therefore, they needed access to the mines of the South. So the control of Egypt was fundamental in getting the trade from the gold and silver from the South to the North. So therefore, the control of Egypt was fundamental. Egypt was the most wealthy nation in the world, and it remained so through Assyrian, Persian, Greek, or Roman rulership. Egypt still was the most wealthy, not just in terms of gold and silver, which was, you know, tenuous in terms of its commodity value, but in terms of grain, wheat. Rome as a civilization, like the Greek civilization, did not produce enough food to sustain itself.
The Romans saw Egypt, and the reason they really wanted Egypt so much was it was a grain source for their armies.
When Kemet was invaded by the Greeks and the Romans, they effectively ruined the country. They used it not for itself, they used it for their own country. So, for example, when the Romans were ruling in Kemet, they took all the grain from there and sent it to Rome as dole for their people, because the Romans had a dole system where they would give people bread to keep them quiet. That was their dole. And all the grain that made that bread came from Kemet. So basically they ruined the country completely.
But they also traded things like animals, obviously for their gladiatorial fights. A lot of the African animals were shipped over to Rome because the Romans saw Egypt as this sort of exotic and interesting, sort of another world almost. It wasn't just another country, it was a completely different world to the one that they were used to.
So when you overexploit a country like that and you take all of its resources and you use it for another country, obviously there's going to be nothing left for that country. And over time, Egypt became poorer and poorer, and I feel that this ultimately led to the final downfall.
So the relationship between Egypt and Rome was fundamental in Roman survival. Not in Egyptian survival, in Roman survival.
I think Egypt was crucial to Rome's development, both from a political point of view, in that it gave it a very important, a very wealthy territory, but also because a lot of people in Rome became very interested in Egyptian religion and Egyptian cults. And also, they must have been learning from people in Egypt, as the Greeks had learned from people in Egypt. So I think that Egypt was actually very important for Rome, certainly Rome's early development.
But all of this means, of course, that Egypt is getting more cut off from its neighbour from the south. It sees its relationship as being north. Its connections are northward, not southwards. It sees the south as a trade route, a source of supplies and minerals and grain. And we see further connections between the royalty, the royal families, the political people of Egypt, and we see with the south, because the south has cut itself off, and it's been cut off.
Now, the conquests of Egypt changed the population. And so Egypt was already moving into an Afro-Asian direction.
The calendar was actually adopted by the Romans. They decided to adopt the Egyptian calendar, so we've actually taken that from obviously the Romans, then spreading throughout Europe. So actually Rome's quite a key and important player in us today learning about ancient Egypt, because it adopted so many different parts of its knowledge and culture and was very, very keen to promote it.
So as Rome tightens its hold on Egypt, and the failed attempt by Cleopatra and Julius Caesar to produce a line of individuals, that line being destroyed by Octavian or Augustus Caesar.
And at that point, finally, Egypt loses its last resident ruler, Cleopatra.
The line of pharaohs abolished. It's at that point that we have the end of dynastic Egypt under Roman rulership.
And it's after that point, when Rome takes control, that we start to, in many respects, I suppose, see the downfall of Egypt and the demise of Egyptian culture.
Meanwhile, in Kush, the pharaonic culture continues.
One of the great things about the Sudanese Meroitic Kingdom, they're one of these kingdoms that keep the Romans out. It's one of the kingdoms that the Roman Empire tried to conquer and failed to conquer.
I think also the further south that the Romans went, obviously, the further away they're going from the Mediterranean and from Europe, and so arguably the more difficult that would become for them.
I'm standing in the center of the once great city of Miro. Behind me is a temple dedicated to Amun. Excavations done here in the 90s reveal temples with walls and statues covered with gold leaf, a remnant of Merowe's immense gold trade. At the heart of this ancient city, we find the remains of its spiritual center. Here, Amen was revered in temples of the highest splendor.
When they moved here, they built another temple to this god, the largest, as I said, apart from Napata, in the Sudan, which unfortunately now is in a ruined state, as most of the site is.
The royal city was walled with gates and towers. And one of the old sources makes it clear that the population of Meroe supported at least 200,000 soldiers and 4,000 artisans. And that would give us some kind of indication of what scale of city that we're talking about. Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian, made reference to a violet-scented fountain where people would wash and they would bathe in these aromatic salts. And the Liverpool expedition at the beginning of the 20th century excavated in Meroe and found that Herodotus was probably talking about this bath that shares affinities with the Roman bath. What's interesting about this capital is that only a tiny fraction of it has actually been excavated.
Perhaps I am standing right now on the ruins on the temple, which is still to be discovered.
In truth, at least 90% of it is still to be found.
I hope to do it in the coming years. We did some preliminary sondages, and we found, again, domestic remains, but also a fragment of a temple from maybe 300 BC, so we hope to find it.
So we can only infer from the little bit that we've seen so far, and the little bit that we've seen so far is very, very impressive.
Hidden under the desert surface of this ancient temple are the tile remains of its ancient modern beauty. Much of this area is covered with these types of tiles.
The modern-day neglect of these temples is only equaled by the invading nations that came in and replaced religions and took over the land of these areas.
The Nubian and Kushite culture began to slowly decline as the invading nations took control of the surrounding areas. As Rome became Christian, it began to spread its New World religion throughout its empire, taking religious control of the Nile Valley.
For the essential part, Kush remained essentially unchristianized. However, on the eastern side of Sudan, in a place called Axum, they created a Coptic religious system. This Coptic religious system, though essentially African, had a different philosophical base to it than that which had been there present, and a different thinking process to that which had been there present.
The last of the Kushite pyramids is around 300 and something AD. And so it would seem that the last burials of the Kushites coincides with the punishing of the Red and the Black Noba by Emperor Ezana of Aksum.
This Aksumite kingdom was the kingdom that in 320 AD, CE, was the kingdom that eventually conquered Kush.
The end of Kush brought the end of roughly 5,000 years of royal culture in the Nubian lands of the Nile Valley. So as we look back over this ancient world, we can say that the ancient Africans of the Nile Valley had a civilization that lasted longer than the society we are part of today. At its peak, it had reached a great level of spiritual, social, economic, and structural development. This was a civilization of religion, astrology, medicine, philosophy, architecture, art, engineering, mathematics, and much of what was passed down to us from the Greeks and Romans actually came from the legacy of the Africans of the Nile Valley.
سلومي يوندوش ملكم هذا
Hello, I'm Salome. Welcome to Salome Styles. I'm your host and producer, and we'll be bringing you the latest in fashion and the designers who create them. Let's start on the runway.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. For many years, it's been my pleasure to produce a number of documentaries discovering fascinating and provocative tales, the accomplishments, tragedies, and the greatness behind some of the most unique people of color that have ever walked through life. From my archives, here is one such story.
In 1927, Dewey Brown gained membership into the PGA of America, becoming the first black to do so. So Dewey Brown, for 7 years, performed all the duties of a PGA club professional. He gave lessons, organized tournaments, then very suspiciously, in 1934, his membership in the PGA of America was revoked. Come to find out, Brother Brown was actually a black man. Somebody found out, dropped a dime on him. Several months later, the PGA of America instituted its Caucasian-only clause in 1934. So for 27 years, blacks and other minorities and women could not play on the PGA Tour.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. Since the debut of Jackie Robinson with the Brooklyn Dodgers, the African-American community has gained great acclaim in the world of mainstream sports. In addition to becoming leaders in baseball, basketball, football, and tennis, a small number of African-Americans have ventured into a sport that many had fought to keep exclusive, the world of professional golf. Over the course of this program, we will uncover a legacy that has been mostly unknown and rarely told, as we present part one of Rainbow on the Green. Origins of the game of golf date back nearly 1,000 years to 11th century China and 12th century Europe. The object of the game was to use the least number of hits or strokes to get the ball into designated holes across a playing field known as a golf course. Thus, the modern game of golf was born. By the end of the 19th century, golf had become a highly popular game among the upper crust of European society, especially in England and Scotland. As the popularity of golf reached the United States, international competition between Europeans and Americans led to a major historic moment at the second United States Open tournament at Shinnecock Hills Golf Course in Long Island, New York on July 18, 1896.
John Shippen was a 16-year-old caddy. He and a fellow caddy, a Shinnecock Indian named Oscar Bunn, became proficient as players. So the second U.S. Open came to Shinnecock Hill Country Club, and the members wanted them to compete in the championship. They were the best players at the club. So you had these Europeans, mostly Scots, Brits, Irishmen. They raised so much hell at the thought of these minority players, these young caddies, playing in the tournament that they threatened to withdraw. The head of the United States Golf Association was a man named Theodore Havermeyer. Mr. Havermeyer told them, withdraw. The tournament is going on if only 2 players compete in it. They backed down, of course, and after the first round of the tournament, John Shippen, I think he shot a first round 81 and shared the first round lead with one of their top players. Of course, the second round, he finished tied for 4th or 5th in the event overall. But what he proved was that a black man could play the game at the highest level.
Only 3 years following John Shippen's historic U.S. Open debut, a prominent African-American dentist and Harvard University faculty member named Dr. George Franklin Grant brought a new dimension to the sport of golf with a bold new creation.
Dr. Grant had a fondness for the game, but he also was a master of haberdashery. He was used to the finer things in life. And so back then, the way that you made a golf tee was to take some damp sand and form it in the shape of a T and set your ball on it. Well, this could be quite messy, as you might imagine. Well, Dr. Grant, I guess he was tired of, soiling his clothing. So he decided there had to be a better way. He came up with the wooden golf tee. He did patent it in 1899, but he didn't exploit it. But what he proved was that blacks and other minorities had the wherewithal to find a better way. And we have done that throughout history in many other areas, and it was the same in golf.
When Rainbow on the Green continues, African Americans solidify their place in golf by creating a league of their own. Following the groundbreaking achievements of John Shippen and Dr. George Grant, many more African Americans and women began building on these successes.
If you look at the history of golf, we kept inventing and improving. You know, we had our own country clubs. When they wouldn't let us play on the PGA Tour, a group of black businessmen met in 1925 at a YMCA in Washington, D.C. and started our own tour called the United Golfers Association.
The United Golf Association, also known as the UGA, founded in 1925, staged tournaments, clinics, and golf outings around the country. Its mission was to gather all colored golfers and golf associations into one body. Despite the success of the UGA, the ability for black golfers to play consistently required the support of prominent black business leaders and entertainers to finance their golf ventures.
There were some tournaments that were open to blacks, the U.S. Open, the Canadian Open, the L.A. Open, but it took money to compete.
Yeah, Joe Louis, Ray Robinson, Billy Eckstein, these were the type of people that we had to turn to for our money in the early years that really helped us to help get us started.
That was the impetus of black golf during that period. You had to have someone who could sponsor you.
I worked for Billy Eckstein. Teddy Rose taught Joe Louis how to play. But we all used to travel together. Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Louis, and Ike Williams, you know.
Billy Eckstein, of course, was a famous singer, band leader back in the day. And Charlie Sifford was his man Friday, who taught him how to play, who served as his hustle buddy, and would chauffeur him around the country, and so this is how it was done. Celebrities helping black golfers.
In addition to Billy Eckstein, Joe Louis, and Sugar Ray Robinson, numerous other celebrities were all influential in the progress of the UGA.
This tour spawned many, many great players. Probably the most famous was a guy named Teddy Rhodes. Teddy Rhodes is arguably the greatest black player in the history of the game, bar none.
Pound for pound and shot for shot, he was probably the greatest golfer that I had ever seen.
He was the best player then, Teddy Rhodes. It took me 5 years before I could beat him.
On the UGA, this man won over 150 golf tournaments. He was a master of the short game. They say that he was the greatest wedge player ever to pick up a golf club.
Probably one of the sweetest swingers that golf have ever seen, and I think that that's probably what won him over and the reason why he was able to be so successful at it.
He never got a chance really to show how good he was because of the Caucasian-only clause. By the time Charlie Sifford broke through, Teddy Rhodes was a little too old to be considered a contender on the PGA Tour.
Joe Louis rose above the masses as one of the greatest heavyweight boxing champions and one of the most famous Americans of his time. His love for golf solidified friendships with many top black golfers, eventually leading to his support of the UGA and influence over the ultimate integration of the sport.
My father was instrumental in pointing out the segregation of golf, pointing out the unfortunate consequence that black pros couldn't play on the same playing field. And I don't think that rule changed until 1960 or 62. The fact of the matter is my father sponsored a lot of golf tournaments. In 1952, my father was invited to play in the San Diego Open. He was invited by the sponsors, which were the Chevrolet dealers. And they didn't realize that there was a non-Caucasian rule in the PGA bylaws that said if you weren't white, you couldn't be a member of the PGA. If you weren't a member of the PGA, you couldn't play in a PGA tournament. But they wanted the heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Louis, who dominated for 12 years, to play in the 1952 San Diego Open. When they learned that there was this non-Caucasian rule and they had to disinvite my father said, well, they're going to have to tell me to my face. So he got on the plane and went on to San Diego and said, here I am. And so as it turns out, they asked him to qualify, and some black pros tried to qualify as well. And he was the first black to play in a PGA Tour event in the 1952 San Diego as an amateur under a sponsor's exemption.
Lewis was allowed to play, but that didn't break down the barriers. That only nudged the door open about a crack.
While Joe Louis and others continued to struggle for racial equality in golf, a group of 13 women, led by Marilyn Smith and star golfers Patty Berg and Babe Saharias, formed the Ladies Professional Golf Association, or LPGA, in 1950, opening the doors for women to stake their rightful place in the game. When we return, a former caddy from poor beginnings in North Carolina breaks golf's color barrier.
Up until 1961, they had a Caucasian clause in the Constitution of the PGA that said if you were not a Caucasian, you could not be a member of the PGA Tour. We fought that very heartily and carried it to the courts of California, where it was stricken out of, and we were able to become members after that. Charlie was the first to become a member, then Ray Botts, and then Pete Brown and myself. So I was very fortunate to come along at a time when it was a lot easier than it had been for Charlie, you know.
Charlie Sifford says, don't give up hope. Watch what I do with this shot.
Get in there!
Despite dealing with racial slurs, death threats, and hate mail, Charlie Sifford never backed down. And in March 1960, his perseverance was rewarded by becoming the first African American to receive a tour card to play on the PGA Tour.
Charlie Sifford. Charlie's been a good player a long time, a hard worker. Deserves a lot of credit. Okay, Charlie.
Good shot, Charlie.
Center of the fairway.
Sifford, starting the tour as a 37-year-old rookie, would go on to win 2 PGA events and amass more than $340,000 in earnings during his PGA career. He garnered another $1 million on the senior PGA Tour.
Charlie Sifford here with a wedge and lofts it up right at the flag. This should be very good. It's going to be right at the hole. Could be very close. Beautiful shot. Almost a stiff one there by Charlie Sifford.
Charlie's accomplishments as both a tour professional and an ambassador for minorities of all colors who followed him onto the tour led him to golf's ultimate prize, induction into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2004.
The World Golf Hall of Fame, as you probably heard called a number of times, is golf's highest honor. To have someone who literally blazed the way in golf, you only have one of those.
Charlie, had he played in his 20s, he might have won 40, 50 tournaments.
We don't know really how great he would have been in terms of a player and number of victories, number of major championships he could have won, but we certainly know a lot about the caliber of the person that he is.
Beautiful putt by Charlie. Fine putt.
You're going to have to forgive me because this is touching. A little old caddy boy from Charlotte, North Carolina. Come from a very poor family. Out there running up and down the road behind this little white ball and getting inducted into the greatest hall, the World Hall of Fame. How about it? I started out in this game, I wanted to do 5 things. I wanted to win a golf tournament. I wanted to play in the National Open. I wanted to play in the U.S. Open. I wanted to play in the Masters. And I wanted to get in the Hall of Fame. Well, I got 4 out of 5, so that little old golf I played was all right, wasn't it?
Coming up on Rainbow on the Green, with the color barrier broken, golfers of all colors joined the PGA Tour. Following Charlie Sifford's historic run, the torch for African-American greatness in golf was passed to Lee Elder, a former UGA star and protege of the great Teddy Rhodes.
He taught me the game. I traveled with him for well over 10 years, and it was certainly something that I enjoyed, and Like I say, he was instrumental in getting my game in the condition that it was in.
Lee Elder established a new standard for black golfers on the PGA Tour, becoming the first African American to earn more than $1 million, the first black member of the United States Ryder Cup team, and qualification for the 1975 Masters Tournament, golf's biggest event.
It meant that I had did something that I was leaving perhaps a goal for other young African Americans who was coming after me to reach, to qualify for the Masters.
Given the racial climate for black golfers on the tour at that time, Elder worked diligently to develop a strong mental focus that helped him achieve his goals on and off the golf course.
I felt that if I could make myself strong mentally and be able to really just block it out of my mind and go ahead and compete and do it with my golf clubs, and I felt that it would certainly prove how tough that I could be mentally and physically.
While Lee Elder brought black golf success to mainstream America, other black golfers joined him on the tour, including James Black, Pete Brown, and Jim Dent, one of the longest drivers off the tee in PGA history.
The first time I ever played with Jack Nicklaus, I played with him at the rail. And I never even think about no distance, how far I was hitting the ball. Well, the first hole I hit at 385, and he hit 325, and he stepped it off. He said, as far as I ever been outdriven by hitting a 300 yard.
On the green, Chichi Rodriguez puts out for par.
Juan Chichi Rodriguez, a native of Puerto Rico, turned professional in 1960, and in 1963 won his first PGA event, the Denver Open. Rodriguez would go on to win 8 times on the PGA Tour and was a member of the 1973 United States Ryder Cup team. His career on the senior PGA Tour proved to be phenomenal, as he won 22 events in 8 years and established himself as one of the greatest showmen that golf has ever seen.
Watch this.
I could still hit the ball a long way when I went on the seniors tour, so the golf courses were short, and I've always been a good short iron player from the 5-iron on down. I felt more confident over there. There I had a bunch of guys on Social Security.
In 1989, Rodriguez won the Bobby Jones Award, the highest honor given by the United States Golf Association. And in 1992, Chichi became the first Puerto Rican inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame. In this episode of Rainbow on the Green, you witnessed the transformation of golf from its segregated roots into a true multicultural sport, showcasing the very best regardless of color. In our next episode, you will see how opportunities created by integration have resulted in a new era of superstardom in both the PGA and LPGA tours, and have nurtured the future of minority growth in golf worldwide. I'm Tim Reed, and I want you to tune in to our next episode of Rainbow on the Green, Part 2. Hello, I'm Tim Reed. In Part 1 of Rainbow on the Green, we explored the groundbreaking accomplishment of early African-American golfing pioneers like John Shippen, Charlie Sifford, and the United Golf Association. This legacy of achievement was only the beginning. Over the next half hour, we will explore the journey of women and other minority golfers and investigate what the future holds for them as they emerge as global superstars in the world of golf in Part 2 of Rainbow on the Green. By the 1960s, the LPGA opened its doors to minority women with the introduction of the great Althea Gibson to the tour in 1963. Gibson, already considered one of America's greatest athletes, had broken the color barrier for women in tennis in 1950. She played in 171 LPGA events from 1963 to 1977. Renee Powell joined Gibson on the LPGA Tour in 1967, after a successful run winning UGA national titles from 1959 to 1961. Powell now manages Clearview Golf Club in East Canton, Ohio, the first golf course in America designed, built, owned, and operated by an African American, her father, William Powell. Following the paths forged by Althea Gibson and Renee Powell were Japanese golf sensations Hisako Higuchi, winner of 69 titles on the LPGA Japan Tour, and Ayako Okamoto. Winner of 17 LPGA events and the first non-American to top the LPGA's money list in 1987. Higuchi entered the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2003, while Okamoto was inducted in 2005.
Down 15, Trevino plays with a possible win in sight. The birdie puts Lee Trevino at 12 under.
The acceptance of Mexican Americans as great golfers came with the career of Lee Trevino, the first Mexican golf superstar.
You're 150 to the pin. A little 8 iron down. 155. Oh, oops. Now hit the 8. Hit the 8. No, you're supposed to jump. He's going to caddy for me this week. I'll tell you one thing, if I caddied for you, you'd have done won the Grand Slam a long time ago.
Trevino was born into poverty in Dallas, Texas, and began his golf career as a caddy at the age of 8. Trevino joined the PGA Tour in 1967, and in 1970 won the PGA Money title. Trevino would go on to win 85 tournaments during his PGA career, including 6 major championships. Trevino, also known as Supermex, was voted the 14th best golfer in history by Golf Digest magazine in 2000. When Rainbow on the Green returns, the late 70s sees the emergence of golf's first Latina superstar and one of the most successful black golfers ever. In addition to the growing African-American participation on the tour, the PGA also saw the arrival of Isao Aoki in 1974, the first Japanese golfer to play on the PGA Tour. Aoki's victory at the 1983 Hawaiian Open was the first win by a Japanese player on the PGA Tour and one of his 73 victories on 6 different tours around the world. Nancy Lopez entered the 1978 LPGA season as a rookie and had a season like no other. Lopez won 9 tournaments, including a record 5 in a row. She was named LPGA Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year, a feat yet to be repeated.
I used to read a lot of things and watch her play and watch her win, and I picture myself in her shoes. I wanted to be like her.
Lopez won 48 LPGA tournaments and was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 1987 at the age of 30.
Alvin then with his tricky little 8-footer coming up the hill. Might break a little from his left. What a good stroke.
Oh. Calvin Peete was not your prototypical golfer. He did not pick up the sport until he was 23 years old, and due to a broken arm he suffered during his youth, never had the power to hit the ball as far as other golfers. However, Peete took on these challenges and became the most successful black golfer in PGA history up to then, winning 12 tournaments over an 8-year period.
He didn't hit a soft one this time. And that's right at it. What a great stroke.
In addition to his tour success, Peete played on 2 United States Ryder Cup teams and led the tour in driving accuracy for 10 consecutive years, an achievement that may never be matched. Pete's outstanding career was only a prelude to another legendary career.
Tiger is the most complete golfer that I have ever seen in my life. The man does not have a weakness.
Eldrick Tiger Woods has become the symbol of world golf and one of the most dominant and influential athletes in history, a child prodigy who began playing golf at the age of 2. Tiger won his first tournament, the Junior World Golf Championship, at the age of 8. and won the U.S. Junior Amateur Championship 3 times. He won 3 consecutive U.S. Amateur Championships, firmly placing his amateur career as the greatest in golf history. Tiger's professional career, which began in 1996, has been nothing short of phenomenal. To date, at the age of 31, Woods has won 61 PGA Tour events, 5th all-time, and 13 major championships, second most of any player of all time.
Do you think that Papi Ortiz is the athlete that Tiger is? There's no way. Roger Federer, to win a tournament, has to beat 6 people. Muhammad Ali beat 1 guy, world champion. Tiger Woods has to beat 153. That is quite a difference.
Tiger also has become a symbol for multiculturalism in golf, and his incredible talent and allure has drawn millions of people of all colors worldwide to watch and play golf.
Tiger has done so much for the U.S. sport, the international world of golf, because a lot of people say, I want to be like Tiger.
It's a big word to say, but they're looking for another Tiger Woods, but it's going to be a long time before they find a Tiger Woods because his father taught him everything he knew.
Nota Begay III is a former teammate of Tiger Woods at Stanford University and a 3-time college All-American. In 1995, he became the first full-blooded Native American ever to play on the PGA Tour. One of the few golfers ever to shoot 59 in a pro tournament, Begay, a native of Navajo and Pueblo descent, has won 4 times on the PGA Tour and is a role model for Native American youth nationwide.
Well, that was a good, clean hit, and it's a great line. What a shot.
Oh, this is a great shot.
In 1998, Se-Ri Pak joined the LPGA Tour as an unheralded rookie, and like Nancy Lopez 20 years prior, started out with a bang, winning 2 major championships that year en route to 4 victories and the LPGA Rookie of the Year award. During her 10-year career, Se-Ri has won 24 PGA tournaments and 5 major championships. Pak was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2007 at the age of 30. Se-Ri Pak's success has led to a Korean revolution in golf.
Victory number 7 for Lorena Ochoa in the 2007 season.
After a spectacular 2007 season, Lorena Ochoa is now the world's #1 woman golfer, only the second Mexican-born player on the LPGA Tour. Ochoa has dominated the LPGA Tour in recent years, winning Player of the Year honors in 2006 and 2007, and amassing more than $4 million during the 2007 season, the most in tour history.
I'm very competitive, and I like that part of the game a lot. I dream high. There's no limits for the dreams, and I always try to do my best, every day.
Ochoa is a national hero in her native Mexico.
I'm very proud to be a Mexican and to represent my country and to be an international player.
When Rainbow on the Green continues, the quest for the next Tiger and Lorena leads us to explore golf programs that are bringing more people of color to the sport. With Lorena Ochoa and Tiger Woods holding the #1 rankings in the world of golf for 2007, the question of who will follow these superstars begs for special consideration. The challenge to expose more minorities to the sport of golf has led to the creation of numerous programs around the country supported by the PGA Tour, the LPGA, and the PGA of America.
It's important for our game to continue to grow, that we look more like America. And we're dedicated and focused on doing exactly that.
When I first came to PGA, one of the things we were concerned with was how can we create more diversity in the game. And since I've been here 10 years now, I've seen more people of color play golf. I've seen them integrate their social program into golf. So what we're trying to do is to create more of that type of growth.
Founded in 1997 by the World Golf Foundation, the First Tee is a national youth development program that nurtures youth by teaching a group of core values designed to promote success in golf and life through multiculturalism, honesty, goal setting, and sportsmanship. The organization, ironically, is headed by Joe Louis Barrow Jr., one of the most prominent African Americans in the golf industry, and son of the great Joe Louis, heavyweight champion and one of golf's true groundbreakers.
One of the goals is to really let golf more properly reflect the culture of the United States. Right now, 16% of golfers are from diverse backgrounds. The first tee is fortunate to have 50% of our participants being from diverse backgrounds, with 22% African Americans, 17% or so Hispanic Americans and Asian Americans and others. We're excited about that because we think that golf can contribute so much more to individuals' lives that we want to make sure that everyone who wants to have the opportunity to play and learn and enjoy the game of golf has that opportunity. And that's really the fundamental premise of the first tee.
On the collegiate level, the PGA National Minority Collegiate Golf Championship brings together 180 minority golfers from 38 colleges and universities to compete for national honors. Off the course, golf has expanded from minority exclusion to minority ownership, with more people of color owning golf courses and golf-related businesses in the United States than ever before.
One of my jobs is to figure out how to make those connecting points between minority-owned companies and the industry to start creating more sharing of that wealth among the ethnic groups.
The Oneida Indian Nation opened the Turning Stone Resort and Casino in 1993 near Syracuse, New York, and later launched the Atunyote Golf Course, one of the finest golf courses on the East Coast. In 2007, the Oneida Nation hosted the PGA Turning Stone Resort Championships, the first PGA Tour event ever held on Native American soil.
We're like unknown in the world. We're almost unknown in America. The stories about American Indian people have not been told. The true history about our people has never been told. So this is just one step towards people becoming more aware about who we are, the things that we do, and that American Indians in this world, in this country, and the kinds of things that they're doing. We're not just out of the movies or in the history books. We are real people who live here, who have rights and treaties, and we're a living, breathing part of America.
Bull Creek Golf Course, located in Lewisburg, North Carolina, is an 18-hole course built on farmland owned by the Massenburg family for more than 80 years. The course has become a target destination for golfers around the country. Following a stellar Hall of Fame golf career, Chichi Rodriguez moved back to his homeland of Puerto Rico to build what he would call a legacy to my country. The golf course he built, El Legado, or The Legacy, is truly a testament to Chichi's incredible vision and love for his people. Boasting 4 top-caliber courses, the Innisbrook Resort remains one of America's premier properties. In early 2007, Sheila Johnson, a noted philanthropist and entrepreneur, and one of the most powerful women in American sports, purchased the resort and immediately began remodeling a property that was already considered one of the nation's best.
What she's able to demonstrate is that people, women, and also minority women, can get into the golf business as owners. And as an owner, you have a tendency to drive more inclusion.
I think the word out on the street was that the perception, and this is important, the perception of Innisbrook was that it was just a very exclusive resort where it was very hard to get into, and I really want to make this an inclusive resort. And it's very important that we do that because I want everybody of all gender or nationality to feel welcome to come here to Innisbrook. You know, as an African American woman, I all too well know about the exclusivity factor, and I think it's important that I send a message out there that this is really open to everyone.
I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven.
Outside the United States, another significant moment in golf history took place in October 2007, when the PGA of America held its first PGA Grand Slam of Golf event on the island of Bermuda.
Bermuda was a beautiful choice, and when you get the enthusiasm behind not only the government with Premier Brown at the head of that, the support of what we're doing, you add that to the flavor of the island, the energy, the enthusiasm, the warmth the open arm welcomeness that has been displayed for us right here and our great champions. It was an easy decision to make, and we are so proud to be right here in Bermuda at this great golf course, Mid-Ocean Golf Club. So we're excited.
This is just a day for the history books. For me personally and for Bermuda, we worked on this for a long time. And now that it's here, it's showtime. And for me to have the honor to play with Lee Elder is just over the top.
I'm in awe. This is pretty surreal, to be honest with you. I just don't want to get kicked off the island.
The sport of golf has evolved into a popular recreation. With millions of minorities in the United States playing the sport, golf is destined for continued growth for the next decade.
Just from behind the desk here, the calls I get every day, the emails, it's a tremendous response from black women. They're taking up the sport later in life. Some of them are 40, 45, but they are heavily taking up the sport. And I even heard a number where golf is the fastest growing sport among African Americans. So with that in mind, and the calls that I get every day through the office, I can see that African Americans are very interested in playing this game and being involved both professionally and entrepreneurially.
The true success of golf's growing diversity will come with the increase in the exposure of golf and its diverse history to our youth, and by the creation of more opportunities for people to play the game and become leaders in the sport of golf, both on the course and in the boardroom. I hope you've enjoyed Rainbow on the Green, our journey into golf, one of the world's most beloved sports, as we explored African American pioneers as well as present and future superstars. I'm Tim Reed, and history will never be the same.
This is the beautiful landscape of Ethiopia at the end of its rainy season.
ከፊታችሁ ዛሬ
በኩራት በክብር በደስታ በፍቅር በድል እኖራለሁ ያው በቀን 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 ደሞ መከራውን ያን ሁሉ ሰቀቀን አድዋ ዛሬ ናት አድዋ ትላንት መቼ ተነሱና የወዳደቁት ምስጋና ለነሱ ለአድዋ ጀግኖች ለዛሬ ነፃነት ላበቁኝ ወገኖች የጥቁር ደም አምባ አድዋ አፍሪካ እምዬ ኢትዮጵያ ተናገሪ ተናገሪ የድል ታሪክሽን አውሪ
Ethiopia is Africa's oldest independent country. Its history is rich in stories of ancient Christian kingdoms and a biblically anointed monarchy that continued up until 1974. This is the oldest known historical site in Ethiopia. It dates back to 600 years before the Parthenon in ancient Greece. Incredibly, today many of the temple stone bricks are still in place. Here we're looking over the terrain of the ancient site of Axum, Ethiopia's first Christian kingdom. Founded by King Ezana, this kingdom became a major power alongside those of Rome, Persia, and China. This is King Ezana's obelisk. It stands at a height of 21 meters, and today it's over 1,700 years old. Obelisks like this stand as underground tomb markers. Legend states that the Ark of the Covenant is hidden in one of these many churches. This town is regarded by some as the eighth wonder of the world. Founded by King Lalibela as a new Jerusalem for Christian pilgrims.
አንድ እግዚአብሔር በእግዚአብሔር ነው የምናምነው ብለው ይሉታል። በኋላ ከእሳት ከምድጃን ከልቶ በእሳት ሲያቃጥላቸው ቅዱስ ገብርኤል ከጌታ ተልኮ መጥቶ በመስቀሉ ሲባርክ ውሃው እሳቱ ወደ ውሃ ተለወጠላቸው እና ወጡ። ምንም ሳይነኩ እዚያ ወደዚያ እሱም ሳይወጥተው እናንተ ሃይማኖት በጣም የጸና ነው እኔ ማምኛለሁ ብሎ እሱ ማመነ።
ብስጭት፣ ጭንቀት፣ ጤንነት አይሆነኝ። ብስጭት፣ ጭንቀት፣ ጤንነት አይሆነኝ።
There are many legends as to who carved these 11 churches out of the solid rock of this mountain, but no one can deny their incredible engineering and craftsmanship.
ከእሳት ከምድጃን ከልቶ በእሳት ሲያቃጥላቸው ቅዱስ ገብርኤል ከጌታ ተልኮ መጥቶ በመስቀሉ ሲባርክ ውሃው እሳቱ ወደ ውሃ ተለወጠላቸው እና ወጡ። ምንም ሳይነኩ እዚያ ወደዚያ እሱም ሳይወጥተው
In my opinion, the most spectacular of the churches is this one, dedicated to St. George. Simeon Mountains, we arrive in Gondar, Ethiopia's famous castle city. Founded by Emperor Fasilides, the castles incorporate styles from Ethiopian Jews, Moors, Portuguese, and India. The beautiful Lake Tana, the source of the Blue Nile and the largest lake in Ethiopia. In and around the lake are many Christian monasteries. Legend has it that the Ark of the Covenant may have or still may be in one of them.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. For many years, it's been my pleasure to produce a number of documentaries discovering fascinating and provocative tales, the accomplishments, tragedies, and the greatness behind some of the most unique people of color that have ever walked through life. From my archives, here is one such story.
If I didn't get paid for it, if I could just race for free, I'd do it for free. You know, that's how I love it.
I just love the speed, the exhilaration. It's the thrill of controlling something that's out of control.
It's the challenge of making race cars go fast.
When they buckle you in and they hit that roof and let you know you're on your own.
I don't think when I'm out there, it's just body movement. It's just keep on, be smooth, be smooth.
You can drive, just give us the opportunity.
You know, I had to back out of this sport for a while, especially with minorities, because they seem to show no understanding nor concern about the history of this game. If you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going.
In the mid-20s, the prohibition of alcohol in the United States helped a lucrative underworld of liquor smuggling flourish into a $1 million racket. It was a period in American history that saw dealers of illegal alcohol become rich gangsters, and police-dodging delivery men transformed into an early brand of auto racer.
If you look at the history of motorsports, the history of stock car racing, you'll find a little bit of a common denominator. The common denominator was the fact that stock car racing was born out of moonshine.
African Americans were not excluded from the smuggling of moonshine, as it was called then.
Although we know about many of the racers that may have or have not run moonshine, there's very little history about African Americans that ran moonshine.
Nor were they immune to the infectious desire to race cars, nursed in the incubator that was prohibition.
I can't say this with any sort of validity or credibility, but I'm sure there were some grandmamas, some mamas that were saying to their sons and their grandsons, I don't want you out there driving those cars, moving that stuff around. We as a race, we drove cars, we had cars, etc. So there was somewhat of an innate interest in cars, and there was somewhat of an interest in racing them.
The negative attitudes of this period saw Ku Klux Klan membership reach all-time highs. In this atmosphere, African Americans were kept from legally racing in sanctioned events governed by the American Automobile Association. Events such as the Indianapolis 500.
The black folks wanted to participate, wanted to be a part of the sort of major social events of the day and major sporting events of the day. And since automobile racing was extremely important, they wanted to be a part of that as well.
The drivers were more outspoken against them running, and I feel like that's why they had to form their own organization.
Historically, the remedy for exclusion from activities limited to white American participation has been for African Americans to create their own versions of these segregated activities. In the sport of auto racing, a group of citizens in Indiana, known then as one of the epicenters of early pro racing, created a new setting for black drivers to race in. It was known as the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes. It was a racing circuit created in 1924 by a flamboyant promoter named William Rucker as part of his newly formed organization, the Colored Speedway Association.
The Gold and Glory Sweepstakes was the race that belonged to the colored people. It was ours. We owned it. It belonged to us. It was something we could take joy in. We didn't have to explain it away. It was ours. It wasn't done the way that the 500 was done, but we did it our way. And it was acceptable. It had the organizational structure, and there was competition, and there was truly glory attached to winning it.
To me, I saw it as a necessity, kind of like your all-black ball teams. Like before Jackie Robinson was admitted into the Major League Baseball, they had no choice. But if it had not been for the all-black ball teams, there'd have been no Jackie Robinson.
Most of the black drivers over the country would come when they had those races, and it was just fun. It was fun to be there and to see.
They had a pretty good crowd because that was the first time anything like that had happened, and we couldn't ride with the white boys, you know.
One of the circuit's standout performers was a wiry mechanic turned auto racer from Evansville, Indiana, Charlie Wiggins.
Charlie was he was an adventurer. He was an athlete. They call him Wee Charlie. He was smart, and he wasn't afraid to do something that he wasn't supposed to do.
Wiggins was an expert mechanic, considered one of Indianapolis's best. He owned his own garage on Indy's south side and had a love for speed so deep that he built his own race car from the ground up and dubbed it the Wiggins Special. Year after year, Wiggins was denied the opportunity to enter his Wiggins Special in the rapidly growing but all-white Indy 500. But when William Rucker made Charlie a permanent fixture in the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes, he was propelled into the spotlight as the circuit's premier driver, and the entire racing world took notice. Wiggins raced in the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes from 1925 to 1936, winning a majority of the races he competed in. The circuit was disbanded in 1936 due in large part to a 13-car pileup in a race that critically injured Wiggins and eventually led to the amputation of his right leg. One of Charlie Wiggins' most overlooked contributions to the sport of professional auto racing was that of serving as head mechanic on Bill Cummings' pit crew in 1934. That year, Cummings, a white driver, won the Indianapolis 500. Wiggins watched the feat while having to swallow his pride by posing as the janitor for Cummings' crew. The American Automobile Association would not allow him to serve as an official member.
The best thing that the colored people could do out at the 500 would be to do the picking up and cleaning up and maybe selling some pop and things like that, but not to be a participant.
Charlie had it much worse than I did because the drivers that did not want them to race, they were more outspoken and more in numbers, so that made it hard.
The fact that Charlie was able to overcome not only very obvious and clear racial prejudice, and to not only succeed in his business, to succeed as an independent business owner, to rise to the top of certainly the Black Racing League, and eventually to advise some of the top drivers in Indianapolis, meant that he had to be a man who was very strong internally and really a heck of a guy.
Although he was forced out of the driver's seat and off the racetrack prematurely, Wiggins' appetite for auto racing never diminished, and he remained involved in the sport until his death in 1979. Embraced by the fans of the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes and dubbed by black reporters as the Negro Speed King, Charlie Wiggins was indeed the first brick laid in the foundation that would eventually become a legacy of African-American achievement in auto racing.
When you look at today and racing as such, we have a legacy. It just hasn't been publicized.
We were there. We were there during the moonshine days. After the moonshine days, we were there. 50,000 strong with the Charlie Wiggins back in the 20s. We were there.
When people ask me today, you know, have you endured any hardships because of your race? It would be slander for me to say that I really have, compared to the things that Charlie Wiggins had to go through. Guys trashing his car, not letting him race. He went through just an immeasurable amount of hardships, and yet he never gave up.
Charlie paved the way for Wendell Scott and myself and what few of us that have made it to the big time to prove that all we needed was a change.
1947 was a milestone year for African Americans, as Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in Major League Baseball, signing with the Brooklyn Dodgers. That very same year, Joey Ray, a 24-year-old sprint car driver from Louisville, Kentucky, began making history on the racetracks of the Midwest. Inspired by Charlie Wiggins and the drivers of the Gold and Glory fame, Ray made his debut on a track in Mitchell, Indiana, an event he fondly recalls.
The race was on Easter Sunday at Mitchell, and Mitchell was a high-banked dirt track, no type of guardrail or fence. And we carried the car over the Sunday before, and Chick Smith shook it down and everything. So here I am the next Sunday ready to race. So I qualified, about next, say 30 cars there, I qualified 28th. Now that meant that I started in the back of the console and sitting in the race car, but before I was towed off, I said, now, hey, I don't know if I like this or not. All these rocks and dirt and everything hit me in the face and all on the arms. I said, I don't know if I like this or not. But after I pulled into the pits, and I said, I think I'll try it again next Sunday. Next Sunday wasn't quite so bad, and just kept going from there.
Auto racing was a very dangerous sport at the time, and Joey Ray remembers the perils associated with the sport.
Cars were definitely not as safe as they are today. Your body was exposed from chest up. No roll bar or anything. Your helmets were cloth, either some kind of well, if a guy had a football helmet, he was first class. And your tracks were very unsafe. Most of your tracks were parts racing tracks with inside fences, outside fences, and but it was just, you know, that was conditioned, and we did it.
Ray also recalls how a bout with racism actually helped him forge a stronger bond with his white racing counterparts.
We were going to the next town after the race, and we were hungry, and we saw a bunch of race cars on trailers sitting out front of this little restaurant, so we stopped and went in, and were met by the hostess, and she says, what are you all want? We said, come for dinner. She said, I'm sorry, but the policy is that we don't serve color. So I just kind of looked at her, and I looked around. I saw Frankie Lupto, Bobby Graham, and a bunch of other drivers that I just raced with an hour before. So they heard her, and Lupto, in particular, got up and came and asked the lady, said, well, would you mind standing for the manager? She did. And he said, what's the problem? So no one raised a voice, and Frankie says, these two fellas, I heard you say that they weren't welcome to eat. And you look around, there's at least 14, 18 of us you're eating. And we're eating steaks, chicken, whatever. They said, nobody's paid you. I said, now you have two choices. They can join us, we all pay you, and we'll leave. Or if you don't want to serve them, we're going to eat our food, but we're not going to pay you.
Joey Ray went on to become the first African-American driver to be licensed by the American Automobile Association, the most prestigious open-wheel racing organization of that time. And after a 16-year career, he was recognized as one of the great sprint car drivers of his era.
All of us, hey, we were treated like some of your biggest celebrities and heroes you've ever seen.
In 1948, Bill France brought in a new era of professional stock car racing when he formed NASCAR. The first black driver to start a NASCAR race was none other than Joey Ray, who raced at the Daytona Beach Highway Course in 1952. 9 years later, a die-hard competitor and devoted family man from Danville, Virginia, would give NASCAR its greatest black driver and leave a legacy for all racers to follow. Born on August 28, 1921, Wendell Oliver Scott drove a taxi and hauled illegal whiskey before setting his sights on professional auto racing. Scott won 120 races and Virginia State Championships before moving up to NASCAR's elite divisions in 1961.
Wendell Scott was very witty. Now, he had that slide out and that move. Today we call the break off the wind, come up on the bumper, get you loose and shake out just like Dale Earnhardt. And he could come up and just seem like his car would just floor, lift the wheel, and I mean, he was off.
Although he was forced to operate his entire career as an independent, racing against factory-backed cars, Scott racked up an amazing 147 top 10 finishes in nearly 500 races, finished in the top 10 in points 4 straight times, and became the first and only African-American to win a Winston Cup race when he crossed the checkered flag at Jacksonville, Florida in 1963. Even in victory, racism reared its ugly head, as racing officials, fearful of the reaction that would come from fans by announcing that a black man had won the race, awarded the trophy to second-place finisher Buck Baker. Scott would receive his award days later, yet he continued to endure.
The most interesting thing is he didn't talk about a lot of things that he went through, and still managed to endure the pain and succeed in the meantime.
In 1973, Scott was involved in a 21-car pileup at Talladega Speedway that broke his pelvis and effectively ended his racing career. Although his true recognition did not come until after his death in 1990, Wendell Scott's outstanding legacy as a NASCAR driver can never be denied.
Wendell Scott, what he did, and not only as a race car driver, but as a father and a husband and a small businessman. I mean, what he accomplished on and off the racetrack, to me, is an inspiration.
Nobody ever bought us a gallon of gas in our whole Cup career. Incredible. We finished in the top 10 in point standing, which is the big thing now, 4 years in a row against factory-back cars. That was unheard of for independent. When my father retired from racing, he was second in miles driven only to Richard Petty. He was second in starts only to Richard Petty.
I used to have a little calendar that had the NASCAR points on it. And it used to amaze me to see back in those days when Wendell Scott was top 10 in points. And that's stuff you didn't hear about, you know, but to know that he was able to do that on an independent budget or, you know, just out of his own pocket, I mean, that's, he had to, you know, that lets you know he had to know how to drive a car. Because, I mean, if he doesn't have the equipment that everybody else has, but he's still doing as good as them, that's all driver there.
Also not to be denied was Scott's devotion to his family and their place among NASCAR's elite families.
It's almost like the family aspect does not exist. You hear about the Pettys, the Allisons, the Gordons, you never heard the Wendell Scotts. My mother is the emeritus of the Women's Auxiliary in NASCAR. Back then, we were racing better than 60 Cup races a year. And my mom would have the food lined up, and it's true, a lot of people ate our food. You know, some of the big stars now, you know, they ate out our cooler.
Wendell Scott's success was largely due to the support of his family, including his sons, Frank and Wendell Jr.
We were the Scott tandem, Wendell Sr., Wendell Jr., and Frank. And we ended up being Virginia champions, and we had 128 victories on those levels, and it was just as competitive then. And I had a great knowledge of racing. My brother does too.
Wendell Jr. had an impressive run that included over 20 Winston Cup starts and the distinction of racing on the NASCAR circuit at the same time as his father.
In the 1974 record book, NASCAR record book, we never share anything that can't be proven. That one of the most glamorous pieces of page I've ever seen is with Wendell Scott Jr. and Wendell Scott Sr. in the same point standing. That's wild.
Wendell Scott Jr. now works with the Drive for Diversity program, where he mentors up-and-coming minorities and women drivers.
Right now, I'm not complaining. You're doing great.
With an auto racing legacy slowly taking shape for African Americans, with credit due to early racing pioneers Charlie Wiggins, Joey Ray, and Wendell Scott, the 70s marked the dawn of a new era of milestone achievements that started in the driver's seat, but would eventually spread to every facet of auto racing. In 1973, Randy Bethea, a black race driver from Newport, Tennessee, bumped a hometown hotshot, Darrell Waltrip, out of pole position at a late model race in Nashville. Bethea's feat marked the first time an African-American driver performed well enough in a NASCAR qualifier to secure the first slot on the race grid. As NASCAR's first black co-team owner, Jim Graham launched himself into auto racing history when in 1978, his Coors-sponsored racing team took to the track with an all-Canadian pit crew.
I seeked out myself to be like Wendell Scott, but didn't have the nerve. So since I could not drive the car, I decided to become a mechanic to fix them.
That team won the Coors 200 for 3 straight years, from 1980 to 1982. Legendary race team owner Sam Belnavis was one of the first African Americans to achieve success in auto racing beyond the track.
I got involved in the sport back in 1981 with Bobby Allison and Miller Brewing Company. Back then, the sport was tobacco, oil products, primarily as sponsors, and beer, of course.
In 1981, Belnavis was heralded for connecting Miller Brewing Company with NASCAR on a sponsorship level.
Sam is one of the greatest people I've ever met. Sam does a lot of hard work, especially for African Americans in motorsports. He's done a lot to help drivers' careers, and he's done a lot for motorsports itself.
The driver who left the biggest mark on the sport of auto racing from the mid-1980s to the early 90s was Willie T. Ribbs, the son of auto racer William Bunny Ribbs. Willie T. started his career racing Formula One cars in England, winning a series title, before moving on to SSCA cars in his native California, where he was Rookie of the Year and won 17 races over 3 seasons.
Willie T. was one of the, he would just tear the tracks up. He was driving the SSCA. It seemed like nobody could beat Willie T.
Ribbs made racing history when he partnered with acclaimed actor Bill Cosby, becoming the first African-American team to qualify for and compete in the Indianapolis 500.
I was involved with Bill Cosby and Willie T. Ribbs, and I was proud to be a part of Willie's legacy when he became the first African-American to qualify and run in the Indianapolis 500.
Ribbs later moved on to NASCAR, where he raced on the Winston Cup circuit before becoming the first African-American to race in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. In a post-civil rights America, Ribbs was most outspoken when it came to dealing with overt discrimination on the track.
You have to be careful out there on the track, and Willie T. was not the man to hold back what he had to say.
However, his racing genius cannot be denied. In the late 1990s, Bill Lester, a former software engineer and married father of one, succeeded Ribbs in NASCAR when he followed his standout open-wheel driving career by driving in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
None of my friends were race car drivers. I didn't know anybody. I grew up in, a neighborhood where stick and ball sports were prominent, and that's what myself and my friends played. But really, when I got my driver's license at 16, that was it. As soon as I could drive, I was racing. I was doing things illegally, and I'm not promoting that, but that's kind of what happened. As I experimented with the upper boundaries of car control and sliding around corners and doing all sorts of crazy things. And somebody told me before I kill myself or somebody else, go out there to a racetrack and see if you have what it takes. And I figured that if I got myself an engineering degree, I could probably get myself an occupation that paid enough to buy a race car. So that's what I did. With my first paycheck, I bought myself a race car, and almost like they say, the rest is history. That first year, I was Northern California Road Racing Champion in Sports Car Club of America. The next year, I was the champion for my class, and I just kept on climbing the ladder.
Lester is currently the only African-American driver racing in any of NASCAR's 3 main divisions. With Sam Balnavis, Jim Graham, and Bill Cosby making pioneering strides for African Americans in NASCAR, a new generation of black ownership has emerged. In 2002, rapper Nelly formed his own Vocal racing team. Former NBA player Brian Stiff became co-owner of Score Motorsports. And Sam Balnavis, now an executive for Rouse Racing, formed Balnavis Racing, a team that nurtures up-and-coming minority drivers.
Anytime that you have an opportunity to open doors for other people, who otherwise probably wouldn't get that chance, you've been a pioneer. And, like I said, you want to be able to take advantage of that. You want to be in a position where you can look back in a few years and say, hey, I was a part of something good, something that was very monumental in the sport.
Hi, I'm Bill Lester, driver of the number 22 Waste Management Toyota Tundra in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Tim Shutt, crew chief on the 02 truck.
My name is Daryl Lomick, and I am an inspector/official for NASCAR.
My name is Amar Johnson. I work for Bobby Hamilton Racing. I'm the jack man.
Really what was the catalyst for my becoming the driver that I am today was when my father took me to a race when I was 8 years old. It was at Monterey in Laguna Seca, where I was living in Northern California. And he took me to a Can-Am race. And to be there experiencing these cars going by me at 160 miles an hour, and the sounds and the sights and the smell of the competition of the racing was intoxicating.
I guess I kind of have my father to blame for that. He kind of lived some of his dreams through me. We started racing go-karts when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and that progressed into sprint cars where I grew up at in Pennsylvania. Sprint cars were kind of like stock cars are in North Carolina, so that's kind of really what got me involved in it initially.
It started out, I was back in high school, had friends that were interested in NASCAR, and kind of hung out with them and got to know more about it. Then from there on, I went to college. I majored in manufacturing systems and minored in motorsports. And I Went to a couple races, you know, down Lowe's in Charlotte back like 10 years ago. And since then, it was in my blood. I just started liking racing.
At the age of 11, 12, somewhere along in there, my brother, myself, and about 5 or 6 cousins had our own go-karts. And my father was generous enough to make us our own track. And of course, I was track champion. My cousins might argue that, but we had our own go-kart track.
My job is to try to drive that truck, that Craftsman truck, as fast as I can. The way that I do that is by communicating to my team when I'm out there on the track what the truck is doing and what I need it to do to go faster.
As an inspector, I am responsible for aerodynamic shape of the car in the template area. And on Sundays and race days, I am responsible for watching pit stops for an assigned team for that particular race to make sure that no infractions occur during pit stops.
I jack the car up on the right side, pull the rear tire, send it to the front. Once I get 5 on, I let the jack down, run around the car in 2.62 seconds from jack to peg rather. Then I jack the left side up and I control monitor that front left tire, and occasionally I do a windshield tear. If you got like oil, any kind of debris on top of the windshield, that's basically it.
As a crew chief, it's a challenge of building a team, you know, trying to create a winning team, learning how to teach guys to work together, and working with a driver. Each driver has their own personality, their own little quirks, things that make them tick, their own language, and it's a pretty big challenge to try to make all that work.
I always had a curiosity to know how things work. Going to the Coca-Cola 600, my first race at Lowe's, you know, back in like 1989. When I first saw it, it was like in my blood, you know, I was like, man, that's some pretty neat stuff. And it made me have this desire to want to be a part of that.
I'm a perfectionist by nature, which I get from my father. So I work really hard at making things as close to perfect as I can.
It's the speed in the competition. It's the adrenaline rush. It's driving at 180, 195 miles an hour in the draft. I mean, being inches apart from that guy and beating him, and just the strategy that comes into play as well in terms of how to use the draft, for example, on a super speedway, or how to set up somebody and position them for a pass on a short track.
I think NASCAR is a growing industry, and I'll use the word industry because there are so many avenues within NASCAR that can be accessed, I think. Hopefully this will act as a baseboard or a springboard for me to go further within this company.
Before it's all said and done, I want to race competitively in the Nextel Cup Series. I mean, I'm very happy where I am racing in the Craftsman Truck Series, but I want to race on Sundays so that more people can see what it is I'm doing. Currently, I race typically on Fridays and Saturdays, and I race, you know, an audience that's not as vast as Nextel Cup. You know, I want to be on network TV, racing against, you know, the established stars like Dale Jr. and Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, and I want to be able to do that proficiently.
Because I think I'm a pretty good communicator as far as reaching people, understanding people. I wouldn't mind being somewhere within NASCAR's communications.
I like to grow. I like to work in the shop. Like, you know, I really like being engine tuner. Really, I really like the engine. I know they got different parts, the chassis, the body. You know, they got people doing shocks and all this kind of stuff. But, you know, I like to be an engine tuner. I know how to build engines.
I'd like to win some more races, and I'd like to build some more good teams. It's a pretty neat feeling when you do walk away from a team and start a new venture, that you have the guys on your old team saying, man, I really appreciate the work that you did for us. You know, it was really fun working with you. You really had things organized. Things really went smooth. I mean, that's a pretty big charge for me.
Quite frankly, to tell you the truth, it's been all love. I mean, it's like since I've been in the sport. I mean, like, everybody showed me, it's been open arms, a warm welcome. I've had nothing but glory and thanks to give, you know, and good things to say about NASCAR.
Today, it's great to hear such comments from African Americans deeply involved in NASCAR like Amar Johnson. But are the days of exclusion and bigotry gone from the world of NASCAR? Is race still a factor?
It's hard to say because a lot of other people fall on the same grounds as I fall on, you know, as a minority. It's just money. Money's a key issue in racing.
What I've noticed is that the big guys, that the big sponsor teams, the $50 million sponsor teams or more, that may have 5, 10, 15 cars, all the big engines that have spare engines, things of that nature, of course they get the preferential treatment. The smaller, underfunded sponsor teams, minority teams like us as Bear Racing, and other small minority teams, I think they get a sort of bad rap sometimes. They don't get the help they should get. They don't get maybe the support they should get, and some of the breaks they should get. There again, NASCAR is a money sport. It takes money to really be in NASCAR.
You better have really rich parents, really rich friends, or you better be hooked up with somebody that knows, that can market you and get you in the right position to get you the money.
The sport is really a family, all right? And so when you talk about opportunities within the sport, I'm going to go to my uncle, I'm going to go to my cousin, I'm going to go to my daddy, I'm going to go to my sister, my brother, and say, hey, there's an opening over there.
But you have to be willing to go through all the resistance that you encounter to get there. You can't just have it handed to you. You have to be willing to put up with everything along the way, and with dignity.
We have like a couple of problems, like you get in a wreck and the first thing that comes to mind is it's because he's black. But that's just second nature, what comes out of their mouth.
It's very important for people to understand that, this isn't just a walk in the park, that this just happened yesterday. This has been going on for, as we know, for many years.
Daddy's thing when we went to the track, first of all, here's what he convinced our family of. Okay, there are 100,000 people up there, and we the only blacks here, or us and the janitors, and ain't nobody gonna bother y'all. And guess what? We believed it. So I walked around now like, ain't nobody gonna bother me. My daddy said it.
I personally have never felt any negativity because of who I am. I felt some negativity on occasion because of what I do. But that's to be expected, because sometimes I have to be the police or I have to be the bad guy. But even when they're upset with me, I don't think any of it's ever been directed towards me in a negative based on me being African American. It's just, that's my job and that's their job.
There's constant issues, and everybody has them. Sometimes race is part of it. This deal is a performance-driven deal. In a lot of ways, once you get in a lot of ways, it's a matter of performing or not performing. Yeah, maybe I got overlooked for some jobs or for some positions that maybe if my skin color was different, I wouldn't have gotten overlooked for. But the bottom line is it's a performance-driven deal, and God kind of directs me and puts me where he wants me to be anyway.
Most of the fans, most of the NASCAR fans want diversity, right? And I say that, and you say, how can I say that? Because I talk to a lot of fans, right? And there are a lot of fans that come up to me and thank me for what I'm doing.
I think there is a difference being made, very slow, but there is somewhat of a difference being made. I think NASCAR is being as careful as they can not to, quotation marks, offend those customers that have been loyal to the sport and have built it and brought it to this point.
I think that we have a tremendous opportunity. I think that the sport, NASCAR, has blatantly said that the number one priority from a mission of the sport is to make the sport more diverse.
We, as a community being in blacks, we have just as much right to go out to the track and perform and do what we have to. It's going to take more knocking on the doors, more people who's in the NASCAR field to go out and talk to the people in the community to make them aware there's blacks come along, there's blacks in NASCAR, and what we're trying to do. The diversity program will work if we get people to work together.
In early 2004, NASCAR CEO Brian France announced to the world that diversity would be their #1 priority in the coming year. As NASCAR slowly increased the number of minorities and women in their ranks, they urged their corporate partners to follow suit by supporting diversity initiatives. Among the most prominent of these initiatives is the Drive for Diversity program. Created by Access Marketing with support from NASCAR, the Drive for Diversity program provides opportunities for minorities and women to learn the skills necessary to become future NASCAR drivers and pit crew members.
We need more Bill Lesters, and we need more minorities, and not just from the black race, but we need across the board. We need more female drivers. We need Hispanics. We need the RIOs. That's the only way that NASCAR will become diversified.
Through a series of combines that tests the skill levels of each participant, Drive for Diversity strives to provide NASCAR with the best possible candidates to create a more diverse racing circuit.
Give me a deep end on your white flag lap.
It gives drivers who wouldn't have a chance to sit in a first-rate ride a chance to do that, to be seen, a lot of exposure.
Well, it opens up just opportunities. And, everybody always wants an opportunity. And the only way to have an opportunity is, first, there has to be an organization. Well, now there's an opportunity for people to, to showcase their skills.
I don't know if some of these companies that are sponsoring, say one of these drivers that are in the program now went up to the company individually, I don't think they would be able to come up with this sponsorship,
Many of NASCAR's corporate partners have also joined the Diversity Push, funding D4D and other diversity initiatives.
It's a real opportunity for us to demonstrate to the public, to our employees, that we are truly committed to the concept of diversity and inclusion.
In addition to sponsoring NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series driver Bill Lester, the only current African-American in NASCAR's top 3 divisions, Waste Management recently made another milestone step by sponsoring Jesus Hernandez, the first Mexican-American driver selected through D4D to race in NASCAR's Dodge Weekly Series.
Awesome.
That felt a lot better.
Yeah, awesome. You were a lot better. 3/10. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Get your breath and go out there and burn up that qualifying lap. Yeah, that was good job.
I think it's a great opportunity. It shouldn't be considered a handout by any means. It's a great opportunity to help those that maybe don't have that network established yet to come in and at least meet the people. That doesn't guarantee you anything. You still have to walk the walk. So if you can turn the clock quick enough, then you should have that opportunity.
I think that Jack Roush, I think that Hendrick, I think that Childress, those teams that are represented here are saying it's now time for us to extend our family. Right? It's now time. So we're going to extend it to Hispanics, we're going to extend it to African Americans, but now is the time. My role within the sport covers many fronts. One, to build awareness that the sport has extended a welcome mat. And they want us to step on it. Step on the welcome mat and let's get involved in the sport. Secondly, educational opportunities within the sport. All right, how we can leverage what we're studying in school, whether it be in trade schools, whether it be in college, how does that translate into the sport? And then more importantly, the economic opportunities that exist in the sport.
Even with the strides being made in NASCAR's diversity, the road to opportunity for minorities and women will require even more support from the corporate community and team owners alike.
We will never be a mainstream sport until there's a feeling and a belief that we're open to all.
So what is the future for minorities and women in auto racing? Will they ever really get the chance to appear in NASCAR's elite Nextel Cup Series?
NASCAR needs to deal with that issue, deal with the team owners in that area to make sure that these guys have true access and be fair in their development.
While NASCAR's true commitment to diversity will be judged most by the presence of an African American in the Nextel Cup Series, the development of minority drivers and crew members continues. On the youth front, the Urban Youth Racing School in Philadelphia offers programs for urban youth ages 8 to 18 to learn about racing and to develop the skills necessary to become future racing stars. Founded in 1998 by Anthony Martin, this unique program has enriched the lives of over 800 inner-city youth and created an exciting new avenue for the development of NASCAR's future drivers and pit crew members. The program is supported not only by NASCAR, but also by some of the circuit's biggest stars, including Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, and Bill Lester. On the collegiate level, North Carolina A&T University offers one of the most complete motorsports programs for African Americans in the country, providing students with the opportunity to earn a 4-year degree through their School of Technology. The school has produced a number of students now working with NASCAR teams, including Amar Johnson.
We can do the job. Amar Johnson, who is the jack man for Joe Gibbs Racing now, the Busch number 18 car, is doing a superb job there. Not because I say it, but from a performance base.
Dr. Exum supports NASCAR's diversity efforts, but believes that the crop of capable students outweighs the number of opportunities currently being offered by NASCAR racing teams.
It's moving at a much, much faster rate as far as having African Americans involved in motorsports, which is demonstrated by the number of positions which are filled by the African American. But on the other side, when you start looking at a stakeholder or player, which are the teams, they aren't being very aggressive in including African Americans.
As the leaders in the industry, they know that the diversity is important to us, and it's going to be good for us, and we're going to get better. We're going to have better people working in the sport, we're going to have better people competing in the sport, and it's going to make us better.
The Drive for Diversity program continues to grow and place a number of drivers into NASCAR's Dodge Weekly Series, including Reggie Primus, Allison Duncan, and Tommy Lane. Other D4D drivers with future NASCAR potential include Latino drivers Mike Gallegos, Jesse Salazar, and Darren Martinez Stahl. Women drivers Breanne Cronrath, Allison Quick, and Sondi Eden, and Native American driver Andy Winstead, who prior to auto racing was the first Native American to fly fighter jets for the U.S. Air Force. Among African American drivers, 15-year-old Chase Austin was signed in late 2004 to race with NASCAR team Rick Hendrick Motorsports. Chris Bristol was the only black driver to win a NASCAR sanctioned event in 2004 when he won a Dodge Weekly Series event at Caraway Speedway in Asheboro, North Carolina. Bristol was 2004 Rookie of the Year at Caraway and won 3 races in late model super trucks in 2003. The most prominent name mentioned for future NASCAR stardom is Joe Henderson III, a 19-year-old racer from Franklin, Tennessee.
Let me get to my pupil, gentlemen.
I'll find if they want to send you out first before her or not, okay?
Good job.
Thank you.
Good lines. Fast.
Killing it.
Okay, look. Good. That last line was awesome.
When I got the wheels on the engine a little bit more, it turns better when you get that down there. So.
Exactly. Use that for your qualifying.
Okay.
Okay? Knock them dead. Good job.
Henderson posted the fastest times at both D4D combines and finished his first professional season with 9 top 10 finishes in 18 races.
I want to get to the next Cup. I want to win a Daytona 500. I want to win a championship. I just want to go out there and be like everybody else, like Dale Earnhardt Jr., and not think second nature about, oh, he's just black, oh, he's a white guy, oh, he's a Mexican, oh, he's a female. Just go out there and just have fun and just really just earn everybody respect and just, really just be me and just go out there and just have fun racing.
So the legacy of great black drivers continues.
And no matter what door be shut in your face, don't take no for an answer, and just be brave and go on out there and do what they got to do. We can. I know we can. I went through the door, and there's no reason they can't go through it.
NASCAR and motorsports in general face many challenges as we head into the future. Although diversity and creating new opportunities are important, dealing with the racism at racetracks has to be a priority. People of color should know that the majority of race fans are not racist, and that if we condemn auto racing because of the few people who choose to exercise intolerance, we also fail to support the great contributions of African Americans in auto racing today and over the last 80 years. Let us not fail these trailblazers. Let us honor them. As you have just witnessed, the legacy of African American achievement in auto racing has spanned nearly a century. Those who have fought and struggled for recognition in the past have laid a glorious path for those who are now behind the wheel to create an even greater legacy for the future of African American achievement in the field of auto racing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. Looks like we made it.
Well, you know, the show ain't over yet.
All right, well, listen, we off to a good start. I know that.
Well, the waking up part we got, but the rest of the day, we have to see what happens.
Speaking of waking up, it's a lot of people having an age of awakening, if you will.
An epiphany?
An epiphany.
That ain't just a cologne on Eddie Murphy movie?
It's not. That's the real thing. They're talking about changing the name of bridges. You know, they're dropping the name of Aunt Jemima and changing her look. They don't like that. Just all kinds of things going on.
Well, I just think that in America right now, if you were appalled by the images that we saw of Ahmaud Arbery, of
George Floyd,
and what we know about Breonna Taylor, if you're appalled by the vestiges of that, then why would you want statues to men who done far worse to black people?
Right.
Far worse. Okay, we saw what happened when people saw what they did. Imagine seeing a man performing surgery on enslaved black women with no anesthesia, or ordering the tar and feathering of black people, of black or brown or Indian people, or beheading people, or cutting their genitals off. It was the vision of what we saw that we can't get out of our head. But trust me, everybody enshrined in brass with a Confederate sword did far worse to black people.
Yeah, but I have a hard time believing that some of these people did not already know what the statues of these men, what they did. They knew, but I think all of a sudden, for some reason, it is hitting them different. And perhaps it was the image of watching a man lose his life or have his life taken from him in front of the world.
You told me a story. You went to Middle Tennessee State.
I did.
And Nathan Bedford Hall was there.
Yes,
and
Nathan
you didn't
Bedford
know
Forrest.
who he was.
Did not know.
And I think a lot of Americans don't know who somebody is. They don't we have so many statues and so many monuments. A lot of people don't know who people. They walk past these statues every day, and I think it was a congressman that didn't know who Norman Pettis was. And the fact about them is that they're such innocuous people that they're only enshrined for their brutality against and their wanton hatred of black people. So that I don't know if that could
I get
earmark
that
you for
part,
history.
but what about Uncle Ben? What about Aunt Jemima?
Yeah,
you know exactly what that is.
But even when I grew up, my mother didn't get mad that she bought rice with Uncle Ben on it.
Yeah.
My mother didn't get mad that she bought Aunt Jemima. It was because those were the only images we had.
Right, but I knew what it was and I didn't like it. I knew it meant mammy. I didn't like it. I hated it, but I figured, what can I do?
Yeah, I didn't even know.
I
Honestly,
couldn't tell you I didn't know that.
And I think that everyone, because of this pandemic, even though it's horrible, you have no choice but to look at
And see
things, and
things.
you can't just be like, I'm going to work,
Right.
or I'm going to go see a movie. Like, you know,
Right.
you have to watch this man lose his life, unfortunately,
Yeah.
for you to get it.
And how those images contribute to that.
Right.
Those images really matter. Like it takes a lot to be aware of that. And I'm a pretty intuitive cat. But when I was growing up, I didn't get mad. Like I remember when there was we had a restaurant here called Sambo's. and my father would never let us eat there, but they had the most delicious pancakes.
I mean, we fought over Barbie.
But that was
And
when I got
didn't-
older.
Right, but I didn't get that. When you
Right.
were, I was 5 and you were like, you have to get this black Barbie. And I was like, why? Like, I don't get
Right.
why are we having
Right.
this conversation and I'm 5 years old.
Right.
I don't know what we're doing.
But I just wasn't aware. Like, he literally wouldn't let us go to Sambo's. And I'm telling you, they had the best. You know what? You know how they get away with racism? The food be so good. The
We talked
food
about
is
this.
so delicious.
They make you forget.
They make you go, oh, and so what? He said, nigga, can I have some syrup?
No.
But I think that people are not aware. They're just not aware. And the problem is, and they've been obtuse deliberately, but once you know, you can't unknow.
Well, I also think that it had a lot to do with privilege. You know, when you
Sure,
talk about some of the mascots, you can't tell me that you don't look at some of these and you don't know that they are disrespectful. But I think it depends on who is disrespected. If it's a person of color, then I don't think it had as much weight until after, post George Floyd.
But I
now
think
it has weight.
They're all disrespectful. Because to me, if the Redskins was named after niggas, they'd have changed their mind
Right.
already.
It
They would have changed the name. And I think we have to be understand that those images, that connotation is negative. And for me, if in this age now where you know better so you do better, I would never stand. If you kept that name, I couldn't be a Redskin fan anymore.
Facts.
Because it doesn't hurt anybody.
But
It hurts people, but it won't hurt you financially. It only hurts people in their soul, and you don't and you mind that. That's the problem.
Right. It literally took a pandemic, though, for people to believe our stories.
Yeah.
Like, it literally took a God thing to happen for you to, like, it's not like we were making these things up when we would tell you guys. It literally took everyone being home to be like, oh, black people, this is what happens? Okay, cool.
What people say, I believe that shit when hell freezes over. And it did. And it did. When old white people were dying for no reason, you know what? God is trying to tell you something. God is trying to tell you something right now. Right. But we really have come to a place right now where you have to decide, and I don't think we have ever been in a place like this. I think the 60s were like this. The 50s and 60s were like this, where it was so turbulent and people were so aware. And the one thing that we can't deny, if you know better, you got to do better. That's really it. So if you know better, you got to do better. So I can't think. But Sambo's did have delicious pancakes.
You know what? You and the
I would say
pancakes.
that.
I can't. Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. On our show today is a former race car driver. He was the first African-American to test Formula One and the first African-American to compete in the Indy 500. He's got a new documentary available on chassis.com and Netflix called Uppity. Please welcome Willie T. Riggs.
How are you, man?
Good seeing you.
Good seeing you, too.
I love that hat.
Is that it?
Well, you know, I live in Texas. And out on the ranch, I just got off the mower right now, and ran in and jumped on the show. And you know, when you're out on that mower, you know, you're getting around rattlesnakes. You know, I don't kill them, I eat them.
Wow. Oh, okay.
Well, I gotta,
wow. Beat that one.
I've eaten ribs, but never a rattlesnake. So you have a new documentary out called Uppity. What's the genesis of that? Where'd that come from?
Well, it's about my career, DL. You know, the Uppity came from when I raced in NASCAR. When I went down there, and they thought that I came from another planet. So,
I bet they did.
I didn't walk or talk the talk down there. I had my own language and my own cadence. So they took issue with it, and so out came Uppity.
It was more not the way you spoke or your cadence. It was the thing you spoke about. You were very outspoken about race. You were very outspoken about bias. And so it wasn't the cadence, it was the content, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, no, plus I was fast, and I could win on the racetrack. I think the the white Southern girls like me, that was even worse.
Oh, I bet it was.
Oh,
Yeah, I bet it was.
So with everything all put together, you know, I didn't turn another cheek. And when they got, you know, if they wanted to throw down, oh, I was looking forward to it, and I still I liked it.
Yeah.
Even the death threats and the N-word, I sort of liked that too.
You liked it.
Well, that ain't uppity. Because literally, we're talking about the equivalent of what would be because Jackie Robinson of NASCAR, kind of, you know, in that arena. And
Well, not there was Wendell Scott. They made a movie about him starring Richard Pryor. It was called Grease Light. He was in NASCAR before me. I came along after, but my claim to fame was the Indy 500, which is the biggest race on the planet, and one of the most dangerous.
And do you think that because they're not known for their for their integration, they're not NASCAR isn't known for their they don't have, well, let's just put it this way, they don't have a big urban audience at all.
No, zero.
Yeah, and I don't think they were ever looking for it.
No, they didn't. No.
They weren't looking for it.
No, and you know, they've got a young kid in there named Wallace.
Yes.
Bubba Wallace.
Yes.
No relation to George, but he's down there, and you know, with what's happened with it took a murder of a black man, George Floyd, to get the Confederate flag put away. And when I was there was Confederate flags everywhere. There was people spitting at my feet walking through the pits when I was there. And that was 30 years ago.
All because you wanted to race. All because
I wanted to do. I wanted to race, and I did more than just race. I won races, and that was that they weren't too pleased with that.
Yeah, that, and I'm sure the white girls, all of that mixed together was not a good thing for them.
No, it wasn't a good mix, and I didn't mind.
Speaking of mix,
yeah, I wasn't hiding it, and that's my right. That's anyone's right in America, and I was exercising it.
Do you feel like it has changed a lot? Because now we're talking about you, who are really one of the pioneers. Whether first or not, you were certainly the most recognized. I knew who you were, and I never followed NASCAR. I knew your name. My father knew whether you won or not. Never followed NASCAR. So you were a pioneer, at least in our estimation. You were kind of the person that, for lack of a better phrase, the Tiger Woods, who showed. And nobody's driving that fast, because we get stopped by the police too much to be driving that fast. But has NASCAR changed a lot? Or has it, just kind of taken on the sea change that now has enveloped the whole country?
If they haven't changed, they're great actors. So we'll see. Time will tell. When we see more young Wallaces in there, and we see the response. You know, a lot of fans, African American fans, have told me they won't go to a NASCAR race.
Why?
Yeah.
Oh, just
I'm sure they don't feel welcome. Yeah.
They do not feel welcome. It's not an NBA game, or it's not an NFL game. So,
is there specific? Because I don't think they feel very welcome at Trump rallies either, and I think they're kind of synonymous. But
that is Trump. That is a Trump base. NASCAR fans are a Trump base. You know,
is hate really that pervasive? Like, is it? You said they would spit at your feet. You said that African American audiences didn't feel welcome, and you said that it was obviously a challenge for you. But do they deliberately try to disparage black people from attending, or is it just they kind of want what they want and don't mind making, and don't want to feel bad about what they're doing, so they don't want anybody else around to see it? What is it?
I don't know if it's that, or they had too much to drink, got all liquored up, and they do a lot of liquor. So or the combination of all of the above. It's for NASCAR. to survive. Now, you're going to have to change it. For IndyCar to survive.
Why do you say that? Because their bases are going to be more expansive. And you mentioned alcohol and liquor. That's in virtually every sporting event in America. They're the major sponsors primarily of every sporting event in America. So it can't just be attributable to alcohol.
No. But alcohol, can give you some liquid courage, and,
and a lot of it.
Yeah, and a lot of it, and some, and they don't necessarily drink beer down there. I mean, they can turn it up and get a little lightning going, or some shine. I've had shine,
right?
So I know it's shine.
I've had it before too.
Yeah. So,
but I think it would be very intimidating. I've never attended a race, but I've seen it on TV at least a little bit. And for the most part, it's typically always all white drivers. You go and look inside the arena there. It's all white people, and Confederate flags are everywhere, and they're drinking. I can't imagine as a person of color, as a fan or as a driver, going in and feeling comfortable or welcome for that matter.
And I've heard that to that effect, and now NASCAR has taken a baby step, but they got a lot of steps to do. All of the racing championships have that responsibility, and they're going to do it. And what I said is they have to survive, because these young kids and the new millennials that are coming along today, that's not going to fly with them.
Mm-hmm. It can't be that separated. I went to the Indy 500. I actually was playing a gig in Indy, got invited to the 500. Now, a lot of black people in Indianapolis go. I mean, it's part of it's as much a part of the city as the Circle City Classic. They used to have that too. But I'd never seen so many white dudes with shirts off. like everybody had their shirt off, and I couldn't keep up. Like I didn't get the rules. I didn't understand what the rules were. I couldn't, and nobody would tell me what they were. I was just trying not to get called niggas. I literally was. That was my race.
There is a part of the speedway on race day inside the infield that's called the snake pit, and they have nude mud wrestling during the race. Now, these are all amateurs now. They have fights. Everybody gets drunk. They'll burn cars. They even burn buses during the race.
Well, they do that even at NASCAR. They do that even outside of NASCAR. You know what else I didn't understand? So I had my clothes were dirty after it was over. Like it was soot. Like all you smell is gas and soot. Like I didn't get I didn't get what I was supposed to get out of it. And I stayed for a good little bit, but it was I didn't feel welcome. I didn't understand it. It seemed chaotic to me, and nobody was really watching what was happening.
I can tell you, when I qualified, and it's in the film Uppity, which is on Netflix now. When I qualified for Indy, I felt like the president of Indianapolis after, and I was treated like it. It was a great experience, and all those fans came out of their seats to watch me qualify, and it was a standing ovation. Indianapolis has been good to Willie T. Ribs, and
so that's not indicative of, because would you say most NASCAR events are like that?
Well, that's IndyCar.
Right.
IndyCar and NASCAR are totally. We're talking apples and oranges. Okay, Indy cars are, we're running 240 miles per hour in an Indy car into turn one. And when you run into a corner at 240 miles per hour, you find out how big your girts are.
What made you want to drive?
My dad raced as a kid, and my family, my grandfather had a very successful plumbing company that he turned into real estate interests. And so when my dad did it as a hobby. My grandfather didn't like it. He was up on the ranch, and he was into hunting and shooting. And so when I got out of high school, I told my family I want to go to Europe to start my racing career. I wanted to go to England to be in Formula One. So they sent me to to England, and it was all because of my dad's hobby. I went to the races with him when I was a kid, and by the time I was 9 years old, I knew what my career was going to be.
Did you ever feel a level of acceptance? Did you feel like you were growing on people? Did you feel like you felt more welcome in toward the latter stages of your career as you did, as opposed to the beginning?
Oh yeah, yeah. In the beginning in Europe, everything was fine. I mean, in England, I was a race driver, and that's all that mattered. And I won races, and it was a great relationship among everyone in England. Now, when I got back to the United States, you know, we went through. I got suspended for fighting, and
why would the fight start?
Driver hit me and knocked me, crashing me out of the race.
Oh. But that happens. That's just kind of the game, right? That happens all the time.
Well,
right?
they didn't get suspended.
Oh yeah, that's a reason to fight.
Why though? I wonder why, Willie. Why?
Well, how are you treated now when you go back? Do they show you reverence, or do they treat you like royalty?
Well, if I go to Indianapolis, of course. I mean, from the time I land in the airport, it's royalty. From the whole time I'm there. I haven't been to a NASCAR race in a long time. I mean, it's really not my genre. Now, I've done NASCAR, but you know, I want to see more out of them. I want to see.
Like what? What would you like to see?
Well, I want to see about 3 or 4 more African American drivers in their big championship, and I want to see.
Are there enough drivers Are there enough drivers to, you know, because
to bring along now?
Because most sports have a farm team. Most sports have an outreach program. Most sports, you know, they start an inner city program, or they have an outreach program. But does NASCAR?
No. They call it, well, yes, technically. They call it their diversity program, but it's preschool. It's not. It's preschool, and a lot of these guys get in there, and you never hear about them. A couple of guys have gone through, including Darrell Wallace, who's currently there now, but not a lot. It's like I said, it's preschool.
And you want and you think it's a great, like, whatever you love, whatever somebody loves, they want to introduce people to it, because if you love it, odds are somebody else would. What is it that you would, the virtues of race car driving that you know that young black kids would kind of spark to?
I would put it on the automobile manufacturers, all of them, not one where they can soak themselves down with glory like a horse. Every manufacturer should have the responsibility of anteing up and creating these Drive for Diversity auto racing program. We all drive their car. We all spend our money on them. Now you get off and start showing your support back. That should be mandatory by the sanctioning body.
Do you think that young black kids all over the country, is there something in it for them? Because, you know, we it's very expensive. Like most things, what I found is if you can learn it for free at the park, black people gonna win. If somebody can drop you off for free, but is it expensive sport is it expensive sport to learn?
Well, Lewis Hamilton, who is a man of color, he's half British and half black, is the richest British athlete in history. Lewis Hamilton makes $100 million a year. He races for a Mercedes Formula One team, and
I've never even heard of him.
What?
Never. I've never had.
Yeah.
Oh, he is 6-time world driving champion in Formula One. Formula One is the NFL of auto racing. There's nothing bigger than Formula One. NASCAR, IndyCar, they're popcorn farts compared to Formula One.
Wow. So he's bigger than LeBron, bigger than Kobe was.
Oh, LeBron flies on Lewis's plane. Hey, can I get a ride, Lewis?
Wow.
No, Lewis and Lewis has Serena Williams as guests, and Venus Williams and Lindsey Vonn. Every year here in Texas for the Grand Prix, I'm Lewis's guest, and I'm good friends with his dad, Anthony. If there is a system that can create Lewis Hamiltons like Ron Dennis, who was white, very wealthy man who owned a Formula One team, saw Lewis when he was 12 years old on go-karts and says, I'm going to groom this young man.
Why?
And he spent his money, Ron Dennis, and took him all the way to Formula One, and now he's 6-time world champ.
Wow. So you think exposure is the key? Exposure and access.
Money.
That's always the case.
That's always the case. But to develop yourself on the court, whether it's basketball or football or tennis, when it comes to auto racing, it's an investment. But the automobile manufacturers and the corporate advertisers in this country have a duty to those who support them.
Is that one of the things you hope happen? Because literally, you allude to the fact that it's money. But all the great athletes I know primarily learn how to play on a playground. They learn how to play at the park. They learn because it's not expensive. All you need is a ball and some grass, a ball and some land, and you have a sport like a bat. And so most of the things we excel at not because of just natural physical aptitude, but also access. And you're saying right now that's not prevalent right now. We don't have a lot of access.
These kids don't have the access. And access is money. If these kids started off the way I did on a go-kart or Lewis Hamilton and go through the ladder stages, right up the ladder. Once you get good on a sprint kart, then the next step is open wheel in Formula 3 or Formula 4. Then GP2 or Indy Lights, then IndyCar or Formula 1. If you go to Formula 1, you're in the NFL.
Somebody's gonna see you right now, and they're gonna say, "This is what I want to do." Somebody's gonna see you right now. Somebody's in the process of seeing you right now. Never had any idea, maybe didn't want to be a driver, and they're seeing you right now, and they've heard some of the things that were drawbacks in your early stages of your career. They've also heard a lot of things that were advantageous. What would you tell somebody like that?
You don't let that stop you. What kind of man are you? My grandfather, he put his foot up my butt and twisted. If I ever acted like I was going to quit, or once you set your mind to it, you make it happen. And you do everything to do that. Getting hurt or killed in a race car, so what? At least you were doing it.
There you go.
I hope you don't put that on a brochure, will it?
Or a T-shirt.
Hey, man, what a pleasure talking to you, man. Thank you for taking the time talking to us, Willie.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Get back on the lawnmower. I don't want to blow. You got another half of grass to do.
That tractor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. It is D.L. Hughley Uncut. You know who we are.
You have such a Demi Moore.
Don't be disrespectful. You can borrow some of this space if you want it.
I will always love you.
Right.
Jeff Brown, just because it's your birthday does not give you license to bother me.
Happy birthday, Jeff Brown.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. 11 times 5, baby.
When a grown black man has a birthday, no one cares.
No one gives
We
a damn.
don't care.
Don't nobody care.
No one cares.
It's in the rule book, just in case
It's
you want
like
to know.
Father's Day. We
Right.
never really get
Right.
what we want. Was like, have you had a lap dance for Father's Day? Never.
I have, but that's not the point.
Oh,
that's
no,
not.
I'm sorry.
That's not.
Just saying.
Concentrate on me. It's not my birthday.
Yes.
That's not it. The one thing about this pandemic, which is horrible, but the one advantage I will say is that forever fathers used to have to split their holiday with grads, so it used to be dads and grads.
Yeah.
Now it's just us.
Now it's just dads and sads.
It's true.
Yes.
But it's good for us, too, because we don't have to pretend like we really care that it's Father's Day.
Right.
We just wake up.
It is.
Do you want some pancakes or not?
No one really knows when it is. There's my dog Charlie. Charlie, you see Charlie?
Charlie is asleep.
Charlie is the dope.
Big Chuck is kicking it.
Yeah.
He's got to be 150 pounds by now.
Yeah, he better be.
Yeah.
Better be.
He gonna be.
They gave me this dog for my birthday 3 months before my birthday, and they will not feed him.
But if we're going to tell
They
the
won't
truth,
feed
can
him.
we tell the truth?
Yeah.
You wanted this dog.
No, I didn't.
You.
I said no. That's not true. I said eventually, like my dog Riley's 17 years old. I said eventually I want another dog. Tyler, my daughter, and LaDonna saw this dog and went, "Oh, is that a pretty dog?" And I went like, "Yes." And the next thing you know, he was here.
Yeah, but it sounded like you were dropping hints because I would
wasn't
listen to you
dropping
say,
hints. They asked a
one
question.
day I'm going to get a dog. And you kept showing pictures.
Right.
And I was like,
Bad
okay,
news.
well, maybe.
Bad news.
Right.
There's video.
Right.
Did you see the video when he got the dog?
No, I'm very happy
He was
about it.
immediately
What?
8 years old
No.
again.
Yeah.
Y'all got my dog.
Right. I'm very happy about the dog, but let's not pretend like I just asked Santa. Like a long
Dear
time ago,
Santa.
I didn't believe. I'd stopped believing in stuff. What's interesting to me is that we are in a pandemic, according to some, depending on what state you on.
I was going to say, because you can't tell in some states. Florida.
In Wisconsin, it's fine.
Right.
California is fucked.
Right.
But as you can depend on, you can tell where we are depending on people's answers. And the one thing that's pretty consistent is that there's very inconsistent.
Right.
And there are always people like Chris Christie was on
The View.
The View. Which is hard. You can't really say The View and Chris Christie because you ain't gonna see shit but a back.
Rice Christie.
But he, there are always these people who are brave and they're saying, "Oh, we have to sacrifice ourselves for the economy, and Americans have to sacrifice." And Whoopi asked him, "What would he be willing to sacrifice?
Yeah.
Who would he be willing to sacrifice?" And he didn't have an answer
Because he didn't consider that.
because he's really one big pre-existing condition. He's
Yes. He ain't gonna sacrifice Snap,
No.
Crackle, and
No.
Pop.
He's the country's only nougat-filled governor.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is, didn't he have that surgery like some years ago?
Yeah.
And
The lab band surgery?
Yeah, but I never really saw any reduction.
Apparently, they put a food court in.
Right. That's hilarious.
I don't understand why it is that people who risk the least are always talking about sacrifice the most.
Oh, sure.
But I think that's why they talk so much, because they understand that none of their children, none of their family members, neither will they at all be exposed to any of that.
No.
So they know they're talking about brown people, black people,
No.
poor people. They know.
Because Chris Christie can't go outside.
These are the same people who
Go
declare
outside.
war.
Yeah.
When they declare war, all they're
Right.
saying is that our poor people's kids are going to kill your poor people's
Right.
kids
Right.
until we reach a decision.
Pretty much.
That's enough.
That's enough
We've
killing
had
of the poor
enough.
people's kids.
And the other thing I thought was interesting is that the Trump won't unveil Obama's portrait. And I just need to say this to people, and I don't think they understand it. Barack Obama was the 44th president of the United States of America.
True.
No amount of
Period.
hand-wringing,
Hatred,
or anger, or erasing of his accomplishment. Whether you unveil that picture or not, he got a picture.
Oh yeah.
You ain't gonna unring that bell.
Right? No, it's almost like if we pray, like he's not like it's so, like yes, the black dude is president, and a black dude probably knocked off your daughter. That's not the thing.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Wishing it not that it wasn't so isn't gonna. I don't.
And the
know
picture
what
will be hung whether you want it to or
Right.
not. Eventually,
That's
it
right.
will be there.
Wishing a white man hadn't knocked off your daughter is not going to straighten your grandkids' hair.
It's amazing to me that we were talking about Obama. You said it's gonna be hung no matter what. That's.
Welcome back to the show. Now, earlier this month, the CDC's original guidelines for reopening America were suppressed by the Trump administration, and new ones more favorable to the president were released instead. Here to talk about these new guidelines is Dr. Peter Robertson, senior aide of the Coronavirus Task Force. Welcome, Dr. Robertson.
Oh, hello. Nice to be here, DL and Jazzy.
Hello, Peter. Now, can I ask you, why didn't you agree with the CDC's initial suggestions?
I think I just, first of all, DL, I just found out about the pandemic yesterday.
Oh.
You just found out about it?
Okay.
From what I can tell, that our guidelines are almost identical.
Oh, okay.
To the CDC's.
Uh-huh.
In fact, for example, the CDC would like to limit all non-essential travel, and we couldn't agree more. In fact, we think travel should be limited to just those travelers willing to spend their stimulus checks at any Trump property.
Oh,
book your flight, get your hotel room, and have some fun out there. I mean, it's the safest way to have fun.
That's interesting.
It's interesting because disproportionately, black and brown people are, dying of COVID at disproportionate rates. We represent a smaller number of the population, but we seem to die at disproportionate numbers. Anything in your recommendations address that?
Yes, we also share that concern. In fact, we actually recommend that black people stay away from, like closed indoor spaces.
Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah, and instead return to the fields. Because, as you know, black Americans have done some amazing things in the fields. I mean, I'm wearing cotton now.
Right.
I know, DL, you have an indoor job,
right?
But we're recommending that even you take a second look at the fields. So you got a muscular build. You look pretty fit.
Okay, this is.
Also, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was just curious. Like, these are like your guidelines. You want DL to work in the field? You think that would be better?
If you look at the data,
okay.
When you're outside in a field situation, right, you're distancing, and there's it's just I'm thinking about your health.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
What about masks? People are suggesting not only social distancing but wearing masks. What do you come down?
We agree with the CDC there too. We always said that we should have masks. In fact, we're recommending though that we start wearing you wear the new masks, the kind that have the eye hole cut out that cover the whole head.
That kind of mask.
Yeah, we're calling those the N86s.
N86.
I don't know what the N stands for, but I know what 86 means.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Robertson. It's very nice of you.
Are there any other specific guidelines that we should be following? Any other information? Because, information is sparse, and we kind of don't have a uniform approach to this. But is there any insight you can give us to help keep us safer as a country?
Safer as a country?
Yes.
Yes, actually, it's a new guideline that we added, and it's basically Tide Pods. Why not start with the Tide Pods? It might work. The president, he's been eating them now for a week and a half, and he's feeling pretty good. And DL, the way we look at it is that, hey, if the president's feeling good, it's time to reopen.
Wow. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us today, Dr. Robertson. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest is a political analyst and a resident fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Institute of Politics. She's a new book out called Say It Louder, Black Voters, White Narratives, and Saving Our Democracy. Please welcome Tiffany Cross. Hey, Tiffany.
Hi, guys.
Hey, now.
I'm so glad to be with you both today.
Glad to have you.
Good. It's funny because you're talking about saving the democracy, which I think is attributable to black women. I think black women are, more than any other demographic, insisting on saving a country that doesn't really give a damn about us. But it's interesting. It's interesting. What white narratives do you think are the most harmful?
All of them, really. So if you look at the media landscape, every political conversation we have center white people. And why might that be? Because the media landscape itself is run by white folks, and so they operate in a news system that assumes that the world is spins on their axis, and that's not true. And that's evidenced by when you see a lot of the media outlets going to Columbia or every white diner in Iowa, or every mayonnaise stand in New Hampshire, trying to listen to what these voters from the heartland feel. And it's like, look, if you go to a Golden Corral in Montgomery, Alabama, after Baptist Church lets out, don't those voters from the Heartland
Exactly.
matter?
Right.
So we stop in East Cleveland. Don't those voters from the Heartland matter? And so I think when you have a landscape that does not center our issues, our finances, our labor stats, our lives, our residences, our education, and they solely focus on white people, it gives the false impression that our voices don't matter, that our votes don't matter. And that's just not true. One, we built this country for free through violent rule and backbreaking labor. And two, we have not only shaped this democracy, but saved it. We have saved a country that does not value our lives or our livelihood. And so I'm just a little frustrated with this narrative that prioritizes everyone else's history and everyone else's agenda but our own.
You know, it's interesting. I remember the lead up to the South Carolina primaries. And Bernie was running, all the political pundits were talking about he was running away with it. But black people, and I think it really started to change for President Biden. I'm probably right. I hope I'm right. It started to change for candidate Biden when it came to South Carolina because they had a decidedly different view of the landscape and what was important. Because I maintain liberals, conservatives vote to keep things the same. Liberals vote for aspirational things, but black people in general vote to survive. Like, right. and I thought that was an example of how they saw the world decidedly different what we did. Rather than saying we have a difference of opinion, a lot of liberals were like, oh, they're not educated or they don't understand. Maybe it is that we just don't see the world the way you do.
Yeah, first of all, that's so insulting, right? To call, black voters who saved this country low information voters, I think was the euphemism they use. That's ridiculous. Look, I think that's one of the white narratives, Jasmine, that you asked about that I am challenged by. And that is that the civil rights movement, what happened in the 60s, was about voting. It wasn't never about voting. It wasn't ever about this system. Black people aren't foolish enough to put our belief and our lives in the hands of a system that disenfranchises us on the regular. It's about shaping this democracy to our liking. And so this is something you and I have talked about, Dio, where people are, we're asking people to believe in a system that has imprisoned them, that has poisoned them, that has kept their families in redline communities, that keep their children in dilapidated schools. And now we're saying, hey, that system is the thing that can change your life. I understand why some people might say, you know what, I don't know if that's true, but we have to fight and inform these people that that's the only thing that's going to change. But it's not about the system. I'm not asking anybody to have faith in this system. I'm saying have faith in you, brother. Have faith in the agency and yourself and create the society and the democracy that you want to see. So that's one of the things that I try to pick apart in the book and try to give people a sense of their own vision for what this country could be and what it should be.
Okay, what's interesting to me is you just laid out a whole series of things that would be a backdrop, that would be a negative why black people, black women specifically, vote in higher numbers demographically than any other demographic. Why?
I think black women have always been the matriarch of this community. And so you see that, Dio, when black women organize, they don't just organize themselves, they organize communities. They're driving people. Those church mothers are driving people to the voting booths. Those people who never step foot in the church, but are just community activists, are driving people not only to the voting booths, but to activate others. They're canvassing, they're knocking on doors. I think black women are overwhelmingly breadwinners for their families in disproportionate numbers relevant to other communities. Black women are far outperforming any other demographic in the country, so we have more to lose. I don't think that necessarily black women are voting, again, out of their belief out of a system, but they're voting out of love of a democracy lost. They're voting so their child can go jogging and not end up with a fucking bullet in his head because he's running. They're voting because they want their children to get an education worthy of them. They're voting because they don't want their husbands or the father of their children driving home, getting pulled over and beat to death. They're voting because they don't want the small business that they're running to lose funding. They're voting because they don't want their
So I was right. We vote to survive. We really do. We vote like it's not as aspirational for us. And
it's
people
true.
Understand.
But you know what's so sad though is the fact that we've all always done that, right? We've always done that. Like you said, black women, you know, the way that we participate in the election. But the sad part is the narrative was so negative about us not voting, even women and men, until Alabama. And then it became front page news that, wow, look what black women did. And of course, black men too.
Right.
But it's unfortunate that they made it seem as though we just started doing that when historically black women have always voted.
These are the white narratives I'm talking about, Jasmine. Absolutely. And in Alabama.
Wait, let me look at our white producer, Charlie. You motherfucker.
Oh, he
Hang on a
knows.
minute.
He knows.
But in Alabama, isn't it shameful that the race had to be that close? Black women had to give better than Barack Obama
That's
type
right.
numbers to keep an accused pedophile from roaming the halls of the Senate. And not only did they do that, but the black women of Alabama also helped elect 9 black federal judges to the court, which also has a disproportionate impact on our lives. So when people talk about, and if I may, I just want to talk about 2016, how the narrative was that black people didn't show up. The devil is a lie. Black people did show up. There were places in Michigan, in Detroit, one of the most populous cities, the biggest African-American voter turnout, 75,000 people voted only to have their votes cast out because of the Republican-led state legislature threw them out. That's GOP-led voter suppression. So this time around, when we have this narrative, oh, black voters didn't vote, that's not true. What black voters are facing is GOP-led voter suppression, foreign election interference that specifically targeted our communities, and now we're going to have the effects of COVID-19 impacting our election turnout. So that unholy trinity can set a situation where you might have people who are literally putting their lives on the line to cast a ballot.
But isn't that and I've had this discussion with you. We were whipped, water hoses, hung to be able to vote. And I understand that there are backdrops that are uncomfortable, but it's nothing compared to what we have gone through. And the one thing I always say is this: the white men that we had to go through with before ain't got, they are much tougher than these white people. They are much tougher than the systems that we have against us. And I understand that almost everything that's ever happened to us or for us is either because of lack of political participation or because of political participation. Everybody talks about, like, one thing we hear all the time is, what did Obama do for you? The fact that poor black people and brown people can go to a doctor where they couldn't before, the fact that we see ourselves slightly different, the fact that you know that his impact was significant enough that they're trying to, whatever, the equivalent of what they're trying to do with Barack Obama is the equivalent of blowing the nose off the Sphinx. I don't want that. Yeah. We're trying to pretend like he never happened. And there's a reason they don't want you to vote. There's a reason that they don't want you to be inspired by things. There's a reason that they don't want you to buy into the political system. And I know you wrote a book about that. What was the impetus for you deciding that that was the kind of tack you would take to write a book like this?
Well, I've worked in media for 20 years. So I was behind the scenes. I was a producer. I was a booker. I had all these different roles, and I just saw routinely how our voices were shut out, our perspectives were shut out. And so it really came from a place of righteous outrage. I was so outraged at what I was seeing happening in our media landscape that was directly impacting our political landscape. And I just felt like it was time to speak. I wanted to write a book for people like you and me, people who don't code switch, people who are comfortable in our authentic selves, to give a space and voice to people who feel voiceless. And, I think it was long past due to tell. Sometimes I know I wake up and feel like, am I crazy? Is it just me? Because everything I'm seeing is telling me a lie, telling me something that I know is not true. And so I wanted to write something where I was comfortable making them uncomfortable. If it meant the greater good of my people and my community having a voice, saying I deserve to have a say in how these United States take shape, and that meant that some people were going to have to lose power in that. I know power concedes nothing without demand. And I wanted to write something that not only informed people, but inspired them and empowered them to take up space in this democracy that we not only built, but we have saved throughout history since its inception.
Let me ask you
so
something.
I hope people get that from what I wrote.
What is the best you hope for in this election cycle?
I think the best we can all hope for is that this white supremacist in the White House gets booted. I think he is literally an existential threat to this country. He is trying to tell people to drink Clorox, and he's up there,
But I think I really do. I think that bleach is the perfect symbol for Trump. It's like it only works on whites and it's hell on colors. What do you worry about the most?
Oh, I worry that the election won't be decisive, and so even if you have results that are close, will people accept it? Because we've already seen him dangle out this idea of getting rid of term limits, which he constitutionally cannot do. We've seen his son-in-law say we shouldn't have the election in November, which is constitutionally mandated. They cannot do that. So, and they've already set up a situation where they're going to say it's cheated. He's trying to bankrupt the post office, so we can't have mail-in ballots. So I worry that this election won't be decisive, that there won't be enough people who have come out to support the Democratic nominee, and that will give license to these crazy people to say, well, I don't honor this election. It's like the concept of society is truly.
But you yourself have, on a few occasions, admitted that you have, that it's fair to say that the Democratic nominee has flaws, right?
Definitely.
Right. Okay.
Definitely.
So what is it that you would say to people who see the same flaws that people have admonished and really don't see a distinction between the two? There are people, and I don't know who these motherfuckers are, but there are people who can't discern the difference between the two. What would you say to people like that?
Yeah, well, first, I hope that they would choose to inform themselves. And I'm certainly not here trying to say that Biden is the perfect candidate. Look, this man gave us the crime deal. He signed off on it. There were black people who signed off on it as well. He's a flawed candidate. And black people have survived many devils. Donald Trump isn't the first white supremacist to occupy the White House. Maybe he'll be the last. We'll
Don't
see.
say devil
But
Charlie squirming in his seat.
I would tell those people to get informed, because I understand the thought that people have been harmful to our community, and voting is not the great equalizer, but it is a key thing to harm reduction. And I think Joe Biden would be less harmful to the community than we have seen a Donald Trump be to our
So
people.
it's the whole voting to survive thing.
But should we hold our vote hostage the way some people have suggested?
Some people, you mean Puffy, right? Don't you mean Puffy?
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
said
saying
Puffy.
I was Puffy, Puff Daddy,
No,
P Daddy, whatever.
I think what Diddy was trying to say is make people earn your vote. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people took that to mean, well, I won't vote. And maybe it wasn't the most articulate message to give, but I do understand this faction that we sit at the epicenter of political power. Why should we not make demands at this time? DL, I talked to you about, I penned an op-ed for the Washington Post with my co-authors Angela Rye, Amanda Seals from Insecure, Sunny Hostin from The View, the activist Brittany Packnett Cunningham, Latasha Brown, a voting rights activist, Alicia Garza, a Black Lives Matter co-founder. And we did make demands of this president. We're not out here trying to be Biden cheerleaders, but we want him to know you are not Joe Obama. You were the vice president. To assume that you have black voters in your pocket would be a mistake. You need to give voters something to fight for. We're not encouraging anyone not to vote. We want everyone to vote. But because black women have been the drivers of this democracy, we're simply saying, don't make our job so much harder.
You know,
have to leapfrog on our white media landscape to get people inspired. Give us something to inspire the people. And a vice president, Amy Klobuchar, ain't it?
Yeah, you know what you said. We both are with the same publisher, and one of the things you said that you have, I remember one of the first things you said was like how impressed you were by Jasmine, and then to name off the list of women that you named off that you wrote with. That is the kind of synergy and a kind of energy that we don't that the powers that be, and even a lot of people in our community don't associate with black women. That they have that kind of, like, you've never met her, but you came here like to meet her, and she was gone. You work with Angela Rye, you work with Joy Reid, you work with Sonny Hostin, you work with Amanda Seals, who I think, in all these minds, whereas we would believe that there is a more antagonistic approach, you all have found a synergy that I think most people wouldn't ever know about, and that's kind of refreshing and necessary.
I agree, and thank you for saying that, TL. And first I admire Jasmine's bicep because I peeped her Instagram. Your workout game is strong.
Thank you, girl.
And I thought you were so beautiful. But I think there is power I love men. Don't get me wrong. I think men are amazing, but there is nothing like a conversation with a woman who gets me and connects with me and supports me, and I value that. And I've had men come and go in my life, but those women who got me are still around, so I value that. And I think, there's this concept that women can't get along, or there's a lack of sisterhood, and that just hasn't been my testimony, thankfully. And I have come across a woman occasionally who says, I like you, Tiffany. I don't really do women, but I like you. And my response is always, sister, I don't do you. If you don't do women, you're starting from a space of not loving.
Speaking of doing women, let's get off on that.
Oh, God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. It is D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
I like the little sleeveless t-shirt.
Thank you. I like your little jacket.
Yeah, dope.
Little.
So
Got to
dope.
say that.
I do. I like them Angela Bassett arms.
Oh, dang. Thank you. That's a compliment.
What's love got to do?
Got to do with
That's
it.
That's why I didn't like the movie.
Why? Because of Angela Bassett's
She
arms?
beat the hell out of Lawrence Fishburne. Stop it.
You don't think he had a chance?
No. With them guns, stop it.
I thought it was the sidekicks that he had the problem with.
Stop.
Yeah.
Nah.
You got your
He didn't
ass
stand a
good and
chance.
beat messing with Angela Bassett.
Absolutely. And she still looks good.
I don't care if he
She
was
kept all of
Morpheus,
that.
he still got his ass whooped. You crazy? Can I share so Donald Trump is basically saying, you remember the dude in Buffalo, the 74-year-old,
Yes.
75-year-old
They said
dude,
tripped.
who's
That one.
basically the same age as Donald Trump.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it could have been a Antifa plan. He could just a setup.
Yeah. He was messing with police scanners.
Yeah, I don't really know. Like, I can't prove a negative. But when an old dude get pushed down and blood starts coming out of his ears,
right,
and he's in serious but stable condition in the hospital right now, if he's bullshitting, he's taking it a little too far. You know what?
Right. Come
If
on,
it was your acting, stop. The bottom line is,
we know he's lying.
We do know he's lying.
He's lying.
That's the accountability that we're talking about.
That's all we're saying.
You obviously pushed an elderly man. If that was your grandfather and this was...
No, he is somebody's grandfather.
Yeah, if somebody knocked him on his back, you would have a problem with it.
But here's what's really... So our whole argument is the police are overreaching, being brutal, and going too far. Their response is, that's like somebody whooping your ass to show you that they don't whoop your ass. They're like beating the shit out of people to show how they're being wrongly accused of beating the shit out of people.
But what's crazy is they're beating out of the shit out of their own people.
Yeah.
I was shocked when I saw the police knock down an old white dude. I was like, wait a minute. Normally they would be off limits for you guys. You pushed him.
No,
they said, no, he tripped.
Their own people is people that wear them uniform.
That's it.
That's their own people.
That's their loyalty right now.
Literally, look, I'm as scared getting pulled over. The only time I ain't nervous when a black dude pulled me over is when he got stripes on his arm, like he's in charge.
Right.
But if he got something to prove,
yeah. I've had some terrible encounters with some black cops where it's just like, hey, bro, you ain't got to do that with me, man. Don't bruh me.
Right.
Like, come on.
Right.
That's not the bruh I meant. Don't do,
When they, and it can't be stripes here, it got to be stripes down here.
Mm-hmm.
Stripes up here, I don't understand. Stripes down here.
Yeah.
And it's because something happens to people when they put on that uniform where they really are a brotherhood. It ain't a brotherhood, it's a brotherhood.
Right.
And my only argument about that is, I don't give a fuck what color your skin is. I don't give a fuck what you do. You shouldn't be allowed, I don't care who it is, to be able to treat... If somebody in the general population, like if we on radio or we in any of our endeavors treated people the way they do, I'm not saying all of them, but some of them, we couldn't keep that job. Just the act of being disrespectful to a customer would get us fired.
Oh, for sure. You don't even have to put hands on somebody. You can use the wrong terminology, whether it's about their gender, or you could just say something that they felt was inappropriate, and even that could get you fired.
Exactly. And I'm always saying you should be held to the same standard as we are.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, I don't even know how people are insulted by a word that they ascribe and they attach to black. Accountability, just be responsible for your actions.
That's it.
And be willing to take the consequences of them.
That's it.
Because we have those conversations with our children all the time.
Yeah. You said it's called reform, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. Why you mad because we making you football players got mad that they couldn't hit a defenseless they can't.
Right.
I don't give a fuck how mad you is, you're gonna follow the new rules.
That's right.
And all we're asking you to do is follow the new rules. Fuck the old. Every time you go to a company, like even in radio, I remember when you used to have to do this. You do now, motherfucker. That's it.
That's the papers you signed, ain't it?
That's all it is.
That felt personal. I'm just saying.
I remember when my father didn't treat me like, I ain't your father, nigga. You doing the shit the way I want to.
Right.
Hey there, welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is an activist and the former chair of the Women's March. Currently, she is the co-founder of the social justice organization Until Freedom. She recently made what has been called the speech of a generation, and I love this girl. It's Tamika Mallory. What's up, girl?
Happy birthday, gorgeous.
Thank you. Hey, DL. Too long since you picked on me.
Yeah, stop it. Stop it.
It's coming
true.
shortly. It's coming.
The first thing she says to me is that.
Because she knows what to expect from you.
She wants it.
She knows.
I want to tell you how proud of you I am.
Thank you.
Because I think that I think that in the very early stages of what we're seeing right now, you perfectly articulated the rage and the hopelessness that a lot of people feel. And I think that you can't plan for moments like that, but I think that it was always in you. And I want to tell you how proud I am. What do you think, are you shocked by this movement? Are you shocked by the fact that so many people in so many places from so many demographics and sexes and races and just people from all over the world have kind of attached themselves to this movement?
Well, no, I'm not shocked because I think we have been trying to warn America. Like you do it on your socials and in your, on your shows and just in the way that you speak every day. We've been telling people that if something is not done to address the issues of police abuse, police violence, and just white supremacy in general, that this country was going to boil over. And to be honest, I don't even think we went as far as it could go. I don't think that I think people were pretty much, tamed in the ways in which they are responding to the trauma that we continue to see. I think America ought to be glad that most people want to see a nonviolent movement move us towards change. However, the danger is that other people are dying. Like it's still happening, even though there is definitely there's something moving in this country. There's a new energy. You saw Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer having to stand with a list of names that we already knew. They knew the names, but for some reason, George Floyd has moved people to a different place, and that's good. They didn't need the kente cloth on, though. Like, I totally don't understand who came up with
I didn't. It was a non. I agree with what you said. I care more about what they were saying than what they were wearing, but
absolutely.
And I think that ultimately. You are able right now, for whatever reason, and for whatever reason, George Floyd has become a lightning rod, and we're able to have allies where we didn't have them before.
Absolutely.
And I don't care who you are. Everybody needs allies. Everybody needs people who are maybe not of their struggle, but can relate to it. And I think that it's stunning that even with your speech, you were able to I think that speech a year ago wouldn't have had the impact it does now.
Well, that's what they say. And, you know, as you said,
Will you stop moving? You're making me dizzy. I feel like I'm watching.
I said she's a busy woman. She got things to do.
It's like Call of Duty.
It is Call of Duty.
You know, I'm sorry, but I move around.
That's right. Tell them to keep up. Keep up. How about that?
Y'all got to stick with me because that's just the way it is. Honestly, I haven't had food in 2 weeks, and the delivery man is but hey, I'm hungry.
But see, that's one of the things that people love about you is the fact that you are so real and you are authentic at all times, including the speech that you gave. And the thing is, though, you were making those kind of speeches long before that. You, as long as I've known you, you've always been that voice of truth, that voice of reason, and to be able to deliver it in such a passionate way. So when I saw it, it wasn't new to me. I'd seen you like that before.
And usually I practice, right? Like I really prepare myself to speak. I do, because I get nervous. I want to say all the right things. I want to make sure that whatever it is that I'm saying properly represents the audience that I'm speaking to and that Black people feel proud of me. There's a lot of pressure. And in this particular moment, are you guys still here?
Yeah.
Oh, we still here.
We're getting dizzy. Like that movie where they did where the people
the
invaded.
Blair Witch Project.
Oh, man, goodness gracious.
Listen, sorry. I'm serious.
I want to know what you ordered.
I'm going to be honest with you. On the road, there was no food because COVID-19 is happening.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, the protests were making people board their businesses.
Right.
So I was literally eating like chicken gizzards from the gas. So I'm hungry. But anyway, usually I practice my speeches. I prepare them. I'm trying to say the right thing. I want to make sure that y'all are proud. And this particular day, if you remember, at the moment that I was speaking, there was nothing. Like no one had been arrested, not even Chauvin, the first officer, the one who actually had his knee in George Floyd's neck. Now, mind you, I'm coming off of a 10-hour drive overnight from Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky. So I was there with her family standing outside of her apartment, looking at the bullet holes in the window that went through her sister's bedroom, and she was out of town. But if Janiyah had been in town, she would have been in her room in which the bullets went into the dresser, the walls, everywhere. There were more bullets in her room than in the other areas where Breonna Taylor was actually killed. So I'm enraged. I know y'all were enraged. Like what we saw, it's not acceptable. It's not okay. Black people were not okay. And when I got up to speak with no one arrested, no accountability, people were angry. I just spoke the truth. Literally just spoke the truth. If I could go back and do the speech again, I would have fixed some verbs that I split. And, I said, I'm like, man, that was whew, you couldn't get those words right. But I was so, I was just feeling it in the moment. And I said what I hope God used me as a vessel to articulate the pain that so many people are feeling and that so many people needed to hear, because white folks were like, damn, that's kind of true. I was really worried about the looting until I heard what you said.
You know what? You articulated something that you were sick and tired of being sick and tired, and you spoke. That's really not much different than Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks was like, my feet hurt. I'm not feeling ready to move. No, really, it takes, and I think we're speaking at a moment where America is sick and tired, where they're willing to hear things that perhaps they wouldn't have. When I hear things now that are coming out of this movement, I'm heartened by them. Like I get emotional when I see that people are saying things that they never would have. Police chiefs are saying things. You see soldiers saying things. You'll see politicians saying things. Neighbors are speaking to neighbors. But when I hear things like defund the police, which, and I'm no fan of the police, but that is a non-starter for a lot of people. Like no one gonna say because defund the police to a lot of people means we ain't gonna have police, which is dumb. Nobody would say we're not gonna have police.
Right. And that's the thing. There's an education gap, and I think you use your platform and you do, Jasmine, as well, all the time to try to educate people and bring them up to speed. And so the example that I've been using on the defund the police issue is that in New York, the summer youth program was being cut.
Right.
So there would be no jobs for the
Sure.
young people in New York City this summer. But the police budget was being maintained.
Fair.
And so since Mayor de Blasio, somewhere, because he's been the police main advocate for all these years with Daniel Pantaleo choking Eric Garner, we had to fight him for our lives, like literally
Right.
put blood, sweat, and tears on the ground in order to make him fire or to ensure that he was fired from the NYPD. It took us 5 years. But what he all of a sudden, he decides, he wakes up and says, you know what, I'm going to join the calls to defund the police. And what that means in this situation is not that he's not going, that the police departments won't get any money or that the police department will be completely cut from the budget. But what it means is that there will be balance. So they will take some of the money that the police department now gets and apply it to the summer youth program so that these kids can have jobs. Because what we know is that public safety is not only about policing. In fact, police officers being in our community makes the situation worse.
That's exactly. That's
Absolutely.
but it also, you're absolutely right. But we have to understand that saying that to people who are politically minded would use that to bludgeon people. They don't want the police around. Black people want safe communities, and they want whatever it takes to have them. We don't think that the trade-off, it's not a binary choice that we have to have brutal cops or mayhem. I think that you're absolutely right. But defunding the police is probably not the best slogan.
Well, I guess maybe it's not. And there's people who are better than me at marketing that could come up with the right words. And maybe it does make people feel like, you know, there will be no police at all. But they've been defunding education. They've been defunding our communities for a long time.
Sure.
And so now folks are just saying there needs to be a balance. And so maybe the words is balance the police. I don't know.
Exactly, because what people do is what women do a lot all the time.
Oh God, here
they
we go.
never hear what you said. They hear what they thought you said.
Mm-hmm. You knew it. You knew it.
They never like you could be having a conversation. You go, I said no. What you meant was, and I think that to avoid things like that, that was a very succinct way. I think that our policemen do not need the same arms and weapons they have in Afghanistan.
They don't. They don't.
I think that in addition to jobs for our children, there need to be people who are trained to deal with people who are in mental or emotional duress.
Yeah, the same thing goes for homeless people and all of this other
Period.
Thing. Police do not need to show up on that call.
I don't think policemen need to be issuing tickets and generating revenue for municipalities. I don't think policemen.
Right,
correct.
Like social distancing, they were literally beating black and brown people.
Right.
Instead of saying, just like they did with the white people,
Right.
there's a
Passing out masks.
Right. You need.
Right. And I think I think bias training, by the time you need to be trained to be unbiased, you already are. I think that policemen need to be held to the same standard as everybody else. If you can't do it in Afghanistan, you can't do it here. Yes, your job is hard, but you signed for that job. If you beat your woman, you will beat strangers. I think that it's just what we want is the same thing that they ask our communities for, the simple word accountability. Whatever I can't do, you shouldn't be able to do.
That's right. I mean, I think that's it's basic. Nothing we're saying is hard. Nothing that we've been asking for is hard. And in fact, even what I said in my speech, it's not hard. It's very clear. You know, people say, well, I don't understand, you know, again, the looting thing, like I don't understand. Are you saying that people should loot? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to explain to you is that we want to focus on looting and vandalism instead of the violence that happened to make people vandalize property. And not to mention, since y'all really want to get into the conversation, let's talk about infiltrators and detractors and people who work for police departments and people who work for white supremacists who show up at our marches and popping so that the young people are like, oh, that's what we doing? We throwing bricks?
Sure.
You know, that happens all the time. This is not a new phenomenon. Like, I don't know who y'all think y'all talking to. We're not stupid. So no, we don't want to talk about whether or not Gucci got their windows blown out. We want to talk about a man, because they can pay for that. They have insurance. They can pay for that. And in fact, in the speech, I talked about Target and AutoZone because it was that I was in Minneapolis. So of course the local news was all about the Target being looted and, you know, AutoZone being burned down. And my position that day was, hey, Target should be out here with us. Like, they should be in the street. AutoZone should have stood up, since they're in the car business, against the killing of Philando Castile when he was shot to death in a car. And you know what happened? Target put out a statement about
yes, they did.
They sure did.
Yes, they did.
saying, we're going to send truckloads of supplies to, you know, protesters and demonstrators to make sure that they're okay. We just got to push these people and tell the damn truth.
And another thing we have to do, you make me proud because the things you say, it is almost like we have detente right now. We have an opportunity to have conversations that people weren't inclined to listen to. I don't know if it was that it's COVID and people are at home, or that the killing of George Floyd was such an abomination. So I can't, like, I'm a cynical man and I can't watch it. I can't watch what happens when a man is having his life taken away and he cries out for his dead mother, and actually he would actually have more hope of her helping him than the system.
Yeah.
And he still was saying, sir.
Yes.
Throughout the whole time.
Yes.
Still saying, sir. He's still, even though they're murdering him, is calling out with respect.
Well, no, it was fear. It wasn't respect. It was. I hope if I supplicate enough to him, he'll show me mercy. The thing that I don't think violence is the answer, but that depends on what the question is. It really does, because I don't think we're here right now unless people saw things destroyed or had the potential for, like, when police show up, they will care more about Target than the people who've had targets on them. They're about protecting property and making sure commerce moves around, as opposed to protecting the citizenry. And I think that we have to change the dynamic in the way in which people are policed. We know, sociologists tell us, crime is dropping and has been dropping for the last 25 years. Then why is policing escalating? If the thing that you're supposed to be doing is dissipating, why are you ratcheting up?
Right, and creating new task force. First of all, the equipment that they had to respond to protesters is crazy. Like, they came out, and what kills me, and I know the two of you can get this, y'all are mad at us for being mad at you for killing one of ours.
What do you call that, Jasmine? Yeah. What they call it? She says this to me all the time. You're trying to beat me being mad.
That's right.
Because I'm mad.
That's true.
Why would you? Yeah, they were angry. Hell yeah, they was screaming. Hell yeah, they was in the street. Yes, they was throwing water bottles. The mayor should have came to the middle of the street with the police commissioner to say, you know what? We're sorry.
Right. We get it.
But the mayor, I've never seen a mayor, and I've watched this for a long time, I've never seen a mayor act as swiftly and decisively as that mayor did. And I've never seen him say, after seeing the video, those men should be charged for murder. And then what I saw is when he came to a protest, protesters were mad because he didn't say that they wanted to defund the police. And they took an ally and made him an outlier. I'm like, he just did what we're asking people to do, and you're mad because he didn't do something you thought a politician should do.
Well, we're not always going to agree. And so, you know what, if those people want to be mad that he didn't say it, they've gone through 400 plus years of trauma.
Sure.
They can be as mad as they want to be. At the end of the day, if they want him to look at the balance of police and programming, because what we know is that when young people have jobs, they are less violent. There's less drama that happens on our streets.
Because they're distracted.
Because they're distracted, because they have money.
Right.
You know, summer jobs sometimes are actually helping to feed families. Like, let's be clear. And so if you want to talk about the real violence, it's the fact that a kid needs a summer job to be able to take care of things that, you know, getting a pair of shoes to go back to school with. Sometimes that becomes, because it's not like during the summer parents get a raise to get ready for the new school year. These kids need that money. They need those jobs. And like you said, they need distractions. But if people want to be upset, that's fine. What they have to do, though, is organize and stay in the streets, stay out there, stay, you know, calling, texting, doing all the things that we've been doing, emailing. So until there is change. Until you can actually move.
Exactly. Don't give up. You said something very important. Everybody needs something to do. Everybody. Take a dog, leave that dog at home, and see how he tears stuff up. Not because he's a bad dog. He needs an assignment. They need a place to belong. They need a thing to do. Whether it's about, everybody talks about, you talked about summer jobs and needing the money. How about this? Everybody talks about that, but people need to understand the pride and a sense of accomplishment with earning something for doing something is something that no one can take away. Once, I'll tell you a story. My mother used to buy groceries, and I got a job, and I went and I bought all the groceries my mother brought. I took my first check and I bought all the groceries my mother bought. When my mother came home, she saw that groceries were in the house and she didn't have to get them. And she said, where'd these groceries come from? I said, I got them. There was a way that I felt when I provided for somebody that is the reason I work. And that's what those people want to be appreciated. People want to be a part of something, and people want to accomplish. And those things are more important than having tanks on the streets and riot gear.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what I noticed? Everywhere that I went, when I got to Minneapolis, I was with my team at Until Freedom. And we went around to the different areas where protests were happening, obviously outside of, right at the area where George Floyd was murdered. There was a large crowd of people, and they were yelling and hollering and doing all the things they should be doing. They were righteously angry, but there was no violence. I went to another protest, which was at the county attorney, his home, and people were literally on his lawn, kind of like, hanging out while they watched the speeches and the program that was happening right in the street in front of his house. Nobody burned his house down. They were right there. You know what the difference was? There was 2 or 3 police cars at each one of these places. The police weren't really, some of them were actually engaging with the community. Others were just sitting in the car, making sure everything was okay. But when you went to the police precinct and around, as you said, these corporate buildings, there was militarized police. So when you meet people with that type of force, then they come and say, oh, I'm with the shits today. Like, this is what we doing.
Right.
Yeah. But we ready. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have, they took a posture as if they were in the right and the people were wrong. And that is how this stuff began to
absolutely right. You're absolutely. And I got to tell you, I love you. And what else they weren't hungry like you are right now.
For a food that is now cold.
Happy birthday, baby.
Happy birthday.
I love you.
Welcome. I'm Jonathan Copeland, your fashion stylist.
Hi, I'm Salome, designer from Salome Style.
And we are your style guides for this fashion showcase.
First up is Fanny House Collections.
Great.
Clarissa's wearing Fanny House collection. I love the bag and the dress. I mean, the skirt with the top. I think she looks great. And color, so colorful.
The color is what's getting me. Like, I feel like one could wear this like on an everyday situation at work. You know, it's a very professional silhouette.
Yeah.
You know.
Eugenia. That's amazing.
Yes.
Love the pants.
Eugenia.
Oh yeah, yeah. Look at her. Yes.
I see you, girl. Oh, look at the back.
Yes.
Oh, that's a fantastic surprise. Those
Beautiful.
little design details, those are perfect.
Good. And this is really for every age group, you know. You don't have to be, young or older. It's for every woman.
Oh,
and
look.
I love the way she put it
The
together.
right.
Yeah.
She has that mesh going on. That's super. I mean, it's like the mesh, I feel like always adds an edgy little flair to a look.
Oh, blue. That jacket.
Very nice. Oh, and it has my peplum going on. But
Yeah,
it's
there you
interesting because, now we have the cutout. We're
Mhm.
introducing that, which adds a little more sexy flair to it.
Mm-hmm.
Love that. Ooh, and it's
That's
military.
amazing.
Oh, I hadn't realized that
Okay.
it's like a jacket almost.
The back.
Oh. And then we
I
have the
actually have that
pleats
piece,
going on in the
so-
back. Oh, do you?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure it looks fantastic, like everything else.
Look at it.
This red, is that leather across it, or no?
Yes. Yes, it is leather.
That looks awesome.
With the African fabric, like amazing.
Very good combination.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
Beautiful. Look at him with the jeans. I
Yes.
mean, again, you know, even with white shorts for
couple
the guys.
combo.
Yeah.
Is that a cape?
Yep.
We don't see enough capes.
There you go.
I feel like this is
Is it cape for you?
interesting. And then, hello? And then we have the metallic detailed top.
I mean, that would be like a nice,
Oh.
if you go into like an event, you know, like red carpet, you can always take out the cape.
And I'm
You know,
loving the
it's
wristlet
Gorgeous, yeah. Beautiful.
and the fabric and the setting. You know, I'm a big fan of like
Accessory, he'd love like big.
my Wonder Woman
Yeah.
cuffs. And here Fanny
Look
comes.
at the designer Fanny
Yes.
with her gorgeous model,
I
mahogany.
love what
Yeah.
what Fanny's wearing. That's fun.
Good job, Fanny. Come on.
I know.
Team Africa, there you have it.
Perfect,
Richmond, come on.
perfect.
Gorgeous. Beautiful.
Mahogany looks
Oh yeah,
amazing.
I love the headpiece accessories.
Yes, that headpiece,
Gorgeous.
amazing.
And then the little detail, the belt. I mean,
Mhm.
beautiful. Absolutely. Next up is Alan Fur.
All right, let's see it.
I do like the poncho.
I love
That's
the
beautiful.
collar on that poncho. Yeah, that's really
brown.
interesting. You know, I love a dramatic situation.
I agree.
Makes me feel
Poncho,
like it's almost, it's very sculptural, architectural.
Yeah.
I like that.
Now this is my style. I
This
would
is very
definitely,
luxe.
yeah. Sort of dramatic. You know, you can wear this in New York City.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really super cold.
It has a
snow
nice
day.
sheen
Absolutely.
to it.
Even with ladies too.
Mhm.
This looks great.
That's always really pretty and luxe.
I
to
like
me.
this. I like those bold style. I mean,
Mhm.
high
You're talking about-
fashion, you know. I love the red, white style I was
The
wearing.
red.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even the blue and diamond looks great. You know, all black. You know, you kind of have like a little bit of lighter sweater under. You
Yeah.
know, we can still
A
go
different
out the
take
city.
on
You know,
fur.
Chicago.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you'll definitely get
Yeah.
in Chicago. This one looks like, you know, I love jackets that look like you should be in the wilderness, but then you wear it with like some, like I would wear a nice skinny jean and
I
some,
agree.
you know, some edgy boots.
Yeah.
You know.
I can see you wearing those.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
I would totally wear that. That's cute.
That's nice. I
It
feel
has
like
a
she
sheet-
can probably remove
The fur.
this part, the fur, yeah. Then
Yeah.
it would be like a casual.
Well, I mean,
not
if it's
blazer,
like,
like a
winter, you know,
guess.
and like,
Yeah.
you know, you need the extra bit of warmth for
I'm from
the poncho.
Ethiopia. I'm hot all the time.
Is that a fur hat?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Eugene and the
So
Country.
you could wear that. I would wear the fur hat, and then just you can not wear fur, like as your, you know, like just have that be the statement. That's what I would do personally.
Okay. Next up is Urban Marsala.
Okay, awesome. Let's see it. They are so fun. Is that tie dye?
It looks like that.
You don't
right?
see that
She-
much
yeah.
often in like
She
bottoms
designed. I mean,
either.
everything is handmade in detail. Beautiful pieces.
I feel like I
love
need
both
them
pants.
to come back.
You like that?
I do. I really love those first two pieces. That was a good opener.
Diana's wearing the blue with the pants.
Mhm.
Looks like it's the jacket, the blazer, almost like crochet.
Yeah, yep,
Really
crochet.
nice,
I was
yeah.
just about to say that. I love that. And I feel like that particular design, you know, is very indicative of the 60s.
Yeah.
You know, kind of your flower child girl. I love a long
classic.
silhouette. Like, this
Yeah.
is something I would wear. I love an overpiece that gives you that long kind of like, I like looking like Jafar.
I can see you.
Look, see, and then I
Gorgeous.
love that whole movement when you see trench fly open. It just
Yeah.
gives you so much of a visual effect as you're walking down the street or walk into a room. It's like, I am here.
Look at that. That's gorgeous. It's actually
Shocking pink.
a romper.
Oh my gosh,
Jumpsuits.
is it?
One piece, yeah? Look at that.
Well,
She
I
added the little
totally would
scarf.
wear it in lieu of this whole romp him situation. I'm like, hello, I think clothes are clothes. We
Yeah.
can all wear them, and I would totally wear that.
Love that dress, mahogany.
Yes.
Gorgeous. Absolutely.
That is very Picasso.
Class, beauty.
And yes.
Absolutely.
I could totally wear that to a museum opening. You know,
Yeah. Yes.
Urban
Beautiful.
Masala.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Gorgeous.
wonderful. Very wonderful
Absolutely.
indeed.
Beautiful. Up next is Bernard Moore.
Yes. Bikinis.
My
yes.
favorites. Yes.
It is time for summer.
I mean, I'm telling you, when you look at this piece, every pieces, you feel like you're in Europe.
Yes.
Like Milan Fashion Week.
Oh, love.
Absolutely gorgeous.
We were just talking about that. That's the
Earlier.
one place I want to
Yeah,
be.
beautiful.
Milan.
Really. I mean, he's very talented and
Stripes.
from Washington, D.C. Look at that black and white.
Oh, I love the backing of that bikini.
Gorgeous. Look
This
at
is
that.
interesting. She looks like a art piece. Like something that needs
Such
to
a
be in a
beautiful
museum.
model. It's
She
made for her.
is.
Absolutely. Black and white. Class. You know, you
Mhm.
don't need too much.
Mhm.
Less is more, you know?
It's good that he has both combinations, you know, for, you know,
He's-
both audiences.
Absolutely.
Who
Oh, yeah.
want to wear
Because
the
not
trunks
everybody's
and
comfortable
then,
enough to wear. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Look at this. Like your eye, I'm traveling from
You
the
see?
top
Look
to
at her.
all
Look-
the
look at
way
the back.
through her. Yes.
Oh, my
like
goodness.
your eye just follows his path.
tuxedo? What do you call it?
Okay. Well, a
I mean, I think
tuxedo
it looks
situation.
great, yeah. But you guys like more like longer.
Oh yeah, like the shorts. Like
I love that.
I agree.
Do you
I
wear
think
that?
me. Hello. I mean, and besides, you show less skin. Like, or you know, you can. It's about
Exactly.
letting the air hit your skin. Like,
Bless
that's
you.
what a bathing suit is
Yes.
about.
Look at that.
Like, I don't want to be wearing basically clothes. This is so sexy.
Beautiful.
I love the cutouts on the side, and then we have. I mean, there's like a lot going on, but it all works
Yeah.
together.
Beautiful. Look at
Beauty.
Bernard. He
yes.
is. Oh, that was my
Molto
favorite.
applauses.
Amazing. Absolutely. Next up is Thomas Ruffin.
Awesome. These are
I
fun.
love it. Like Eugenia, the one on the left. Of course, someone
Mhm.
young and then teen. And then what's Laureate wearing the red pant? Definitely, I wear that. You know, for work. You know, blazer. I think
Mhm.
for any woman.
So I could see you wearing the top on the left and then the pant
Absolutely.
together.
Together. Oh yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
For Maya, I would definitely buy this for my daughter.
Yeah.
I think it's really very age appropriate. The blazer looks great on
The
her.
blazer is
yeah.
definitely
And
the
I love the
statement.
skirt. Look at that.
That's really fun. She looks like a storm.
Yeah. I don't
Like
have
a
the
storm
blue
in the city.
blazer for him.
Yeah.
With the white and black. He added colors
Mm-hmm.
with more like a modern, you know,
Yes.
classy look.
More.
I wear black all the time.
I love this. I mean, and it's black, but
Beautiful.
then with the transparency,
Yeah.
it gives more, you know.
If somebody's not comfortable, they can always add the tank top.
Mhm.
You know, a
Right,
blazer.
right.
Really,
Or
really-
cami, you know.
Absolutely.
I like the detail on the shoulder. It's good. It's very edgy, but
Yeah.
feminine.
And I love the V-neck. Yeah, the details gorgeous.
Yeah, on the back.
Almost gray stones, you know.
Yes. There we go.
Look at that. You see, if you look at this
Okay.
piece now, the dress she can wear in daytime.
Yeah.
You know, I
Yeah.
mean, work with the blazer. And if you take the blazer off, you know, she's going out for cocktail, meeting her
Right.
friends.
Right.
Still
Mhm.
simple, classic.
I would like the blazer just with a blue jean and a white shirt.
There you go. Yeah, I agree. Two different dresses. Oh, the
I
same
wish
dress.
the guy would have came
Yeah.
forward.
I think he added the belt, the
It looks like
accessory.
it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's a gorgeous dress.
But they look very
Yeah.
feminine, very 1940s,
I agree.
50s.
Very elegant.
Classic female, yes. Yeah. Wonderful.
Yes.
Bravo, bravo.
Next up is Aspardi Privé.
All right.
Look at that. Clean.
I love the white.
Summer.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And the
They
long
both look great.
silhouette. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I love the sleeves. Especially now, you know, we're all into like the bell sleeves.
Yeah.
The frilly neck. The, you know, just, I feel like it's very it just gives you a bit more swing without having to wear it on the bottom.
You have to be able to travel well to kind of appreciate what he's trying to do. You know, I get it. Really, I mean, I will wear every piece of the collections.
I'm loving this red. I just have to throw that in there.
Again, layers.
Right, the layers, the length.
I mean, look at every detail of the top, the necklace.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
I love that.
Beautiful.
It's a good contrast too, because it's really like,
I agree. Yeah.
You know, dark on top, and then we have the light on the bottom.
Yeah.
I love this one. I really appreciate this. You know, adding that blazer on top of the layering.
And I like the little hat he added in.
Yeah,
really neat. It's similar to the first one Mahogany wore, but he added
but this
scarf,
one's a bit more
for the shawl, for the hair. And then look, the necklace.
Did he design those too?
Oh yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Everything designed by him.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yay.
Beautiful. Well done.
And he's such a nice man. I remember meeting him at the show.
He was great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Next up is Michael Carter.
Awesome.
Love the sweaters. Very nice.
That's a good combo. I do like that. Yeah. It's a very smart combination. I think that's what that gives off.
Now I like this. I love the other piece again, you know. I mean, the suits. Look at the suits. They both look great, you know. He always
that's
the blue sparkle on it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The back.
Oh, look at
that back is everything. Way to highlight.
Gorgeous. Yeah. Simple, black.
It's simple, but I mean, I think with that, you know, the bottom, the flippy bottom, like that just gives it that extra oomph to that little black dress. Like that's the type of little black dress that I would want.
That's another one too. I love the you know, across
how
the
it comes
detail,
down
like
into
diamond,
the necklace.
you know, and then you have the leg. You know, you gotta show the leg. The gorgeous long legs.
Nice slit.
Beautiful, yeah.
This red looks great on this model.
Absolutely, beautiful. Love the earrings, the necklace.
Her hair looks great.
See? Yeah.
See, and that type of dress, I feel like it really gives the woman the opportunity to glow.
Absolutely.
And that's what's pretty about that particular dress.
That. Michael.
Yes.
That was wonderful. Next up is Mikasa Charles.
Mikasa.
She's into metallic, you know, she loves gold.
Yeah, I mean, and you know me, I'm all about metallic right now, especially. I mean, I feel like it's very futuristic. I think the whole idea is to push for the future.
I agree.
Push for positivity, and I think that's what metallics gives you as well, because it's just shiny. It just makes you feel like...
I can definitely do photo shoots with that. That's just...
It's like Black Swan.
Gorgeous. Clark's beautiful. If you have a... Like I said, the metallic gala.
Uh-huh. She looks
like the little skirt, you know, little tutu.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I love the sleeves on this and the sparkle. Like, that's really kind of over. Yeah. That's perfect.
Absolutely.
That's perfect. Your dress.
That's another beautiful pieces. I love the leather top. You can't really see the whole thing, but it's gorgeous piece with skirt. And then she had the oversized coat to go with it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I always love high-waisted pants.
I like the cutout
I love the cape.
situation.
We're talking about the cape.
Yep.
Yeah. She's very into gold, metallic, black and white.
Yeah.
Absolutely every detail. Gorgeous.
It's an interesting spot to put. Is that a full? Oh, so they're just
It
like
reminded me
little
also of
pillars
this dress
on the side.
Versace, and he's all about gold, glitters, you know.
Yeah,
That's
Versace
absolutely
in
beautiful,
the
you know?
80s,
Yep.
the early 90s.
Amazing designer.
Yes.
She is.
Oh, she has
Wow.
high
Yeah.
energy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I love
Amazing.
it.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Our next designer is Stephanie Maxwell Reed.
Sounds good.
It's like one of a kind piece you must have it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I love the
gorgeous.
fur on this one.
Beautiful.
See the frog fastening?
Yeah.
See, I'm a sucker for those small type of details.
Black, of course, black goes with everything. And like she said, when I was interviewing her for Salome Styles from our website, and she would say, like, this is for every woman, because from day to nighttime, with jeans, with skirts, tights.
Super
you
elegant.
see most of our models wearing with tights. It's such an elegant pieces. You feel like $1 million,
But you could also wear it with like a full pleated skirt underneath, and that would give it.
Or if you go to like a certain party, you can have a nice, beautiful
coat
bra, nice
Ooh,
lingerie.
yes.
Just an idea for your view out there, if you want to put pieces together.
And then so I feel like with this too, you could wear it without pants.
Yeah.
And just wear it just
What are you
as
gonna
a
wear
coat.
under?
So, I feel like, you could wear like I personally would wear just a smaller, maybe slip, but I would want to just wear that as the top, just
You wear
a
that
dress.
okay.
Yeah.
So that would, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You just give me an idea.
Yeah.
Next time I will wear the fashion event.
Because I feel like it'll give your legs the
I agree.
chance
Long
to
leg.
shine,
That's
right?
true. I agree. Beautiful. My beautiful pieces.
Yes.
I
See,
love it. I
that
love that much. The
red.
red, yes.
Yes.
Amazing, Daphne. That was gorgeous. Our next designer is Trey Van Van.
Travian, let's see what you have to show us.
Dress, gorgeous. Oh, I love that. Good little leg.
I love the lace detail at the top. She looks like she got this dress from the Black Forest.
I agree. Beautiful. With the bag. I actually did a photo shoot with that dress. Beautiful. Look at the bag.
Yeah. These sleeves. I'm a sucker for sleeves.
She made this actually for our fashion show.
Oh, did she?
Fashion show, yeah. Look at that against detail.
Yeah. It's very East End
The
Laurent,
stuff you see
actually.
in Hollywood and in Europe and other countries.
Exactly. Like
Here,
I was saying, like Yves Saint Laurent. Maybe.
Absolutely.
Like I feel like it's definitely giving
yeah,
that off.
like a Cannes Festival in France. You see all those beautiful women.
Totally
Like
agree.
in the whites. It's like off-white.
I'm really interested in
The
the
bag
fabric
is
choice
gorgeous,
used
too.
for the
Yeah.
bottom
Look at
half
the
of the
back.
piece. Yeah. Oh, that's fun.
Makes her tall, long. That's another piece I love.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Skylar, she looks great.
That would definitely be daring. to wear
Beautiful.
that. Yes.
Yeah. You can have, the bralettes, something lace under, absolutely. But for the show, it's a fashion show.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
she gives
definitely.
us fashion.
I
We're talking
agree.
about fashion, absolutely. Van. Gorgeous
Yes.
piece, no? Beautiful.
Very nice.
Very talented
nice.
designer,
Yeah.
absolutely. And so what do you think overall, John?
I was really impressed. I am in love with the fact that, Virginia has a wealth of designers here who have great design eyes. And, this collection just showed, a variety of different looks for everybody.
Which one was your favorite?
Honestly, I think I have to go with Travion Vaughn. The whole Maleficent, that
Yeah.
speaks to me so much. the second piece that Mahogany was wearing with the sparkly head to toe silver bodycon gown, that was amazing.
John, thank you so much for joining me. I had a wonderful time.
Thank you for having me. It was
You're
great
welcome.
chatting about fashion and all the great Virginian designers, and I look forward to next time. So until we meet again.
And we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up. In spite of the ache, we'll rise up. And we'll do it 1,000 times again. Are we coming or going? Is it on? Is it off? You're in the wind just like a palm tree in a star. But I'll be the only one to break and fall when you call. Oh, give me your love, give me fire, love me, let me fly. See how cold, no just right, but give me your love, give me fire, 'cause you ain't no good when you're just so warm, and I'm closing this heart. So make your last call. We can have everything or nothing at all. Give me honest, give me fire. Give me honest, give me fire. Give me honest, give me fire. Give me your nail, give me fire. Give me your nail, give me fire. Love me, oh, let me fly. just slow. All right, couple technical difficulties we're working through. Bear with us. We still got a good show planned for y'all, okay? Hey, yeah, that's better. Thank you. I love you too, all of you. How y'all feeling? Good? Well, tonight's a conversation. I know there's a lot of craziness going on right now. We're going to talk about it tonight, okay? We don't do this up here alone. All right, we need y'all to make this work. So this is a joint effort. Let's get into it. So I learned a lot of times in the past, yeah, or so. Like there's different types of love that I should know. Wow. And so my question is, what kind of love is it that can leave me all alone at some bar with just a 6 boys sweetly laughing at my foolish heart? Only love can break your heart like poison in dark. How we apart. And if it's all the same to you, this kind of love, yeah, it taught me nothing true. I was guilty of for now. And so my question still remains, what kind of love again can leave him all alone in his car with just the radio blasting, singing to his foolish heart? Honey, don't take your heart. Oh, you are. Oh, yeah. Only love can break your heart like poison, poisonous dark. How you apart. Yeah. Only love can break All right, let's keep going. I just had to tell you guys that story real quick. Let's get into it. So this is a love story, a love song that I wrote. I wrote this love song to God, but it could be for any of your loved ones. So hold your loved one right now, okay? Here we go. My heart has been a chessboard, making moves and losing out. But played so many times before. Oh, when there ain't nothing to brag about. But this might be never. When you call, I'm singing your mood. You turn me all the way around. Oh, when I'm tired of the fine line. See, I just want you to be forever mine. Oh, you got to be forever mine. Oh, gone ahead to take the road. Yeah, to Jimmy Marlowe. And now I'm stuck in the bottom. Oh, baby, you're gone. Never put me down. Oh, when I'm tired of the twilight. See, I just want you to be. For a minute. I just want to dance. You know, sometimes I don't always sing, you know what I mean? Sometimes I just want to get down, you know what I mean? Oh, if somebody's in the mood. Hey. Hey. Ready? The way that you never seen it before. Looking for my head, can't find it no more. You rest in my heart and I get the reward. Winning the fight like a Trojan. Come back every time. You got me shit like the mouth when they're come out and I wake up blessing my life. I just want you to be forever. You will never seen it before. Looking for my head, can't find it no more. You mess in my heart and I get the reward. Winning the crown like a Trojan. The way that you will never seen it before. Looking for my head, can't find it no more. You mess in my heart and I get the reward. Winning the crown like a Trojan. Come back every time. You got me shit like a mouth when you're wrong. Come out and over, no mess in my life. I just want you to be forever mine. The way that you will never seen it before. You rest on my heart and I get the reward. Winning the crown like a Trojan. Come back every time. You got me shit like a mouth when you're wrong. Come out and over, no mess in my life. Thank you so much, champ. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for turning up with me. So one of the things, like we said, this is a conversation, we're talking, and one of the things we like to do is pay tribute to the greats who came before us, who paved the way and allowed us to do what we do. So we are at a jazz festival. Are there any Nina Simone fans in the audience? So, in 1963, in a Baptist church on 16th Street in Birmingham, Alabama, a woman is sobbing, and this woman is holding a shoe. And this tiny little white shoe she's holding has blood all over it. And she's sobbing because this bloody white shoe belongs to her now dead daughter, who was in a church earlier that day that was bombed because of hate. God damn. Now, surely justice can deal with injustice like that, right? Whoa, wait a minute. A man peacefully pulling his wallet out of his pocket was shot 4 times dead in the arm. Surely justice can deal with injustice like that, right? Well, now our pants they stand a little low, we stand a little taller, and we talk about injustice like this. Mississippi. Oh, goddamn, Alabama's got me so high. Tennessee made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Oh, goddamn, listen, can't you see it? Can't you feel it? It's all in the air. I can't stand the pressure much longer. Somebody feel free. Can't you see it? Can't you feel it? It's all in the air. I can't stand the pressure much longer. Somebody feel free. And on, we gotta keep moving like a rolling stone. On and on and on. Alabama has got me so upset. Tennessee made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Oh, goddamn, Alabama has got me so. Tennessee made me lose my. And everybody knows about Mississippi. So they got me said I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm pissed off. I'm so pissed off. Pissed off. Hey, Dan, tell us how y'all feel. So they got me pissed off. I'm so upset. And you pissed off, and you pissed off. Man, oh man, oh man. Sometimes we get pissed off. We can't stay that way though. You know what I'm saying? We gotta get progressive. We'll talk about that. So we're still talking. I'm gonna tell you guys a story about my life. Don't judge me, okay? You don't know I call him the teacher. He had hard lessons for the kids. Now I get out, but you true hell. He put me under the same spell. He loved me stress me out. You love me like a precious gift, and he loved me like a sloppy kiss. And you would Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I have to tell you, we all have that person or that thing in our lives that we gotta say, let go of my hand, okay? We have that person in our text message history right now, okay? Okay, let's get funky for a minute. Let's talk about it. Just me, I and my time. A wisdom gem and yours. Never get to myself that I buy. For years I'm scraping behind you. It wasn't so bad, I can say I love it. Well, maybe better me, maybe better me than you. But still, why our guitars don't hold my hand? Don't hold my hand. Let go my hand, let it go. Let it go. Don't hold my hand. In my eye, you whisper love. Let it go, let it go. Trying your best to excite me. Cause you know you must leave me. More than one or two. A fiery night. We broke down. So many times I end up on the ground, but now I'm crying out. Don't hold my hand. Don't hold my hand. Let go my hand. Let it go. Let it go. Don't hold my I love y'all. I love y'all. Thank you so much. So, like I said, we're still talking, and we like to pay tribute to the greats who came before us, but we also like to honor those artists nowadays that are conscious and that are making amazing music. And I'm a big hip-hop fan. Are there any hip-hop fans in there? And I don't know about y'all, but it excites me how hip-hop always has embraced jazz music, yes? So I always say that jazz inherently evolves and transforms. And so I'm a big Kendrick Lamar fan. Are there any Kendrick fans in the audience? Okay. Oh, that's good. So one of his songs off of his early album, I love so much, and it's a song called No Makeup, because I think at a point in my life,
You know, I enjoy makeup, I have fun with it, but it used to own me. It used to define how valuable I was, and the more I took those things off, the more the people in my life who were there for the wrong reasons were moved out of it. So I just want to pay tribute real quick, and I want to do this song, No Makeup, for you guys, because I love it, and I love you guys, so we'll make it work. I love the way you put it on your hands. The colors on your face light up the sky. Those lips are colorful. I love the time. Girl, that's fine, but do you mind? No makeup. I know she about to ask me how she look. I tell her beautiful and how long it took for you to put it on. It was early in the fall. She resembled the models out of the neighborhood, concentrating on the way the eyeliner thickens. You're staring at her, trying to figure her vision. The wittiness, the prettiness, the colors on her skin tone, her complexion and the direction of her grown. Damn girl, I'm so mad. You about to blow your cover when you cover up. Don't you know your imperfections is a wonderful blessing from heaven? It's where you got it from. I love your smile. You can do it without style. From your lips all the way to your eyebrows. It's the beauty in her, but when the makeup occur, I don't see it. All I see is I love the way you put it on your eyes. The colors on your face light up the sky. Those lips are colorful all of the time. Oh, girl, that's fine, but do you mind? No makeup. I know she about to ask me how she look. I tell her beautiful and how long it took for you to put it down. It was early in the fall. She resembled the models out of the neighborhood, concentrating on the way that I landed thickens. You staring at me and trying to figure my vision. The wittiness, the prettiness, the colors on my skin tone, my complexion and the direction is outgrown. I feel like it's not enough. I can never put on too much makeup. Again, I know my imperfections. I be constantly stressing from you. Is what I get it from. And tell me I need to smile at least once in a while. I hate my lips, my nose, my eyebrows. It's the beauty in me, but what you don't see is that I had a black ID. Okay, so we're gonna move things along and take it way back for a minute, right? Okay. Are there any Lil' Kim fans? Hey, here we go. Listening to what your girlfriends say. I know you tell me on the radio. True, I know you tell me on the radio. True. Listen, like Kendrick says, you ain't gotta get drunk to have fun. You ain't gotta get drunk to have fun. Gotta get drunk to have fun. You ain't gotta get drunk to have fun. Cause you love y'all. I love y'all. Okay, so we're going to keep it rocking. Yes. So while we're talking, this is still a conversation, right? So I want to talk about family because that's a big thing for me. All of these men and women up here and behind this stage are family, and all of you out there are my family as well. And this doesn't work, you know, without every family member pitching in. Y'all got to listen real good. We got to play real good, you know what I'm saying? So I want to take a second, though, to highlight this man in particular. So they're all amazing and gifted, and he over here is extraordinarily gifted. He is one of the best keyboardists, but also probably the best vocalist I've ever heard in my life. I had to do it. And I always say, when I first heard Charles sing, he made me want to be a better singer, a better artist. He's helped to grow me as an artist. And so I just think it would be a real tragedy if we left this place without him blessing y'all with a song. Because he's also a gifted songwriter. So, Charles, I will step to the side. I'm going to step over here with the backgrounds. And ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sir Charles Jones.
Yo. Give it up for Andra. Like, she's a rare human being to let somebody do that. Okay. It's such an honor to sing for you, Cape Town. If you feel good, clap your hands along to the song.
Sun shining on my bad days, when my sky's gray. Just one smile makes my whole world brand new. You are the one. Every minute I choose. But your family is there for me, and I'm so grateful to know someone just like. Where would I be without you? Hey, I don't know where I would be. Where would I be without you? Oh, and I never, never want to find out. Where would I be without you? Oh, I don't know where I would be. Where would I be without you? You are the one. Every minute I choose is it for me, is it for me, and I don't know what I would do. I'll never forget all that you've done for me. When I needed, and I'm so grateful to know someone just like. I don't know where I would be.
If I didn't have these big old boots on, I would take them off and throw them at him, okay? That's right. So this is what we get to experience every day with this man. Thank you so much, Charles, for that. So we're still talking, and I want to have a serious conversation really quick. I want to switch gears to a song that's very special to my heart. And my prayer with this song is always that it infects people and affects people. I always pray, let it be something that's healing. Let it be something that's encouraging, that's inspirational. And I know in the last couple of days, South Africa, you guys got some interesting news that has been weighing heavy on your hearts. And so, obviously we're dealing with some stuff in the U.S. as well, too. And I just wanted to come here. I'm going to be polite about it right now. But anyway, so what I want to say is really I would like to make this, instead of something about anger, although being fired up and, being progressively angry, wanting to do something, understanding that we can't just sit and watch the scene pass or just expect it to pass. We have to stand up and we have to do something. We have to say something. We have to all come together as South Africans. We have to all come together as Americans and say we won't stand for this anymore. We're better than this. We deserve more than this. And so I want to speak to all of you guys who are tired, all of you guys who aren't sure about the future, who don't know what's around the corner, and I want to just instill a sense of hope in you. Because the only person that we really serve, that I know I really serve, is upstairs, is way, way, way upstairs. And that's who really controls our fate. But we still have to act, and we still have to do something. So I want to encourage all of you guys and encourage us on this stage and backstage tonight. This song is called Rise Up. I hope you enjoy it. You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we're gonna walk it out. Ooh, mountains, we gon' walk it out. Mountain, and I rise like the day. I rise unafraid. I rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. For you. Silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. Oh, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, yes we can. Move. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. We have each other. Yeah. We will rise, we will rise, we'll rise up. Yeah. We'll rise, I'll rise up, rise like the day. I will rise up in spite of me. I will rise.
lay down with my
Thank you so much, family. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us, fam. Before we finish here, we love you so much. You guys have been so amazing. And I really hope that we all leave here encouraged and uplifted. But before we finish, I just want to shout out my amazing band. This is Dave Wood. I call him Master Shredder on guitar here. We have the beautiful ladies, Crystal Starr and Kira DaCosta on backgrounds, and basically just on flavor, you know what I mean? We have my man, Shay Godwin, who I call Dr. Octopus, on the drums. We got my boy, Nando Rayo, Pico de Gallo, the funk man himself, on bass. And you all know, good and well, Sir Charles Jones. So, before we finish, I know this is a jazz festival, but we lost a legend recently, Chuck Berry, the father of rock and roll, as we all know. And he inspired so many bands. He inspired us, and he inspired a band that we love, Queen, this song that we do all the time. So in honor of Chuck Berry tonight, we're going to rock. We're going to end this by rocking.
Just in the alley creeping. Night on the beat. Young fella screaming. No time for doubt. With the pain and anger, can't see a way out. It ain't much I'm asking for. I heard her say, got to find me a future. Move on my way. I want it all. I want it all.
Now, I must read the disclaimer one more time. We want to welcome the global worldwide audience on GFNTV, and please be aware that by entering this area, you consent to your voice, name, and/or likeness being used without compensation in films and tapes for exploitation in any and all media, whether now known or hereafter devised for eternity, and you release WGFN-TV, its successors, assigns and licensees from any liability whatsoever of any nature. Do not enter this area if you do not wish to be the subject of the foregoing and be seen by our global friends that love jazz all over the planet. So let's welcome them in. Give them a hand, St. Louis. Welcome all our friends in. We're streaming live on GFN TV. Give it up, St. Louis, give it up. Yeah. All right. Yes. We don't want the global audience to know St. Louis is asleep at the festival. They say, well, they have neck bones and barbecue ribs, biscuits and cornbread.
Did you say neck bones? Did you say neck bones?
Girl, don't start me up now. I'm from Kansas. I'm country Kansas, okay? I really am from Kansas. Now, we want to say thank you to Moscato Light, our sponsors, WFSK, Jazzy 88, WFSK. Umbrellas about to pop down, please. Umbrellas down. Get your food, get your drink, get your spot, get yourself ready. And are y'all ready for Najee? Are you ready for Najee? Are you ready for Najee? Are you ready for Najee? He's in the back. He can't hear that, y'all. Are you ready for Najee? Are you ready, y'all? We got 30-some years of hits coming out of this man. Are you ready for Najee? All right, coming to the stage, live and in color. Let's welcome the one and only Mr. Contemporary Jazz himself, the one and only Najee!
Or confident of Almighty God.
Gateway. Let's go, Naya!
How y'all doing? I don't hear you. How y'all doing? How's everybody in the back doing? Y'all ready to help me out right here? Everybody put your hands together. Come on. Sean Northern. Thank you so much. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? I want to thank you all for coming out and supporting live music, all right? How about a nice round of applause for all my friends? I don't get to see them often. All right, Mr. Brian Simpson, Mr. Kaylee Minucci, all right? And so many others. Oh, Mr. Nick Coleon, of course, Mr. Steve Cole, all our good friends back there. Come on, let them feel you back there. They back there. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. It's been some time since I've been to the Missouri area. I know, right? It's been a while. I don't know why we get to Chicago, we get to Kansas City. We haven't been here in a while. It's nice to be here, though. Thank you. And then in my allotted time, I'm trying to do as many songs from my previous albums as I can, all right? All right. So with that being said, if you will promise to sing along with me on some of these things, we're going to Take You Back. Is that all right? Are you ready? I still don't hear you back there. What? You know, I'm from New York, man. You got to show me. Or is that here, right? All right, here we go, y'all. Come on. Y'all having a good time with us so far? All right, we'll take it back. We're doing a song for a very special lady. She's not my ex-wife, but she got the house, I got the song. You know what's up. You don't mind if I take a break from the soprano saxophone, do you? Play a little flute for you. Y'all might know this one. Everybody in the back. minute to recognize a couple of people in the house. I'm very fortunate to have my daughter here tonight, Salima. She's around here. I don't know where she's sitting. She's here with her husband. Where are you at, daughter? Over there. Oh, hey! What's up, sweetie? And then my son is sitting next to her, Fareed. He's next there, right there. And that's her husband over there. All right, fellas, so don't even try. And they moved here about a year ago to the St. Louis area, so if you see them in Starbucks, don't trip. Anyway, this next song I'm going to do, I'm obligated to do it. I wrote this song many years ago on an album called Just an Illusion. Y'all know it? Okay. And I wrote it for my other son, Noah, who's now almost 28 years old. And but since that time, I've had the pleasure of playing this with several people around the world. But this evening, I'd like to dedicate this to a few of my friends who passed on. As a matter of fact, I have a new record coming out on August 25th called Poetry in Motion. And thank you. I'm very proud of this record, too, because we have my first single was released last week, and I hear it's doing very well. It's a song called Let's Take It Back, which features Incognito as my backup band. Can you get that one right? Also on there we have Mesa. Mesa is doing something with me. Will Downing. He did a song with me that Al Jarreau and I had started to record, but then, Al got sick, and you know the rest of the story. So we ended up recording the song and making it a dedication to Al Jarreau and Prince. That's what we did, called We'll Be Missing You. And, of course, who else is on there? Oh, Eric Roberson is on there as well with me. And the legendary pianist, Mr. Bobby Lyle. And the smooth jazz guitarist by the name of Blake Aaron is also on there with me. So it's a very full album. It's one of those type things that I called up everybody and I said, listen, we need to do something. I didn't expect everybody to show up on one record. So when it comes out August 25th, that's what you're going to get, all right? But with that being said, I'd like to just dedicate this next song to two people I've had the pleasure of touring all over the world with. One is, as you know, was Prince. Toured with him for 3 years and was a great experience. And, anytime I do press and people want to hear Prince stories, I always say, I have no bad Prince stories. All this drug stuff they're talking about, I never saw any of that. He was one of the most humble, one of the most generous human beings I ever met in my life, honestly, and I mean that, Also, Mr. Al Jarreau, we miss him as well. So this song is called Noah's Ark.
come on, yo, give it up for Najee. Yeah. Shut it up. He shut it down. He shut St. Louis down. Bam. Knocked y'all out real good, didn't they? Najee, the man. Give it up for the band. The band. Woo. Now, may I ask, are y'all having fun yet? Finally, thank you. Don't let me get happy out here. We have a perfect day. We have an inaugural festival. We have great entertainment. We have the world's greatest jazz fans, all right? What else could y'all ask for? Yeah. Are you happy now? All right. Coming to the stage. I want you to show your love. And I told y'all early on, there's no charge for applause, okay? It's the only thing still free in our country, for real. Please, but the band members, oh man, he's bad. Give him a hand, y'all. Now, I really want y'all to give some thunder love to my brother. Now, you see, I'm dangerous on the mic, don't you know? To Mr. Somerset Jazz. He had a dream. Yes, he did. She said, Sharon K., would you stop? I can't help it. He had a dream. He said, Sharon, I think about St. Louis. I'm like, huh? Last year, he said, I'm thinking about St. Louis. Okay, and I was
This is the beautiful landscape of Ethiopia at the end of its rainy season.
የተሰጠኝት ዛሬ በነፃነት ሰው ተከፍሎበታል ከደምና ከአጥንት ስንት ወገን ወደቀ በነፃነት ምድር ትናገር አድዋ ትናገር ትመስክር ትናገር አድዋ ትናገር አገሬ እንዴት እንደቆምኩኝ ከፊታችሁ ዛሬ በኩራት በክብር በደስታ በፍቅር በድል እኖራለሁ ያው በቀን 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 ደሞ መከራውን ያን ሁሉ ሰቀቀን አድዋ ዛሬ ናት አድዋ ትላንት መቼ ተነሱና የወዳደቁት ምስጋና ለነሱ ለአድዋ ጀግኖች ለዛሬ ነፃነት ላበቁኝ ወገኖች የጥቁር ደም አምባ አድዋ አፍሪካ እምዬ ኢትዮጵያ
Ethiopia is Africa's oldest independent country. Its history is rich in stories of ancient Christian kingdoms and a biblically anointed monarchy that continued up until 1974. This is the oldest known historical site in Ethiopia. It dates back to 600 years before the Parthenon in ancient Greece. Incredibly, today many of the temple stone bricks are still in place. Here we're looking over the terrain of the ancient site of Axum, Ethiopia's first Christian kingdom. Founded by King Ezana, this kingdom became a major power alongside those of Rome, Persia, and China. This is King Ezana's obelisk. It stands at a height of 21 meters, and today it's over 1,700 years old. Obelisks like this stand as underground tomb markers. Legend states that the Ark of the Covenant is hidden in one of these many churches. This town is regarded by some as the eighth wonder of the world. Founded by King Lalibela as a new Jerusalem for Christian pilgrims.
ብለው ይሉታል። በኋላ ከእሳት ከመድጃ ከልቶ በእሳት ሲያቃጥላቸው ቅዱስ ገብርኤል ከጌታ ተልኮ መጥቶ በመስቀሉ ሲባርክ ውሃው እሳቱ ወደ ውሃ ተለወጠላቸው እና ወጡ። ምንም ሳይነኩ እዚያ ወደዚያ እሱ ብቻ ይወጥተው እናንተ ሃይማኖት በጣም የጸና ነው እኔ ማምኛለሁ ብሎ እሱ ማመነ።
There are many legends as to who carved these 11 churches out of the solid rock of this mountain, but no one can deny their incredible engineering and craftsmanship.
Kanta
ከምድጃ ከልቶ በእሳት ሲያቃጥላቸው ቅዱስ ገብርኤል ከጌታ ተልኮ መጥቶ በመስቀሉ ቢባርክ ውሃው እሳቱ ወደ ውሃ ተለወጠላቸው እና ወጡ። ምንም ሳይነኩ እዚያ ወደዚያ እሱም ሳይወጥተው
In my opinion, the most spectacular of the churches is this one, dedicated to St. George. Simeon Mountains, we arrive in Gondar, Ethiopia's famous castle city. Founded by Emperor Fasilides, the castles incorporate styles from Ethiopian Jews, Moors, Portuguese, and India. The beautiful Lake Tana, the source of the Blue Nile and the largest lake in Ethiopia. In and around the lake are many Christian monasteries. Legend has it that the Ark of the Covenant may have or still may be in one of them.
Welcome back to Alley in the Valley. I'm Allison Ball, and tonight I'm going to do a wild-caught sockeye salmon. I'm going to grill it indoors. I'm going to have a little side salad or some asparagus. I'm going to use my herbs of Provence on this one, but you can do salt and pepper. You can also do my essence, whatever seasoning you like, but this is a quick weeknight dinner that anyone can execute, and I'm going to show you a trick to how to keep it moist. Let's get started. Okay, so first things first, we need to season the salmon. So I am using herbs of Provence. I love this, but this can get a little salty because it has sea salt in it too. If you don't want to use, you don't have this, or you can use my essence. I use my essence a lot, don't forget about that. But you can also just use salt and pepper, as simple as that. But let's season the salmon lightly. And like I said on this, I'm doing it very light because this tends to get a little salty. I do love it though. I love me a little salty. I hope everyone's doing well. We're back on lockdown. It's just, it is what it is right now. And it's just, this is frustrating. But I hope everyone's out there safe, wearing their mask, and it's super important to stay safe right now. So, more cooking at home. And like I said, this is my quick and easy weeknight recipe. I'm really hungry. I'm throwing some salmon on the indoor grill. You can do it on the outdoor grill too. It's just, I'm being lazy right now. I'm gonna do it on the indoor grill. And I'm gonna spray. If you don't have one of these indoor grill pans, love this pan. I have a few of them. And you can, like I said, you can also do it on the outdoor grill. It works just as well. I'm just being lazy right now, and I want to do it in my house. Have a quick dinner, have a quick bite. I'm starving. The kids are starving. It's time to eat, so let's get started. Okay. So, I want to make sure the skin doesn't stick on the grill, so I'm going to put a little bit more olive oil on just when I have the skin side. Because, you know, I don't want the skin to stick, you know? A little spray, a little olive oil, that will do the trick. But my other trick is how I tint them, which is really easy to tint because you really want to trap the moisture of the fish. You don't want dry fish, so put that on. We are on a medium-high heat, okay? And then I'll put this one. So I'm doing 2 at a time. I'm gonna move this over here. And then I'll show you how I keep them moist. How I keep these moist is I tint them. Let me show you what I tint them with. Just a regular old aluminum pan. Tin foil, okay? Simple as that. We all have these from Costco or wherever you go shopping, Smart Final. You're just gonna tint it. So now that's gonna trap in all the heat and it's gonna cook the fish perfectly. All right, we'll be right back. So you can see how, and you don't have to flip them, so it's perfect. I'm gonna cut some lemons up and put a little lemon juice on them and get some vegetables, and then dinner will be ready, okay? All right, let's check to see if the salmon is ready. Oh yeah, see that? Okay, I'm gonna put a little lemon. I need to put the, there we go. Sorry, it's loud, but I need it. Knock it. Little bit. And if your tin can doesn't stay all the way down, you can just put something heavy on it. But you really want to trap the heat. That's the whole thing. Trap the heat. And then it steams and just pressure cooks the salmon. And it comes out moist and delicious. Medium-high heat. All right, that looks really good. And the skin is really crispy. Oh yeah, see that skin? Looks good. All right. We're going to cook for a few more minutes and then I'll put some asparagus. And it's time for dinner. For tonight, easy 15-minute wild-caught Alaskan sockeye salmon. Anybody like to do it? All right, the salmon's done. Together the sauce. Yum. I want you to see the skin. I'll show you the skin over on the other side. Okay. We're going to tent. I'm leaving the grill on because I'm going to throw some asparagus on here. Yum. A little lemon. A little charred up. And then let's go over here and plate this easy weeknight wild-caught Alaskan salmon, sockeye salmon with some asparagus and some brown rice. Whatever you like as your side. I'm hungry. Okay, so tonight's meal is done. 15-minute wild-caught sockeye Alaskan salmon. Super moist. Look at that. And if you want to, you know how I'm crazy about truffle oil. You can add a little drizzle on there just to give it another little flavor and kick. But you can't beat with a fabulous piece of fish, some yummy asparagus, brown rice for my kids. I won't be eating brown rice. You know where to get the recipe, AllieInTheValley.com. Don't forget, if you like the video, hit the like button. Make sure you follow me on all my social media. And I hope you have a great week and you really use this simple, tasty, healthy, easy to cook in the grill, in your house, or outside. Wild-caught, sockeye Alaskan salmon with asparagus on the side. I'll see you on the next Alley in the Valley.
Welcome to Alley in the Valley. I'm Allison Ball Kilmer. Alley in the Valley is a lifestyle blog about healthy, delicious food, all while staying on a budget. Homegrown cooking, down-to-earth living.
Welcome back to Alley in the Valley. So I'm always cooking these healthy meals and healthy this, healthy that. Every now and then you need a really good pasta dish. At least I do. I love me some pasta. I try to limit how much I eat of it. But today I'm making you one of my new little favorites, kind of smorgasbord of stuff. So it's called baked pasta. And I'm going to use Sicilian sausage. Now, you can use regular sausage, but I'm always trying to keep us healthy here at Alley in the Valley, right? So I'm using chicken Sicilian sausage, okay? So instead of the pork and all that, I'm going to use chicken. So basically, it's sausage with pasta, and since it's fall time, I decided to get some very cute colored fall pasta with some broccoli, garlic, sage, basil, some cheese on top, salt and pepper, red crushed peppers. You put it all together, put it in the oven, and then you have yourself an amazing, tasty, cheesy baked pasta. Let's get there. All right? So first things first, I am going to cook the sausage in the skillet, on top of the skillet oven top, and doing that, then at the end, we'll put everything into the oven to melt and bubble down. So I'm gonna get this on the stove right quick. Also, at the same time, I am going to start my pasta water so the pasta can start cooking. All right, everything's on. Let's get a little bit of olive oil in the skillet. You know, to cook our chicken Sicilian sausage. Now, like I said, you can use traditional, and see, it's so funny because when they come in these casings, you just take your fingers and squeeze it all out, you know? Simple as that. I mean, you can cut them too, but it takes more time. It's a little messier, and I love getting my hands all messy. So we're gonna get these all browned. Brown up the meat, then we'll put some garlic and some sage, and we'll just build from here. And everything is going in this cast iron skillet. Now, I've told you this before in Alley in the Valley. If you ain't got a cast iron skillet, go get them. You can get them at Home Goods, you can get them at Costco, you can get them everywhere. Bed Bath & Beyond, Macy's, but everybody needs a good cast iron skillet. Okay, so now I'm gonna put my pasta in the boiling water next door to the sausage. You see how the sausage is starting to brown? Oops, I dropped some pasta, but anyway. It's going in there. All right. Get that pasta going. Okay. Get this sausage so it's not sticking at the bottom. So we're gonna let the pasta cook to al dente. Then I'm gonna add the broccoli to that pasta. I'm gonna add garlic and sage, and then it's all gonna wind up in this yummy pot over here. All right, now, so I'm not messing up pots and adding, I'm just gonna put the broccoli in the pot with the pasta water to cook right quick. I'm not gonna cook it long, but hey, I got water. Pasta's in there, why not cook your broccoli in there? I'm gonna put my garlic, add my garlic, 6 cloves of garlic I cut up. And this is sage and basil from my garden. Add it, those are the greens. because I did say this is a baked pasta with greens in it. So it's sage and basil. Okay. Do a little salt. Red crushed pepper. And then I'm going to put a little half and half in here to give some thickness. You can use regular milk too, but half and half is just a little thicker, a little smoother. I did say this was a pasta dish, so, you know. I'm doing like a half a cup of half and half. Mix it all up. Get all the bits and pieces. I'm going to start adding pasta and broccoli. You don't want to overcook it. And turn it off. Medium low. I have a spoon that drains the water off. You can get a little bit of the water in there, but you don't want too much of it. Start adding everything into my one pot. Now, after I put the cheese on top, it's gonna go in the oven on 375 for like 15, 20 minutes. Probably just like 15 minutes. And then this is gonna go in the oven to melt and mix. I think my baked pasta with chicken sausage, sage, basil, cheese is ready. So let's get it out of the oven. And then I'm gonna add some garnishes on it. And let's have an amazing baked pasta. Oh, and broccoli. Oh, look at that. Baked pasta with chicken sausage, broccoli, I forgot the broccoli, cheese, and yummy sage and basil and cheese. So I'm cutting up some sage to put on top of it to garnish right quick. Look at that. How fabulous and yummy that looks, right? I'm so excited. Don't eat pasta a lot. My kids are going to be very happy. Then I'm going to put some sage on top and a little olive oil. You don't have to, but a little olive oil just to garnish. You know how you put a little olive oil in your pasta? If you want some more cheese, you can. Just some more cheese. Okay. Let's go. Yeah. It's gonna be hot though. Okay? Forget about it. I'm gonna tell you right now, this is a bomb. You better make this. This is better than I thought. Oh my God. The sausage, the flavors of the sausage just kicked this very Italian, but fresh, and then the sage and the basil. So good. If you're not growing your own, you can always buy sage and basil in the store. And you can do any herbs you really like, but this has a kick to it with the chili peppers in it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Go ahead. No way. Oh, hot. You know where to get the recipe. AllieInTheValley.com. If you like this video, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And thank you for being with me one more time with a great, easy weeknight, dinner night, any night, yummy pasta dish. And I do eat pasta and I do eat meat. Okay? Just not all the time. Allie in the Valley. in the Valley. I am Allison Ball Kilmer, and today I'm doing a great, simple, wonderful roasted chicken thigh dish with tomatoes and basil and some fabulous grappa. And grappa is an aperitif from Italy that has kind of a liqueur taste. And they cook it a lot in their chicken, but you also drink it as a little after-dinner cocktail, which of course I'm putting alcohol in my dinner. So let me show you how I get down. It's really easy. All right, so let's get started on how I put this beautiful dish together, which is actually really simple. So first things first, I am gonna take some fennel seeds. Fennel seeds kind of have a nutty, flavorful, they kind of have a liqueur thing too. It's really interesting. I'll do 1 tablespoon. Okay. And then I'm gonna add some olive oil. This is about a half a tablespoon of olive oil. You don't wanna over grease anything. And then we're gonna do the grappa. I should pour myself a glass of grappa. I will in a minute, so I can taste the grappa while I'm cooking my meal. Make sure it's right. I'm probably gonna put about a tablespoon of grappa in. There you go. And you could do salt and pepper, but you know what I'm using. I always use my essence. It's fabulous with salt and garlic powder, and the recipe is on my website. And let's just mix this all up, okay? You can really smell that grappa. Whew, I'm getting a little drunk already smelling it. All right, so now I'm gonna season the chicken. If you don't want to make the essence and you want to make it even easier, you can just do salt and pepper, but I never just do salt and pepper. I'm going to use my essence because it kicks ass. Let me just tell you. People call me up all the time and ask me, can you make me some of your essence? And at some point, when I slow down, I'm going to actually put it together and get it out there for everybody. But anyway, I'm just going to season my chicken, and you should let your chicken sit out for like 30 minutes so it comes to room temperature. Put a little bit more seasoning on there. Okay, so now let me get the pot because I'm just gonna build it all in the pot because it's roasted. So it's going in the oven at 400 degrees for like 30 to 45 minutes, I should say. And all these ingredients are gonna come together in this beautiful pan. So let's get this, and we're gonna build everything in here because once I put everything in here, it just goes in the oven and all the love starts happening. So first things first, I am going to cut up some shallots. And you know what? You don't even really have to chop the shallots like really fine or anything. I want them chunky. This is kind of a rustic take on an Italian dish. And you can put as many shallots as you want. I don't cook with shallots a lot. They're actually amazing. And a shallot's kind of like a cross between a garlic and an onion, or a type of onion instead of running red onions. But they're a little milder than red onions. Red onions can be very strong, and shallots are a little milder. So next, I'm gonna add whatever kind of cherry tomatoes. I had washed the tomato and basil together, but I'm just gonna add whatever leftover cherry tomatoes I had in my refrigerator. So we're gonna do cherry tomatoes. And you can leave, if you have cherry tomatoes with the vines on, you leave them in there so it looks really pretty, because it's supposed to be rustic and pretty. Okay, let's make it look good. I'm gonna take the shallot apart. Right? And then we're just gonna start adding the chicken. And this all one pot. You know what I said about these one pot meals? They're my favorite, because you're just dirtying up one pot. Okay. Let's build those in the middle. All right, so everything is in this one pot. I'm gonna season it a little bit more. Just a little, not over seasoning. Okay? We are the mixture of the fennel with the grappa and the olive oil. Let me put the lemon juice in. We'll just squeeze the lemon juice in. And these lemons are from my tree, Myers Lemon. And Myers Lemon have a sweet, they're way sweeter. All right. Just pour it all on top. You can smell the lemon so good. And then we're gonna put a little basil. And I'm gonna save some basil for later because the basil will wilt down a little bit, and we want it to look pretty at the end. So, doesn't this look pretty? This is a great, people are coming over and you wanna impress them and they look like you did all this work and all you did is throw a whole bunch of chicken and tomatoes and basil and some shallots in a pot, and it looks fabulous. Because cooking is not complicated. I am just gonna shave some of the lemon skin on top just to give it that extra yummy lemon rustic flavor. Like that. And this baby goes in the oven for 30 to 45 minutes till the chicken's cooked, and then you have dinner. You can't get any easier than that. Let's take this over to the oven and let's get it cracking. All right, let's broil it to caramelize it now. These babies have just charred under the broiler for like 2 to 3 minutes, you know, not overcooked. Look at this. Let me just, before I burn myself, let me keep this glove closed. But this looks fabulous. And you see the grappa right there? Because the crew had to get some. They were like, wait, you're not drinking by yourself. Cheers to my crew. Tasty grappa. Grappa's kind of like a liqueur. It kind of has a licorice taste. It's really good, from Italy. But more importantly, we're gonna put some more fresh basil from my garden on top because it charred, but we still want it to look really pretty, right? So we're gonna put some more fresh basil, and then we're gonna taste it. It's really hot right now. All right, let's try it. We get a fork and a knife and see what we talking about up in here. And look at all the juices. Oh my God, it smells so good. The juices just smell so darn good. It's perfect. Oh my God. The lemon, the grappa, the tomatoes, all of it right here is perfect. Do you know where to get the recipe? AllieInTheValley.com. If you like this video, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And I will see you on the next Allie in the Valley.
What's your demon? What's your giant? Did you fight it? Yeah, and did you lose? Lust is raging, fire's burning.
God bless you.
Is this Delilah or is this a muse? Now do you run or do you crawl behind her? Dig a grave, you've got to choose. Temptation is sweet, but sticky like honey. Looks like love, but don't dare you be confused. Yeah, you are searching for the land of milk and honey. And now you're hanging from a noose. Yeah, you are searching for the land of milk and honey. And now you're hanging from a noose. Yeah. Now she's bound you, trim your hairs. You're not a man, she'll go on and turn you loose. Temptation sweet, will sink you like honey. Looks like love, but don't dare you be confused. Yeah, you are searching for the land of milk and honey. Now you're hanging from a noose. Yeah, you are searching for the land of milk and honey. Yeah, now you're hanging from a noose.
The day won't go away, Mommy. Grandpa said you have to be ready at 8.
Okay. I'm good.
Come on. We can't be late, and you can't be fat.
I'm not fat.
Not yet. I'll go get your clothes.
I'm gonna make you lunch.
Done. Homework done. Teeth, face, hair, done.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
What are you doing with those thugs? I know what tomorrow is. It's been a tough year for you.
But at some point, you have to stop this. Tomorrow, come to the church.
I'm not going to that church.
The bank call. Your reference. 90 days behind, Laura. You don't want to lose this place, do you? It's one of the few stable things in Kate's life.
Kate is fine.
No, she's not. And you should see that.
Open the door.
Ah, there's my sweetheart. Oh, gosh. You look more and more like your grandma did when she was your age. Beautiful.
You still surprising Mommy today?
I am. You didn't spill the beans, did you?
Nope. But it was so hard.
Good. You know how your mom is about surprises.
Morning.
Grumpy pants.
Girl, this is really nice.
It sure is. I can hardly wait till Sunday. Wonder how many people will show up.
Probably a lot, and you know they're doing such a good job with our time.
Copy that.
So, there you go. You know the drill. I want you to go straight home and don't open the door until I get there. Hey, something wrong?
Daddy died today 1 year ago.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Can I just come to the new church with you today?
Oh,
please?
We talked about this, remember? You can't miss any more days of school. Hey, I got something. It's a bright color. It is a bright day. All right, kiddo. Go ahead, get to class before the bell rings. I love you.
she is. More beautiful than I remember. Laura? Clark? You didn't tell her, did you?
No, I didn't want to spoil the surprise.
Surprise? What surprise?
Well, we won't keep you waiting too long on it, but first I want you to meet Xander. Xander, Laura Bishop, your new protege, former military, former lawyer. Heck, she might have had your job if she didn't quit. Shall we? I know, I'm 15 minutes behind schedule.
Well, they can't start without you.
Well, no, they can't.
Then you're on time.
Ha! That's what I'm talking about. What would I do without you, Xander?
I don't know. You wouldn't be able to handle all this without me.
That is true. Do me a favor, will you prep her while I get up to this deacon's meeting with Clark?
Yeah, sure. Yes, Reverend.
That's better. Clark, shall we?
Sure.
Do me a favor, will you run up ahead? I just got to stop at my office for a second.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Started working on security for the new building a month after you left. You hired me to replace you, so I guess I should say thank you.
No. You don't have to thank me.
Cameras in all directions, two-way. That glass is bulletproof. All doors have automatic locks.
You don't think it's a bit much for a church?
Memphis, Tennessee. Armed protesters stormed a church. Virginia. 2 men were arrested for planning a mass attack at their local church. South Carolina, 9 dead. Bottom line, it's all a bit much. Till it isn't.
There's more?
It's a sub-basement, level 3. Sanctuary is the heart, this is the brain. In the event of a natural disaster, this floor alone could house up to 5,000 people. Like a modern-day ark. State flags represent the church's reach. I'd like to have that wall filled in a year.
Well, a lot has changed in the last year.
Mark's been working hard. We all have. Jenny, Tang, meet Laura Bishop, our newest member, Clark's daughter.
Hi, I'm Jenny. What happened to your face?
Oh, Mike Tyson got lucky.
She's got a sense of humor. We're gonna get along just fine. And Tank.
Nice to meet you.
This is where you will start your shift every day. You'll primarily have exterior patrol. Fridays are the slow days. Tank, do me a favor. Get her personnel info on file, please. I'll be outside.
Just telling Rusty here about how glad we are that this thing's finally about ready to get open here, you know. It's about time.
Gentlemen, hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Punctuality is a virtue.
Reverend?
Carl?
Good to see you.
What do you say, what do you know? Better to be seen than viewed, young man. How you doing, Rusty? The old silver gray fox you. Oh, I'm excited. Can you believe that it's only 3 days out till we open our new chapter?
Let's get you back topside. The deacons wanted to have a word with you. Last thing. Room 139. This is where we house the emergency exit. It's the only way out from this floor if the elevators go down.
This is janitor.
Yep, hidden in plain sight. Pray you never have to see it.
Things have come together nicely.
Thank you.
I still do not believe this move was necessary. But, as you all know, I got outvoted.
Well, Rusty, you're always slow to change. People have lost faith. This building screams faith.
Amen.
Something to aspire to.
Speaking of lost faith, guess who's back today?
Hey, why are those guys in military formation?
Xander's training for opening day.
Laura, please take a seat.
Laura, these are new. Small reference. You should take it.
Laura, I know you don't like surprises, so I'll just not keep you waiting any longer. I also know you haven't been around the church much since you lost David. That is, since David passed away. And we all know how much David loved the kids and dedicated to the kids of the church. So we decided to honor David and dedicate the new wing to him. From this day forward, it'll be known as the David A. Bishop Youth Wing.
It's really kind of you all. Would you excuse me for 1 minute?
It's okay. She just needs time to process.
Well, we can proceed with our business and return to this matter later.
It's a good idea, Carl. If we could all open our books and turn to page 1.
Silver, orange, 3rd floor. Yellow, green, 2nd floor. Blue, red, secure the conference room. Cell phones won't work with this high-tech security running through the ceilings. And because it's not due to open for another 48 hours, any chance of help from the outside is virtually 0.